From Saratoga Springs, New York, this is Saratoga Live. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. That's a live look. Week 3, day 8 of the 158th season. 9 races on this mid-July afternoon, and starting with a different brand of racing. The hurdles will be up, and the hurdlers are ready for their long upcoming journey. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, just outside the paddock. Big story today is the Pick 6 carryover. 166,000 plus. Get started in race number 4. Challenging sequence. Around 9 runners per race, and no favorite shorter than 5-2 on the morning line. All that coming your way, but as promised, we do start with steeplechase and the Jonathan Kaiser Memorial. We take a look at the field about 10 minutes out. It is wide open, 2 3/8 miles. Current favorite, 3 of them at 3-1. Wow, actually famous figure at 3-1 as we welcome in our steeplechase expert, Joe Clancy, along with the editor of the Saratoga Special. You all know this guy. Joe, great to have you on set. How are you?
Thanks for having me. Great. Happy to be here. We got one issue out of the way. So for us, opening day was today. You know, I know we've been paying attention, but the first print edition came out today.
Always just clutch during the summer season, the Saratoga Special. A big picture, though. This particular Jonathan Kaiser, the influence, why is this race, who is this race named after?
Jonathan Kaiser, to those who don't quite know him, this has been a stakes here in his memory since 2007. He was a phenomenal young jump jockey. Rode for Tom Voss, Jonathan Shepard, was 2-time champion in his first 4 years of really riding as a professional. Died in a crazy non-horse related accident at home, and it's a great way for the game to kind of remember a guy. He died right before the Saratoga meet. The jocks rode that whole season with a black armband, and it's just fun to kind of look back at his career. His family usually comes out, presents a trophy. It's a great way to remember somebody. And again, a lot of our races, flat and jump, are named for historic figures, and he was a younger guy, more modern day, but still a nice way to do it.
Very fitting. The Jonathan Kaiser Memorial just moments away. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. We'll be hurdling shortly. Then first flat race. The second starts the early Pick 5. Big Pick 6 carryover begins in the 4th. 166,000 plus. Main track is fast. Turf course is firm. Temperature around 81 degrees. All this great racing just starting week 3 at Saratoga. What better time to sign up? Get on over to Naira Bets. When you do so, you're going to use that promo code SPOT200. Take advantage of the $200 deposit match bonus. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, NairaBets.com. Riders up, post-parade forthcoming. Looking at the board here, Joe, what stands out? What jumps out at you?
Confusion to have 3-1 shots. My pick's a 3, Cyber Ninja. Maybe he drifts a little if the money heads toward the 6. It's a pretty wide open group and fairly evenly matched. A couple of them have run against each other too. The 3 and the 1 have met before, so you just sort of see some crossover. I think that's probably pretty right. I don't really see a value jumping out at me, off the screen. Lord Flincher's got some ability, but again, I'd want a little more value than he is right now.
Jonathan Kaiser, Memorial Novice, 2 3/8 miles. Will meet the field. Lukewarm favorite, famous figure at 3-1 as they hit the front side. And we'll start with Mr. Percy. Well supported, 3-1. Very excited here when I saw Ethical Diamond in the running lines, Joe.
Pretty cool, right? And Ethical Diamond would be very tough in here. He was beaten 10 lengths by him, so he's got some ability. I like the flat prep at Colonial. It's pretty sharp.
Incredible. That Breeders' Cup Turf winner. There's Morning March. Blowout, 29-1 winner at Laurel Park.
Yeah, this water gets a little deeper today, but, he's trying to pull another upset.
Cyber Ninja, that win over Rocket 1 looks a lot better now.
Yeah, I think forgive the last a little bit. If he runs back to that race, he's very tough.
There's number 5, Lynch's Knock. Irish 4-year-old, second start in the States.
For Ricky Hendricks coming in. Again, I would think he's probably the second string to Ricky's other horse. And but again, I think it got to be respected. They won 2 races up here last year.
The other horse, there he is, famous figure.
Yeah, that was a blowout maiden win, his first start in America. He had run a couple times over hurdles in Ireland in 20-runner races, which I think that's got to help him in something like this.
Lord Flincher, training up a storm at Fair Hill.
Looks great there. And my only knock on him is he's only run twice over jumps, and some of these other guys have a little more form, just a little more experience.
Bullet work after bullet work after bullet work. And then vintage year there, the other Jack Fisher trained jumper.
Pretty capable. He's had a kind of an unlucky year, but pretty capable horse, stepping up a little bit in company. Maybe not quite as good as some of the others in here.
Dr. Love, he likes to set the tempo early.
Yeah, we saw Tom Garner horse lead a long way last time. He's going to try to do the same thing. I don't think he can last, though. I just think he's a little too strong early. If they figure out a way to get him to relax, they took him the other way, away from the pros parade, which is probably going to help.
Are we allowed to make the joke that Dr. Love has trouble finishing?
You can.
Jeez. That's what he took him 5 minutes to get involved in the show, but he comes in swinging. Andy
We need a guy in the corner with the drum set, right?
8 miles to be navigated.
You resist that
Lots of turns, lots of hurdles. The
fastballs.
Jonathan Kaiser in moments as we welcome in Liza Hendricks, standing by trackside. Liza, let's start with Lynch's knock and famous figure. Like, if you don't have the insight, nobody does.
Thanks, Lafitte. And yes, my dad, Ricky Hendricks, does happen to train both of them. And I'll start with the 6 famous figure. It's his second start in the U.S. He came over and ran with Gordon Elliott in that race in Nashville. And I talked to Gordon this morning, and he said that he really liked the horse. He had an impressive win that first run in Nashville. And Ricky also said that he's been training very well. His jockey, Jack Kennedy, came over from Ireland just for this run, so that would give me some confidence as well. I chatted to him this morning, and he said that he has always been a solid horse, and there should be some speed in the race as well, which should set up well for him, and he's just going to sit off and hope to catch them at the end. And Ricky's other horse, the 5, Lynch's Knock, he said he didn't ship over very well for that first start at Percy Warner in Nashville. And he was very rank in that race. And the plan today is for Connor to sit just off of the pace as well and not go to the lead like he did in that race. He took the blinkers off of him and added a hood just to try to get him to settle a little bit more. But my pick is going to be the 3, Cyber Ninja. If you throw out that last race in much tougher company, he's back at a level where he's already a winner. He beat Mr. Percy in May, and Jack Fisher wins at 23%. And he looked physically impressive in the paddock as well. He was a little bit rank as he came onto the track, but seemed to settle down a bit. Lafitte?
Picking against Dad. Liza, thanks so much, but not picking against Joe's brother. You're looking at Cyber Ninja. This was 2 starts back before he beat Rocket One, Joe. Last September, allowance company Sean Downs, and the gray is just too much.
Yeah, I mean, he used some of that flat ability. He was a decent enough flat horse. You saw Bill Mott take some shots in a stake or two, and, he used some of that gears late to kind of get by some horses who probably don't have it, and he built on this. I mean, he came out firing in his hurdle career, ran really well. The race at Nashville last time was dull for him. I mean, his 5th.
What happened?
I'll excuse some of those horses if they have good form and run poorly at Nashville. It's a 12-hour, 13-hour van ride. It can be really hot and humid. It's a demanding course with a lot of jumping compared to some courses, and it was back in 2 weeks after the big effort before. So maybe again, if he fires a dull one here, then you got to sort of go back to the drawing board. But
and your brother deserves one. Your brother deserves one. He's due.
Rocket One were a couple of tough beats here in Saratoga Stakes. So
if only you got paid when you were due in racing.
Yeah, right.
If only it worked that way.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing's guaranteed.
Mr. Percy now, Joe, emerging as the 5-2 choice as they cross over to the turf course.
Yeah, he comes in for Neil Morris, a trainer based in Virginia who does well with flat and jump horses. He has not won in America over hurdles, has won a couple in overseas, and was a talented enough flat horse, like we mentioned. Ran against Ethical Diamond in the Ebor and wasn't really disgraced. Got beat 10 lengths, which sounds like a lot, but that would win most of these jump races.
What do you win the Breeders' Cup by? About 3 lengths?
Exactly. So we'd be in the mix in the Breeders' Cup turf if you ran back to that. And his races here have been really good. It was 3rd the first time at Foxfield behind Cyber Ninja, 2nd the next time down in Nashville to Rocket One. Neil wheeled him back and tried him in a flat prep at Colonial. It's a race restricted to steeplechase horses, and I think that sharpens him up a little bit against some horses coming off longer layoffs, and maybe that's a difference maker.
Post time or a minute or so out. Of course, we are closely monitoring the air quality impacted as a result of the wildfires in Canada. Based on the most current air quality index, Saratoga Racecourse is proceeding as scheduled. NYRA will closely monitor throughout the afternoon. To Frank Miramati, the voice of Saratoga, with the call. Start of week 3 at the Spa. It is post time for the Jonathan Kaiser Memorial Novice Stakes. Here's Frank Miramati.
Thank you so much, Lafitte. Welcome to Saratoga Racecourse, ladies and gentlemen. Field getting ready for a start. This is the Jonathan Kaiser Memorial Novice Stakes, 2 3/8 miles. In the hands of the starter. Just a few moments away. Vintage Year is at the head of the group. And we will be off momentarily, taking another little lap around. Let's go back to Lafitte for some final thoughts.
As we get ready for a start and see the 4, you can see on his toes, Joe. Can we expect Dr. Love to go after the early lead as usual?
Yeah, the way he's done it, and they're going to go. There they go. We'll turn it to Frank.
Right back to Frank.
They're off in the Jonathan Kaiser Memorial Novice Stakes. And Mr. Percy is flashing some early interest. Dr. Love is out there over that first jump, and Vintage Year is on the outside taking second. So it will be Dr. Love leading the way. Opens up 3 lengths on Vintage Year in second. Mr. Percy is by himself in third, followed by Famous Figure and Morning March along the inside. Cyber Ninja, unhurried in the early stages, is some 10 lengths off Dr. Love, who's trying to shake loose. The 2 trailers are Lord Flincher and Lynch's Knock. And so they come into the stretch for the first time. And it's Dr. Love leading the way by 3 lengths. Vintage Year is second, as the first 5, and all of them, in fact, go over nice and smoothly. Dr. Love is the boss. 4-length advantage. As they come by us, Vintage Year is in second, and then it's Mr. Percy third. Famous Figure has settled kindly in fourth. Morning March is fifth at this point, as Dr. Love has widened that lead. At the back of the field are Cyber Ninja, Lord Flincher, and Lynch's Knock. And so they go into almost single file throughout. Dr. Love dictating the terms. It's Dr. Love clear by 7 or 8 lengths. Vintage Year is racing in second still, and another 3 back to Mr. Percy in third. Jack Kennedy and Famous Figure racing in the 4th spot as they run down the back stretch behind Dr. Love. And Dr. Love's in front. Vintage Year is maintaining the 2nd spot. And on the inside comes Mr. Percy in third. Dr. Love very ambitious, this long shot leader. Dr. Love is all alone. Moving into that far turn for the second time. It's Dr. Love with the pedal to the metal, has opened up about 20 lengths. Vintage Year still in the 2nd spot, followed by Mr. Percy, who was just passed by Famous Figure. Famous Figure getting into it now, tugging hard. In fact, he's a length behind Vintage Year. We have 2 races going on. Dr. Love, and then the rest of the pack fairly compact, headed by Vintage Year, with Famous Figure moving up on the outside of him. They are followed by Mr. Percy, about a half length back to Morning March. 2 more, Lord Flincher on the outside of Cyber Ninja, and Lynch's Knock continues at the back of the field. So it is Dr. Love. Dr. Love has still maintained an enormous lead. Famous Figure, a slight bobble there. Racing on the outside of Vintage Year, and Morning March is just outside of that one. 2 more lengths. Lord Flincher has made some steady headway. He's gone by Mr. Percy, who has lost some ground. 2 lengths clear of Cyber Ninja and Lynch's Knock. How long can Dr. Love keep this huge lead? That is the question. Dr. Love makes his next jump nice and smooth with a huge lead, but Famous Figure is now set down and trying to bridge the gap in second. They are followed by Lord Flincher, moving up nicely along the inside. Lord Flincher takes third, just 3/4 of a length behind Famous Figure. Oh, very bad jostle there and a mistake for Famous Figure. That was a costly mistake as well, as he lost several spots moving into the far turn. Behind Dr. Love. Dr. Love still there, the lead down to about 10 lengths on Lord Flincher, who heads up the next flight. On the outside, Morning March. And Mr. Percy, who took a little breather and dropped back, starts to make up some headway. Cyber Ninja swings to the outside there at the top of the stretch. And Dr. Love did not have the cure. Here's Mr. Percy on the outside, and Cyber Ninja coming swiftly along the inside. Mr. Percy, Cyber Ninja, these two have it to themselves. Mr. Percy just in front, Cyber Ninja on the inside. It is Mr. Percy and Graham Waters to win the Jonathan Kaiser Memorial. Cyber Ninja was second. Lynch's Knock from last finished third.
What a finish. Slugfest to the wire, and Mr. Percy denies Cyber Ninja in this Jonathan Kaiser Memorial.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit. He's the one horse who had a flat prep since some of those bigger races in May, and I think that paid off. You know, a little fitter, a little more responsive when he needed to be, and, you know, kind of just outfinished the other horse. The leader took him a long way, and, you know, then they passed him on either side. There were plenty of moments where he thought he might hang on, and Mr. Percy just got a little more gas at the end.
You had me at Ethical Diamond.
Yeah.
Had me at Ethical Diamond.
Exactly. Smart move. Again, it's still a horse race. There are jumps, but it's still a race, and that platform and that ability pays off. And he was good enough to run in a race like the Ebor over there and finished it off here nicely. Two nice, young, up-and-coming steeplechasers.
So Liza in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Lafitte, and here with trainer Neil Morris. And Neil, you were just saying to me after the horse, what a lovely horse he is. Explain what you mean by that.
Well, he's just a lovely horse every day. Even before his nice win here, he came over upon recommendation from Joseph O'Brien to race in the States. He said he's probably going to be one of the nicer horses that you buy, and he really has not failed us. He does nothing wrong. And Graham gave him a nice ride. He gave him a little breather in the middle there. I was a little concerned, just as a trainer, but horse has nice closing speed. Lovely. Thank you.
And what will be next for him?
Gosh, right? Maybe another novice race. So hopefully.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you, Liza.
Liza, thanks so much. And Mr. Percy, Joe, and showing the guts, tested in deep stretch. Cyber Ninja threw his best punch. Mr. Percy countered and takes down this Jonathan Kaiser Memorial.
Yeah, man, Neil credited Joseph O'Brien, who had him over there, and we see this all the time. American owners import horses like this, and he had run over hurdles and on the flat there, and was good enough, you know, was rated fairly highly on their hurdle scale, like a 138, which is a pretty, you know, a decent solid horse. And again, if the price is right, they might prefer a little firmer ground than they would get there. And they come here, and obviously Joseph O'Brien's got plenty of horses, so it's not like he's going to miss this guy. And he's done nothing wrong since he's been here.
And is it me, or are we seeing more Europeans in the jump races here in the summer?
It's a little bit of each. And I think there was a big trend for a while, and now you see it starting to come back a little more with horses like Cyber Ninja and right. Lord Flincher and some of the flat owners. We would love to see more cross over. We like Parkland Thoroughbreds owns that horse, and Lord Flincher brings him over. Saul Kuhlman owns some.
Never saw a race he didn't want to be in.
Yeah, that's a good thing because they're still thoroughbreds. They can do both, or they might just have reached a ceiling on the flat where they can be a stakes horse here, you know. And despite the Ethical Diamond form, Mr. Percy's probably not competing in the Grade 1 turf stakes here. You know, he probably can't keep up. So he's got a chance to become a stakes horse over jumps.
That's one part of the story. The other, a contender, Famous Figure, who was impressive in his U.S. debut. He made a costly mistake late.
Yeah, and you saw, and whatever that was. Again, I think just like on the flat, that horse was making his first start against winners, and you know, it's just a little more pressure on horses, and that's when they start to make jumping mistakes. They're either inexperienced, or the pace is a little quicker than they want to be, or just an experienced horse can leave the ground sooner, put in a bigger leap, that kind of thing, and a horse who's still figuring it out can't quite do that with them.
Always great having you on The broadcast, what's the latest and greatest at the Saratoga Special?
Issues out today with the Todd Pletcher Stable Tour, which is fun. It's got everything from unnamed 2-year-olds to renegades, so a lot of fun, and we'll keep those going all the way through. I think Jeremiah Engelhardt is next on Saturday, preview the Diana, preview the other races Saturday and Sunday, and just dive into everything like we normally do.
So Maya's watching. He must be excited. You got a plug there. This is horseracing.com, by the way, for those that aren't in Saratoga. This is horseracing.com. It's a great way to follow the action up here. You guys do a sensational job. I say it all the time, but it's true.
Oh, thanks for having us.
They do their homework, so we don't have to. Just getting started on this Thursday afternoon at the Spa. We'll have much more coming up. First flat race of the afternoon. Exciting finish. Mr. Percy in the Jonathan Kaiser Memorial over Cyber Ninja. 1-3-5-4 off and running, off and jumping on a Thursday at Saratoga.
Can wait no more. 3/4, 1:11-3. Lion Lake attack and fits right. Angles out for the drive behind them. Kind of a stubborn Lion Lake.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 6th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day features the Rick Violet Stakes, named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Friday, July 24th.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, as always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. They'll be rolling out of that Wilson chute for race number 2. First look at flat racing, as we're now joined by Megan Burgess on set. Megan, how long do we have you before you teleport back to Monmouth Park?
Got me for a few hours. I'm never leaving because I'm with you two, so obviously I have to stay. But we will be providing coverage of the undercard on Saturday. We're really excited to be there. Todd Schrupp, Paula Duca, and myself. It's going to be a great day of racing, I believe, from that 2 to 3 hour on Fox. We'll be showing the Molly Pitcher, and the man himself, Bob Baffert, should be in town. It's going to be a really exciting weekend. And the Diana, of course, here. It's a good week of racing.
Not a bad appetizer at the Shore's greatest stretch tomorrow. Bookham Dano.
Yep.
How exciting is that going to be? The pride of New Jersey in the marquee weekend of racing at Monmouth Park. The jumpers kicking things off here in an exciting stretch battle. Cyber Ninja, but in the end, Andy, too much Mr. Percy.
Yeah, you know, we saw Dr. Love with that big lead, but he just, you know, it sort of evaporated when they turned for home. And you see that a lot in the jumps, right? A horse gets a huge lead. Sometimes you see him go wire to wire. He obviously wasn't able to. And nice stretch duel between these two old pros.
Exciting race. Great to have Joe Clancy on set as always. He'll be back with us August 5th for the Grade 1 AP Smithwick. We have maidens coming up. Good maiden special weight event. Field updated odds. Term premium number 2 at 8 to 5. Start of the early pick 5, Andy. Who graduates?
I mean, I think the advantage of the two short-priced horses probably goes to Term Premium, simply because he's only had the one start, whereas the 3 Irish Goodbye has had 3 starts, been favored in every one of them, and failed to get it done for Brad Cox, who wins. So I think it's a negative in him. Term Premium, can he improve of his debut? I'll try to beat them both, the 6 in front runner, but I don't think it's going to be easy.
Megan?
I like Bubster a little bit, the number 3 there for Bruce Levine. Sprint to route for this guy, and I do find he's been, according to the DRF Glocker reports, in good form. You should get a fair price and does have that experience last time out. I think he's going to be able to serve himself well, getting to the dirt and also being able to stretch out in distance.
New York bred maidens in race number 2, about 22 minutes to post. When we come back, look ahead to the marquee event of the weekend, and trainer Chad Brown, along with those 8 Saratoga training titles, 10 Grade 1 Diana victories, and far from done, running a relay team on Saturday in the Grade 1 Duncan Diana.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York bred race against other New York breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
You're watching Saratoga Live. Gorgeous shot in the paddock here on FS2. Great to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon. Of course, come Saturday, Grade 1 Duncan Diana. You'll see it on Fox as we go by the numbers. The Diana, the history, first run in 1939, named after the mythological goddess Diana. Andy knew that. Who was fastest in Italian 4 years ago, blazing 9 furlongs in 145.06. Most wins, 8 have won it twice, including that stunning gray white beam. Most wins by a trainer. This is getting ridiculous. Chad Brown, 10 Diana victories and counting. Leading Diana owner, the number is 6, Rokeby Stable, including Glowing Honor. Diana's all-time leading jockey. Is anyone surprised? Johnny V with 6, rides 5G On Saturday, that's elite. Diana winners to have captured the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf 3 total, including sister Charlie and Johnny V. Diana winners crowned champion. The number is 8 from Shoe V to Rushing Fall to Diana. By the numbers, Andy, the history, the tradition. Somebody mentions this race to Diana. What's the first thing that comes to mind for you?
I mean, I could probably do about a 5-minute dissertation just based on what you said there. You see Peter Brandt winning it around 2018 with Sister Charlie. He won it the first time with Just a Game in 1980. He has some big gaps. He's got a similar one in the Alabama, but also you mentioned Rokeby. Glowing Honor won it twice. Wild Applause won it once. Her turf debut as a 3-year-old. Their dam, Glowing Tribute, also won this race. And you look through and go on the NYRA website and look at the winners. It's like a who's who of who. And my favorite one was Weah, the great Weah beating Pearl Necklace. I think 145 and 2 or 3. Pearl Necklace won it the next year, but that's my favorite Diana, 1978.
Mine get a little bit more recent, but
I was going to say, I wasn't going to ask you to
Has your
expand
parents
on
even
Weah
met in
Just a Game.
1978?
1978, my mom was 5 years old.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
A highlight every summer,
Really
the
old
Grade
enough.
1 Diana. Naturally, it is the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. Here's the field, Grade 1, Duncan Diana. Chad Brown trains 4 of the 7. Dynamic Pricing, Kathy and Marissa, Portfolio Duration, and Suggesta. Kathy and Marissa, 2-1 morning line favorite. This was the Grade 1 New York, day before the Belmont. Megan, Portfolio Duration in front. Kathy and Marissa has every opportunity.
She does, but at the same breath, you can say that Portfolio Duration, while she was on the lead, Kathy and Marissa got kind of I can say a little bit of an overconfident ride. She was wide the entirety of had that ground loss when you're looking at trips between her and Portfolio Duration, but when you really go through the internal fractions of that race, it's not as if Portfolio Duration wasn't pushed along. I believe they went a 46.5. It was quick, and she managed to fight off some nice horses. I do believe, though, Kathy and Marissa does have perhaps maybe a more ground-saving trip in store this time around.
Yeah, I didn't think it was overconfident. I just thought she was victimized by her post. She's way the horse to beat, in my opinion.
Is Kathy and Marissa. All right, what about Suggesta here at Keeneland, Andy, that dead heat with Expensive Queen and Keeneland's Jenny Wiley?
I know she's wanted a 1 1/8. I think a 1 1/8 is stretching it. I haven't loved her races so far this year. This is a race she looked like she had put away, Megan, and she just, ends up getting dead heated. She's not finished mile 16. To be fair, off a layoff, but I wonder if she's a little bit better going shorter, and I prefer others. I think she and Dynamic Pricing are sort of the other Chad Browns.
Right, and it always seems as if though we look back at races and those other Chad Browns come up and run incredibly well, but I do agree with you as far as Suggesta is concerned. She obviously a multiple Grade 1 winner in her own right. I believe 2 out of the 4, 3 out of the 4. She's won 2 Grade 1s of the 4 Chad Brown horses in this race. I'm leaning towards Portfolio Duration. We'll see if there are indeed some showers that end up coming on Saturday. We'll see how that weather plays out, as Dynamic Pricing does love some cut in the ground.
Would not hurt Dynamic Pricing if she were to get some range. Go ahead.
No, just rank the Chads.
I'll probably go Kathy and Marissa, Portfolio Duration, and I'm on the fence, Dynamic Pricing against Suggesta. I think there's a case can be made for Dynamic Pricing. I'll be surprised if Suggesta wins, but I could be wrong.
I'm the same. I'm Portfolio Duration, Kathy and Marissa. I'm Suggesta over Dynamic Pricing.
Owner Seth Klarman, yet to own a Diana winner. We'll see if that changes on Saturday. Maggie Wolfendale is with us. Maggie, welcome to the broadcast. Are we going to ask you about horses not trained by Chad Brown that have the best chance to beat the Chad Brown trainees in the Diana, or are we ranking the Chads?
Oh, we're ranking the Chads because I think it's 90% that Chad gets his 11th Diana win. And it was funny, Lafitte, as you were giving that stat about Seth Klarman, he literally walked right towards me. So I was like, boom, right on cue, my man hitting his mark. But I'm not sure, if you were asking me to rank them, that he gets that win in the Diana, as I too, I like Kathy and Marissa. I thought what Meg said about her trip was telling, in that she was wide. She had some trouble at the beginning of that race too, where it felt like her rider, Jose Ortiz, was kind of searching for where she belonged, because she did take some bumping out of the gate, and he decided to go forward, which is always, I think, the right decision, but then it cost him ground, and she just was never able to save save any ground throughout. And I do have a lot of respect for Portfolio Duration, who really stepped up her game. But I think Kathy and Marissa turns the tables. Now, when it comes to the inside runner, the other Seth Klarman-Klarovich horse in here, Dynamic Pricing, it's going to come down to me, at least, on how she behaves. Because to me, she is always her own worst enemy in the paddock as she gets really revved up and just, she needs to relax and save some energy. So I, as of now, would put her fourth in the Chad Brown ranking and take Suggest a third.
It's kind of a dealer's choice. Good stuff, Maggie. Diana on Saturday. And the first broadcast this summer, Fox Saratoga Saturday. You see the rundown, the biggest races, the best horses at the perfect setting. Exciting summer rundown. All kicks off this Saturday with a Diana. Coverage begins at 2 Eastern only on Fox. When we return, speaking of primetime, trainer Horacio De Paz. It's early, but after a couple weeks and 7 days, a co-leading trainer at Saratoga. His story is next.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
No leaping or jumping in this one. First flat race
that we know of.
the afternoon. That's
Don't speak too soon here, Libby.
Fingers crossed. Yeah. Welcome back, Saratoga Live on FS2. Horses in the paddock, New York bred maidens, a mile from that Wilson Chute. While Term Premium is the 8-5 favorite. You're looking at in front runner Maggie at 4-1. What's he showing you?
Yeah, a horse that faces New York breds in his second start for the first time. And while I think Term Premium, much the horse to beat in here, ran so well in his debut to end up second, I think In Front Runner will run better than what he did first time out. Now, mind you, he ran a figure that's A-OK and fits very well here with his 69 in the slop against Open Company, where Make My Day was able to wire the field. But here against this group, he does fit quite nicely. Now, this mile middle with the kind of dog leg. It's not a true one turn or a two turn. I wouldn't be surprised, though, given the way he ran first time and given the way he looks here in the paddock, if he wants to go a little bit further than this. He just has a very long, rangy type of form to him, and he's fairly laid back, though he's kind of bright in the way that he's acting overall here for Antonio Sano, who always brings some horses to Saratoga and will fire with a long shot. Overall, really well turned out, looks fit, great coat to him. So he does break from that outside post position. We'll see. I don't really foresee him showing any more speed than what he did first time out here at Second Asking. Next, we'll check in with Horacio De Paz's horse, Bakuto, who he needs no introduction. He has gotten off to an auspicious start here to begin the Saratoga meeting, winning 2 on Sunday as well. But Bakuto didn't run that well in his last start, but now he's been away for a while. And if he can improve on the debut at 6 furlongs, I think he might make some noise here, because I don't think this horse wants any part of 6 furlongs, despite being able to be close to the pace. He is a very long and lanky type of horse who is really laid back in the paddock. Now, I did not get to cover his first 2 races, but I did ask Horacio what's he normally like, and he did say that he's always very easy, very laid back. This is very typical for him as he comes in here looking incredibly fit for this return to the races. And as the small short cup cheater blinkers go on with that rail jaw, I would hope that Jimmy Rodriguez is kind of aggressive with him just to be forward. I think that gives him his best shot of winning here for a horse that's already shown he has the ability to do so. So I think he is an interesting 8-1 shot in this maiden. Lafitte?
Yeah, Maggie, dismiss any horse trained by Horacio De Paz at your own risk. We're getting ready for this competitive New York bred maiden affair. I'm fairly certain we described the 6th race on Saturday the same. It was 2-year-old fillies of the New York bred variety, and in the end, it was a filly by the name of Beautiful Carly winning at 35-1. Trained by Horacio De Paz, who's off to a terrific start. 7 starts, 4 wins. Not bad for the trainer from Central West Texas.
Horacio, you grew up in Snyder, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
What is Snyder, Texas like?
Small.
Yeah.
Flat, dry, not a lot of grass, but a lot of country. And it's mostly quarter horses.
Is that where you got the racing bug as well?
I did. I've always been drawn to horses since I was young, just liked horses in general. Drawn to the smell of a horse, too. You know, just little things like that when I got to be around them.
You worked for really great horsemen. What were the things that you took from your experiences with them that you apply now?
A lot of it is honestly like organization.
Yeah.
Communication, how to treat your staff, developing and knowing when can you press on with the horse and when you should back off of a horse.
That's essential. In 2015, Nacho went out on his own,
Yes.
and you assumed his role as the private trainer for Sagamore Farm in Maryland. Did you feel as though you were ready for that?
I'd always given me a goal that, but when I turned 30, that I kind of wanted to step into that role. There's only so much that you can learn being an assistant. And with the schooling that I had, obviously working for Todd, Ignacio, Lucas, Wayne, he likes to give you those one-liners, and he's always going to be the teacher and, school you. And one time we came into work, and I don't know why, I was maybe wearing black jeans or something, and he's like, "What are you doing? You look like you're going to church." I'm like, "I am at church. You preach to me every day."
You got him.
That was
You got to turn the tables on him with that one.
Got that grin on him and stuff. So
Recruiting Ready is way too good, and he's going to dominate in The Bachelor.
When you were out on your own, the horses running in your name, you had some pretty nice horses for Sagamore Farm, Recruiting Ready, but one I want to ask you about specifically is Ginger and Rye.
Yeah.
She gave you your first win, but then also gave you your first Saratoga Stakes winner as well.
yeah, she's very special. She always showed to be a talented horse. The first year we stabled there, we were in Shug's barn, and Clement was across the way too. And here I am with these little Maryland, and Ginger and Rye was a small horse
She
too.
was. Now, was coming to New York always a goal for you, or did it just kind of happen organically?
It just kind of happened.
Yeah.
When I went public, I actually ran into Barry Schwartz, and he was the big push to come to New York. And then we came, and then we ended up winning a stakes with Amundsen.
Yeah.
And then Sharp Star,
Yeah.
she was hitting the board. And then COVID hit. And I was like, oh, this is a good decision. So, anyway, we stuck through it. Barry kept sending horses, and very thankful for him.
You mentioned that it was a goal for you that once you were 30 to have horses in your own name, to be a trainer. What's 40? What's your 40-year goal?
I was hoping I'd just stay 30. It's gone by.
Don't we all?
It's gone by quick. I think at this point, obviously, just trying to grow our business and the clientele. And like I said, when I came here with Barry, we had 4 horses. And this summer, we got up to 45 here at Belmont.
This is not an easy lifestyle. It's 24/7. Why do you get up and do it every morning?
Honestly, you love the process of trying to come up with that nice horse. And they're all projects, and you're all trying to figure out their quirks. I mean, every once in a while, my mom will say, okay, you still going to go to college? And I'm like, no, I don't think I'm going to go to college now. So,
It's off the cards, Mom.
Yeah.
Considering who he learned from, like an Ivy League education in this game, Horacio de Paz, and right on cue, there's Bakudo.
Feels like the speed seemed to get some pressure perhaps from Bubster, but he does look like the inside speed. Is he good enough?
8-1 currently, then Term Premium imposing connections.
Impressive in green last time out. Second dam was New York bred Millionaire Laverdad.
Bubster, second start, first on the main track.
Listen, a total unknown in here, sprinted on the turf, now goes long on the dirt. Meg likes, I like Bruce Levine, who knows?
Irish Goodbye, runner-up, defeated favorite in 3 straight.
He has been finishing his races like distance could suit, though the winner did have a better trip back in April. He still lacks some excuses in those runner-up performances.
In front runner, is this mile distance long enough for him?
We shall see. I know Acacia likes this horse. Antonio Sano, past 5 years with second-timers and dirts routes, 1 for 14.
What am I, chopped liver?
Do you like this horse as well?
Yes.
Want us to answer that question is the question.
Not really.
There's tuning in. Joanne Nielsen's debuting homebred.
First-time star for Jimmy Bond. There's probably a little more turf pedigree. It's funny. I remember this dam. Dane Kobieski trained this horse. I remember seeing her and thinking, what is a Dane Kobieski horse? Man, do I have useless information in my brain.
New York bred maidens from the Wilson Chute started the early pick 5, Andy, and there it is after 7 days. Tied for the lead with Steve Asmussen, Horacio de Paz, 4 wins apiece.
Yeah, and you like to see things getting spread around. I think we've had sensational racing through the first 7 days. The cards this week are very, very strong, and I think strong competitive racing will make it a lot harder for any trainer to significantly separate himself from the pack, or herself, I should say.
And Megan, for his winners thus far, and what's next sounds like a plan. He's in his own. The West Point 26 Black, sensational in the Harvey pack. Beautiful Carly onto the Seek and the Annie towards the back end of the meet.
I was actually in the paddock at Monmouth and was listening to the description of that race, Beautiful Carly's race, in my ear, and it was just madly impressive going back and watching it. But Horacio's on a roll right now. And Steve Asmussen, when he brings the right horses to Saratoga, he competes and does incredibly well. He's got 4 winners, including booked, who we'll see likely in some of those 2-year-old stakes down the road as well.
He's a pretty good trainer.
He's okay.
I think he might make it.
Yeah.
Jose Ortiz, pretty decent rider, having a decent
He's okay.
year and off to a fast start as well here. And he's on your top selection, Eddie, in front runner.
I want to know if Jose had at least one nightmare over the last few days that his brother catches him for the title at this meet. It's in there somewhere, right? Listen, I don't have a big knock on the 2. I don't like that the 4 hasn't sealed the deal, but certainly he's run well in his races. I don't have a big problem with either one of them. But the 6 interests me a little bit, and a horse that, I don't worry about the distance. The mile should be fine. He kind of had some trouble to start and got taken out of the race completely, a bit wide in the first turn. I don't want to get too carried away by gallop outs, but he really did gallop out well. And I just think, coming in with New York breds, this is like that race was kind of a prep, even though it was 4 months ago. But I think he's an interesting alternative.
Back to Maggie trackside.
He is an interesting alternative, that's for sure. I, however, did go to Term Premium because his main competition in number 4, Irish Goodbye, I have my reservations about the mile for him. Now, if he was a horse that projected to be the lone speed and was able to get out there in a comfortable rhythm, maybe yes, but I would just say, judging him physically, he does not look like a horse that longer is better. He's very much your atypical Cairo Prince, who does sire a decent amount of distance types of horses, but they tend to be very long, kind of narrow framed, and he is just broad from his hip to his shoulder and really kind of built downhill, which is usually a indicative of a more sprinting type. Now, I don't know where his speed went last time, other than it was a fairly quick pace, and as he cut back to just a half a furlong, and he was much further back, and he took a lot of kickback. He weaved through horses, and he ran on well. So he's run well, like Andy said, but he just hasn't been able to get the job done, and I do have problems with that. Number 3, Bubster. He debuted on the turf. He's an honest mischief. The dam where she was all turf, too. It's mainly a turf pedigree, and he looks that way, but I will say that getting a little bit more ground makes sense. He does have not so great feet, Lafitte. He has those glue-on shoes, a really wide, flat hoof. So I really see why they chose the surface first time out. We'll see how he does here on the main track.
With a rider in a groove to start the meet, Ricardo Santana, Bubster moving into line. Even money on number 2, Term Premium for Brown. And Flavien Prat leading rider by 1 win over Jose Ortiz. Frank Mirmati with the call, the second race live from the Spa.
In front runner goes in. And the last one is Tuning In. Goes up. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Bubster is going out for the early lead. At the rail, Bakudo is sharp in the early going. And up alongside, Tuning In, moves up to claim that second spot. Term Premium is well spotted, 4th, 4 lengths off them. The 2 trailers in front runner, and Irish Goodbye is at the back of the field. So they run down the back stretch, less than 6 furlongs to go. The opening quarter in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Bubster is the leader by a length and a half. Tuning In is second by the same margin. Bakudo races in third. Term Premium just outside of him, 4th, 4 lengths off the lead. In front runner, Irish Goodbye. Bubster takes him to the half-mile pole. Tuning In gets a little bit of a nudge to try and bridge the gap in second. Bakudo, Term Premium 4th, the half in 47 and 4. It's a gap of 5 back to in front runner and Irish Goodbye. Bubster and Tuning In head and head coming to the quarter pole. Tuning In on the outside. Bubster at the rail. These two are dominating. 7 back Bakudo, Term Premium. Irish Goodbye trying to rally behind them. There's 1 furlong to go. Bubster on the inside. Tuning In up alongside. Bubster leads it by a neck. Tuning In's been trying to get by, and he is really pushing Bubster now. Bubster or Tuning In. Tuning In gradually gets him. Tuning In prevails over Bubster. Irish Goodbye was a distant third in front of Term Premium.
A thrilling battle in the second race, Saratoga. It is the first-time starter Tuning In wearing down Bubster in deep stretch. Wow.
There was a collective sigh of relief from a lot of pick 6 players
This isn't in the
that this
sequence.
race was not in the sequence.
Oh.
Jimmy Bond gets his first win of the meet with a firster, was ready to go first time. A tough beat for your pick, Meg. A good pick. in Bubster.
Megan's as green as her dress.
I am a little bit. I did bet the number 3 Bubster, but Tuning In ran a nice race. It was a race that was dominated on the front end. These horses up on that pace. I did think, the number 1 Bakudo would maybe push along these two a little bit more. Term Premium, though, disappointing, though, one of the main storylines. And Irish Goodbye also shuffled out of that early position at the break.
Yeah, it looks like the 1 came out in the 2, though that's not enough excuse for the performance he put in. And the 4 actually did fairly well, Irish Goodbye, to get third, considering what happened at the start. But I don't think anyone was beating these two.
Here is what happened at the start. Post 4, Irish Goodbye, Megan. Inside comes out, outside comes in.
Classic case of just being shuffled out there, pinched at the break, you can say, takes a pretty significant bump there, and then last. And this horse obviously has shown a bit of more tactical speed. It was kind of a similar position that he took when he was well further back in his last start, and he's one that needs to be a little bit more tactically and forwardly placed. He ran well. Unfortunately, he's the beaten favorite in 3 starts. I believe he was the second choice now, and he's just kind of one of those unlucky sorts, but he did run on well for third.
How about the moxie, the will, the fight that
know.
Tuning In displayed in his debut first day on the job?
Not easy to win first time out, going a mile, and he was ready to go. And we've seen Jimmy Bond have some very good summers up here in Saratoga, primarily stabled here, though this horse spent
home field
the winter
advantage
down at Belmont, and this horse was ready to go. He had some better. Actually, this was a half to still here. That was the Dane Kobieski horse this horse is related to that ran 90 buyers, and actually were 3 foals that ran fairly well in the dirt. It's just tough for me to take them, and like other horses, my horse in front runner, he's an in back runner.
And it's interesting, though. I mean, the DRF Clocker report really spotted the number 7 Tuning In with some nice works, as was the number 8 Bubster getting to the main track. But good for Jimmy Bond, who's not a trainer known for his first-time starters, but certainly ran today.
Over the years, he's had them, but certainly not recently. I'd like to see Upstarts win. I was a big fan of Upstart, trained by the late Rick Violet.
He was tough. He was a brawler, was Upstart. Joanne Nielsen's debuting homebred, Tuning In, locked in. Edgar Zayas finally puts away Bubster, 7-3, 4-2 in the second to kick off the early pick 5.
$1,200,000 right there, $1,200,000.
Baeza gets his moment in the sun in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Chancer Mick Patrick wins the Champagne impressively.
Spectacular display from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Had a fun race to kick off the flat racing this afternoon. Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. I'll talk about parity and spreading the wealth. Trainer Jimmy Bond just became the 47th different trainer to saddle a winner after the first 71 flat races at Saratoga on day 8.
Really remarkable when you think about it, that essentially 2/3 of the races have been won by different people. I like seeing that.
It's also, I think Tom Amos mentioned this last week about how Flavien Prat and Jose Ortiz are still winning a large amount of races for those a sporadic amount of people, and the agents behind that and the magic that it takes and of selecting those horses. But Tuning In, have to, as Andy mentioned it, a grade 1 place dirt sprinter, had a big pedigree and ready to go for Jimmy Bond here on debut.
Horse you selected did everything but win Bubster, but too much Tuning In his debut. To Maggie in the winner's circle.
So pleased to be joined here by winning connections of Tuning In. We have Karen Kuehler and Jerry Nielsen. Of course, we're missing Mom, Joanne, but that's okay. And Jimmy Bond. But Karen, you're just telling me that obviously you guys have your hands all over the pedigree of Kramer, as he's known in around the barn.
Kramer earned his name because he was socially awkward and still is. But he's learned to focus, thank you to Jimmy Bond. And we are so proud. Mom bred Upstart, his sire, and he was the last foal of ours off Sunnyfield Farm. And it's a very proud moment.
It's a great celebration.
Yeah,
it
it's
really
a great
is. And Jimmy and I go back for a long ways in our family. And so we thank Jimmy and his family for all the work he's done.
And it's, I'm sure, a little bit of a long road to get tuning in here, but a lovely pedigree. The dam getting up there in age, but she's thrown some runners. Jimmy, this guy was showing that he could run, especially in his recent works.
Yeah, well, like she said, he's a Kramer, okay? He just doesn't focus, okay? And he's been to the paddock. He probably should have a hay bag in there. He's lived there, okay? In the gate, he just has to do things quite a few times. And he was waiting on this horse a little bit, the jock said, you know. I think he's going to be a really nice horse. He showed us brilliance in the morning, and we're just hoping that we would focus. And, you know, it's so nice to do it in our backyard here. Joanne and Jerry, their mom and dad were so good to me. They're special people.
It's so special to have, obviously, a long line of horses in the pedigree, but also a long line of people being a part of this business, and family is just key.
It sure is. It's everything. And it takes a village and the bonds, and as we've gone a long way.
And we love the breeding business and the horse racing business, and it's been really, really fun. So we got to keep it going for a while.
Yeah.
On to the next one.
Epic. Keep the generations going. Guys, congratulations. Can tell how much this win means to you.
Thank you. This is awesome.
Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you, Maggie.
Really, truly happy for everybody involved here in tuning in. He was tuned in today, Kramer.
Anything but awkward on the track. Tuning in, there are certain wins that they're all going to feel good at Saratoga, Andy, but for the connections that you're going to be a little more proud of the effort, and for tuning in to do that and fight that hard in his debut, tells you what he's made of.
Yeah, I mean, homebreds are exciting, right? For people, they breed them, you know, and I think that makes it even more exciting when homebreds, and we've seen homebreds do very, very well. We've seen a lot of them in the Derby and such, and I think it always makes it extra special when you win, but winning in Saratoga is always special.
I didn't realize is in that interview, her mom had bred Upstart, and now to be able to put those two pieces together as a son of Upstart, being able to get it done here in Saratoga, that was not an easy thing to do, winning against horses that have had the experience edge on him and looked really good doing it in a tenacious battle with Bubster, who will live to fight another day.
But yes, a great selection, near miss. We move on to the next one. Race number 3 coming up in about 20 minutes. Take a look at the field and current odds. $16,000 allowance optional claimer, 7/8 of a mile. Thrill of It is out, as is Metatron's Muse. Megan, who's it going to be?
Well, I was really interested in the 8 Thrill of It as price that kind of scratched out, but leaning towards the number 6 Lucky Dude. But going to have to bring that form over from Parks here for John Kirby. But interesting, though, bringing over here to New York, has the consistent form and getting a square price, I believe, at 7-2 currently.
Synergy here. You two seeing this one similarly?
Yeah, I mean, I think the 5 and 6 are very clearly the main 2 players in here. It doesn't take a lot to see that, I suppose. I don't really like Prince of Bay, but they're going to bet that horse with IRAD. I suppose he's not impossible. Lucky Dude, one of the things I like about John Kirby, the trainer, a lot of these trainers, first of all, you come to Parks, they'll come to New York, they don't win. He wins. Yeah.
He
and
does.
he's 3 for 8 on the dirt in Saratoga over the last 5 years, and it's not easy to come up from out of town and win those races. So I like the fact that he's proven he's won. While Jimmy Ferraro is having a very good year and things are going well for him, he's a trainer who does not win in Saratoga, and I think it'll be interesting to see how some of these horses that come here with good form do, if they can run as well as they have downstate. But he's clearly, to his mark, as the other horse at the very least.
Absolutely. I just feel like also, Andy, cutting him back, I feel like also could be, to me, I'm a little weary, especially for the barn.
He ran very well 2 back at a mile, so I'm not sure why that should be a problem, but we'll see.
Much more on this third race. Start of the early pick 4 here at Saratoga as we introduce last week's Bullet Performance of the Week. Megan, and it is a New York bred. What you talking about?
Wesley Ward is a winner. And this was kind of an interesting race where there was a good amount of speed. Contrary Thinking has come out of some really, really strong performances and just rallied with a tactical trip there. And he was one that was a stakes kind. He's been running against a lot tougher and managed to, I believe, Andy, this was a 98 buyer speed figure that he set in this race.
Yep.
Strong performance.
Back to his good form.
Yeah.
I think he's 6 now, and I think there was a very fair question of whether or not he had kind of lost that good form. But I got to tell you, I talk about it a lot with Wesley Ward. You know, he is not exactly orthodox in his training. You know, he does different things with his horses, but that guy, especially shipping to New York, is deadly.
With a Bullet Performance of the Week, brought to you by Bullet Frontier Whiskey. Get it done. What you talking about? Leaving an impression.
Yeah, no, that was an impressive performance, and I think what may have been, I don't know, it could have been the fastest
Might
buyer
have been, I
figure
think it might
given
have
out
been.
all week here of 98.
Hence the Bullet Performance of the Week. We're stepping aside. Horses coming up in the paddock. They're right behind us for race number 3, 17 minutes out. And for trainer Chad Brown this week, and not all about the Diana, well represented in tomorrow's De La Rose. Will it be a trap? Sand trap. Third start in the States for the Irish filly in the Friday feature at Saratoga.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live on FS2. Brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well.
Moving on up, moving to the front at the top of the stretch. Charlotte's Approval in the center of the course. Ozara is angling out for the drive. On the inside, Spinning Colors fighting on very gamely. Spinning Colors. Here's Ozara. Ozara on the outside and moving on up in between them. 3 of them line up for the wire, and Ozara surges past. Ozara nicely handled by Dylan Davis to win the De La Rose.
Thrilling edition of last year's De La Rose, and Ozara, Dylan Davis emerging victorious.
Yeah, one of 2 divisions in there, and Dylan really earned his way to victory with Ozara in both this race and the Boston Spa, giving her absolutely flawless rides in both races.
She's one that we're going to see obviously coming up in that Diana this weekend, but you're right. I mean, parlayed perfect trip. She got a great trip when she came back at Monmouth when we saw her last.
Yes, she had a
did.
very good trip. Babe ground most of the way. I had bet her last summer, but she was, I don't know if she was best, but she got the best trips, that's for sure.
We touched on trainer Chad Brown, the 4 runners he has in the Grade 1 Diana, seeking an 11th overall win. In the De La Rose, what are we doing with Sand Trap? Her 3rd start in the States, her debut, good as advertised, odds on, and she delivered.
Yeah, I think there's 2 schools of thought with her. I was at dinner with my good friend Mike Beer last night, and he's a fan of hers. I am not. I thought she beat up on a weak field first time out in this country, and I didn't have the ideal setup in the Diana. I mean, not the Diana, just a game. I don't think she did any running, but I may be wrong.
I am on the other line of thinking with her. I think last time out, it felt as if though maybe she was encumbered by horses. She wasn't being able to switch off. She was on the wrong lead, and she just never looked comfortable. I think if we take a look at her impressive victory, she was able to get out in the clear and outside of horses. So I'm hoping she can kind of trip out a little bit better and not be so in behind and uncomfortable. We'll see if she can manage to do so. But this is an incredibly tough field. I do find she does have some real talent, though.
2 other contenders. Number 7, Proctor Street. Number 8, Awesome Check. They'll be eyeball to eyeball in the starting gate. This was last fall. Churchill Downs, November. The Cardinal, Proctor Street, Awesome Check. Andy running 1-2.
I was sorry that Rossi didn't go down and bring the New York bred to win down in Kentucky. That would have really annoyed him down there. But Proctor Street's a good horse. She's been a good horse her whole career for Brennan Walsh, as is Awesome Check. I think more Proctor Street is a big-time player in this race. She's a big player. I have nothing against her. I didn't pick her, but she could certainly win here.
She should have the right setup, too. She comes from off of it. She should have a good amount of pace to run at. I just feel like though maybe it's her running style has compromised her at times as she's run really well. She just hasn't been able to get it done, and Awesome Check's always been one of my favorites. I think this is a good spot for her as a New York bred that does have the tactical speed. She can make out her own trip, and I think that's incredibly interesting for her. I really like her and Sand Trap in this one.
As we look at the Week 3 stakes schedule, and one thing we've noticed, like in the De La Rose, first 3 weekends, the stakes racing, deep, competitive, contentious fields.
No, I agree. We've seen very, very strong stakes. I mean, the Quick Call, I don't know how much you guys have looked at that race on Sunday, but that is an absolute war with 13, only 12 can run, entered for the turf. That is a super, super race, the Coronation Cup. Not as big a field, Cy-Fair making her return in that race.
All coming your way right here on Saratoga Live. To Maggie in the paddock with swag.
Lafitte, also coming your way is the giveaway for tomorrow. It's a Saratoga belt bag, which I have found a new use for. Hands-free mic carrying makes my job a lot easier. So make sure you come out tomorrow with paid admission. You will get your own Saratoga belt bag. It has, actually, I'm going to turn around real quick if we're still on, nice little belts with the horses on it too. So I'm liking mine a lot. This makes my job a lot easier as we'll get into our paddock report and take a look here at number 5, Tiz Marcus, who not gonna lie, it was a little bit of a heartbreaker that he lost the final race at Aqueduct for Jimmy Ferraro. Jimmy Ferraro is like, just lives and breathes Aqueduct. As Andy mentioned, he's had a great year, and the bulk of his success has come at that racetrack. And maybe we were all willing it into fruition, and it just wouldn't happen. But I think everybody standing on the rail that day wanted Tiz Marcus to win, and he almost did. He was chasing the runaway leader, Assume Nothing, the whole way around there. It almost looked like he was going to throw in the towel at about the 8th pole, and then he kind of re-engaged. Maybe the winner was coming back to the field a little bit too, and the winner got to weaving all over the racetrack. So Tiz Marcus had to kind of duck and dive and find other paths very late in the game, but he looks phenomenal yet again physically. Now, a horse that I do like to watch warm up and how they warm him up. I like them to move him around a bit. I think that's what he needs overall, but still looks as though he's doing incredibly well heading into this race here at Saratoga. As we move on to a little bit of an out-of-towner, that's number 6, Lucky Dude, who did come to the NYRA circuit and get a win over the winter. Though, of course, I wasn't on hand for that February 19th race, nor the March 28th one. So I don't have any previous notes on him. He's one of those horses that I didn't love the way he looked when he didn't have the tack on. He looks better with tack on. And he's also a horse that comes off of a win at Parks of a very sloppy racetrack. And he kind of presents himself as one who doesn't mind some moisture in the track, but take nothing away from his record. He is 9 for 49 over a fast track. A little bit light behind. You know, I like my horses to carry that muscle mass across their hind end, and he just doesn't. It might just be him also because he is a 7-year-old. So needless to say, though, Lafitte, when you look at these two horses as they walk literally right in front of me, from the physical sense of things, I much prefer Tiz Marcus.
Tiz Marcus.
And we're just waving.
Over Lucky Dude in appearance for Maggie. By the way, another use for the belt bag. Megan Burgess, you too can go home with a brand new microphone carrier.
Waving to fans as I am yelling, but it is indeed called a belt bag.
Not a.
I'll let you say it.
She asked, when do we get? What about the body bags?
I did pose that question.
I thought it was called a fanny pack.
I thought it was a
that the
fanny
name of
pack,
them?
and it just declined from there.
I'm never.
You
never
call
gonna...
it a fanny pack? We're gonna have 3 people here tomorrow, man.
Dave O'Rourke makes enough fun of me for my merce. I can't possibly have a fit.
It's a high quality
None more than
leather
Dave.
merce.
None more
It
than
is.
Dave.
Is there a giveaway, Megan, that jumps out? You're like, I'm not missing that day because I'm taking home like 14 of those.
Cork pin. We gotta get a corgi pin. Michelle Yu has already texted me that if I don't get a body/belt bag, she's never gonna respond to my messages ever again. So we're gonna get her one.
That guy has Mitch Levitis on his silks. It's kind of interesting.
It's a problem. It's a funny comment, but not when the man is at the switches. Not when Mitch is actually directing the broadcast.
There's nothing he can do to make me any worse than I already am, so I'm on a free roll.
This third race started the early pick 4. Then things get very serious with the pick 6 carryover, 166,000 plus. We will march through each of those races as we get a little bit closer to the 4th race on the Thursday.
Yeah,
card.
it's a very interesting sequence.
It's
and
hard.
It's not
So
one.
hard.
They're certainly not peppered with short prices, whether you like them or not. But there's just no. I don't know where you lean. We'll talk a bit about it. It's an interesting sequence. Listen, it was excruciatingly tough. I was talking to my friend Steve Christ, known as the king of the pick 6 on Sunday, and I asked him about playing, and he said, "You got to be kidding me." And it was tough. So, and I didn't disagree in the way it played out. That one thing, I was happy that it feels like nobody would have hit it. So, and in that regard, nobody missed out on that opportunity.
Get started. Race 4, the pick 6, early pick 4 starts here. Right back to Maggie.
I am pleased to be joined here by John Kirby, who was telling me that he got up at 3 a.m. to come up here, and like you said, it's worked out in the past.
Yeah, that's what we do. Every time we come here, we ship the morning of the race. Yeah, the horses seem to settle in nicely, and no traffic at that hour, so we make it in about 3.5 hours.
Do you ship them yourself?
I do not, but I ride with the horses.
You are very hands-on when it comes to your horses. Talk a little bit about your training approach.
Well, like you said, I like to be as hands-on as possible. I do have a terrific team at Parks that, allows us to run at different places. We run at Parks today also, so they're down there holding down the fort. But yeah, if I can do it, I want to do it. I want to be in the stalls. I'm there at feed time every day. That's how I learn about each individual horse, and I can train them as an individual.
Tell us about Lucky Dude.
He is a cool dude. Kendrick loves him. Kendrick rides him with a ton of confidence. We claimed him the first time for $7,500. I ran him back for $15, thinking no one would take him. He got claimed, took him back for $15 as soon as possible, and he just got good on us.
That's amazing. Very cool. Well, we're so happy to see you here. Wishing you the best of luck.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, John Kirby at 3 a.m. is going to feel a whole lot better if he finds himself in the winner's circle. Lafitte?
Yeah, it is, Maggie. Lots of action at Parks and here at Saratoga. With a call to post for this third race start of the early pick 4, Metatron's Muse out. Smile and say cheese in. 11th start this year. He's been busy.
Has been busy and hasn't been doing a whole lot of running in the process of that. We'll need to take a marked step forward.
Number 2, Sin Nombre, the gelding with no name.
Classic last time was the time we're slipping up the rail at 18-1 to get it done in the lowest level claiming races.
Kunshin Bridge, owned and trained by Matt Kentamasi.
Horse that benefited from getting out of Oaklawn Park, getting up at 11-1 last time out, which I could argue, again, a last time was the time kind of feel.
Maggie liked what she saw from him. Tiz Marcus, the Arkansas bred.
Well, listen, I don't have any argument in being the horse to beat in this race. We'll see if he can bring that form. He's been in terrific form.
Lucky Dude at 7-2.
I do believe this horse will carry some of that Parks form over to this group. He stands solid in here.
Screaming Uncle, number 7, a speedy gelding with Ruben Silvera.
Yeah, and Meg and I were sort of talking about you want a price horse to try to wire the field. It might do worse than Screaming Uncle. We don't love him, but he's not out of the realm of the possibility.
And Princip, 2-1. Rod Ortiz takes over.
This is a specific horse that comes out of a race he won. He won where he was actually at the beneficiary of a fast pace that completely collapsed, and he was able to pick up the pieces. There were 4 next out winners who markedly improved their buyer speed figures.
I want to say something about his last race. That was the Sunday after the Belmont Stakes, and it rained. And that track was sealed for that race. It was a very oddly run race with a huge pace that ended up collapsing. I just feel like, and he's run some good races before, some of his best races might be on wet tracks. I feel like his race was more of a function of the racetrack than anything else.
Battle-tested crew, war horses in this 3rd race, Saratoga. Another look at Andy and Megan's top selection, Lucky Dude. You just heard from trainer John Kirby, and yeah, proving that Lucky Dude can hold his own on this circuit.
Yeah, and to me that's an important thing because Saratoga, man, it is tough up here. As you know, my old friend Harvey Pack used to say, it's not the graveyard of favorites, it's the graveyard of bad handicappers, you know? And if you haven't taken a beating up in Saratoga, it means you aren't a player because the best of them have taken a beating up here. It's what makes winning up here so satisfying. When you leave here and you feel like you've had a good meet, it feels good because it's really hard. And that's true for trainers and owners and riders as well. There are some great riders that have come up here and humiliated themselves, or seemingly, with their results. I don't think it's possible to humiliate yourself in such a tough place. But John Kirby has won here. He's brought 8 horses and he's got 3 wins. That to me says he comes here with a purpose.
Lucky Dude revving his engines. What does the computer think? Wager.
I know I'm a bit of a broken record with this, but these are plays to put you into what the mind of a CAW player is looking at. Their double is the 5 and 9 in Heat, his market, and Principe with the 5, 6, and 7, Ask and Answer, Chester Boy, and Mount Supri in the next race. They're not handicapping selections. They are based on their algorithm of what the line should be and what the chances of these horses winning are in each race. And they're looking at the double payoffs and saying, these are value. And that's what the CAW's players do. I think there's a lot of misconception about CAW play. If a lot of people were to look into side, they would think they're speaking a foreign language because they have bets that don't seem to have any connection to the other ones, and they're strictly based on value. And that's what Wager is trying to do, and offering that opportunity to our players on NYRA Bets.
Database betting assistant providing AI bets for all U.S. tracks, starting 15 minutes to post. Visit nyrabets.com/wager for more information. Over to Maggie.
And while it might be tempting for me to root for number 6, Lucky Dude, after that interview with John Kirby, I am going to pick Tiz Marcus one more time here because, like I said, I love to watch how this horse warms up, and he is moving so well out there. But I totally heed the fact that Jimmy Ferraro has a lot more success at Aqueduct than he does at Saratoga. So taking the favorite with a grain of salt. But I kind of thought the same thing, or I did think the same thing as Meg and Andy brought up when it comes to number 7, Screaming Uncle, that he could be the runaway speed. And one of the first lessons, I think I learned from Andy is that it's easier for speed horses to win at 7 than it is shorter at 6 or 6.5. So that kind of bodes well for this guy who's carrying his weight and conditioning incredibly well here, is very well turned out from the physical sense of things and warmed up nicely. So I think Screaming Uncle poses a long shot danger in this field, Lafitte.
Maggie, thanks so much. This field, even with the absence of Metatron's Muse and the 8 in Thrill of It and subtracting their 65 career starts, these war horses, 249 starts among the 7.
I'm not going to say I need to check your math because I'll just trust you on this one.
You probably should. I promise it's in the vicinity.
These horses are the bread and butter of the game, these old warriors. And they show up and they do their best, and they're a big part of the game. I think you can appreciate all these horses. I know the stakes horses get most of the conversation, but these horses are the ones that show up with their lunch pail and do it week after week after week.
Quickly, pace, who figures to provide speed early on?
I mean, You have to think that Ruben Silvera is going to try to clear with Screaming Uncle. It's not always that easy from the outside, but that's got to be his plan, right?
We'll see if Kunchen Bridge can continue to be ridden aggressively. I feel like that's the game plan for him. And even Tiz Marcus is going to be forward as well.
Yeah, Ricardo does not rate speed horses.
No, he doesn't.
He has forward horses. You can expect him to be forward. Now, he may not be in front, but I don't think Ricardo's looking to take back, especially in the favorite.
Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 3, Saratoga live on FS2.
Last few left to load. Kunchen Bridge is going up now. Here's Screaming Uncle. And fresh off that long shot victory, Princip to the outside stall. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Tiz Marcus had a clean start. On the inside, Kunchen Bridge is showing good early speed. Screaming Uncle is faster than both of them and is up to take command, opening up almost 2 lengths. Then Lucky Dude in fourth, 6 lengths off the leaders. Princip is just outside of him, followed by Sin Nombre, and Smile and Say Cheese is at the back of the field. So Kunchen Bridge comes through to battle with Screaming Uncle. The opening quarter just under 23 seconds flat. Kunchen Bridge along the rail. Pressed by Screaming Uncle. Good setup for Tiz Marcus, who's 2 lengths back, and the favorite coming after the top pair now. A gap of 6 lengths to Lucky Dude, who's in fourth. Princip inching up outside of him, taking that fourth spot midway on the far turn. 45-3. They're going at it, coming toward the quarter pole. And with the perfect trip, Tiz Marcus comes looking for the lead. On the outside of Kunchen Bridge, Screaming Uncle has been softened up. On the inside, Kunchen Bridge is digging in. Tiz Marcus 2 lengths behind suddenly. Sin Nombre is getting into the race. On the far outside, Smile and Say Cheese, 16th pole. Kunchen Bridge by 2.5 to Tiz Marcus. On the outside, Sin Nombre, followed by Smile and Say Cheese. Kunchen Bridge sharp on the front end. Turning away Tiz Marcus, Smile and Say Cheese, and Sin Nombre.
Running them off their feet. Wow. 12-1 an upset to kick off the early pick 4. Kunchen Bridge and Manny Franco for Matt Cantamasi.
Gotta love the aggressive ride from Manny Franco, sending up inside of the number 7 down the backstretch with Screaming Uncle, and another horse that people are probably happy wasn't in the pick 6.
He got a great trip, as you mentioned, forwardly placed. He's one that really watch these horses that are stagnant in places like Oaklawn. He's been able to really come into his form. We've seen horses do it coming up to New York. Beau Draw won impressively last week. This horse putting together back-to-back victories and also being more aggressive in doing so. I thought last time was the time to get him, but he ran today.
They really go that fast?
Yeah, I was confused, Lafitte. I had forgot it was 7 and not a mile, and that's why I was talking about the pace. And it makes a lot more sense in there. And listen, we've seen, speed do well so far. Are we looking at a track that's favoring speed? It certainly hasn't been the case since the first day we raced.
Right.
But, there's Matt Cantamasi.
How about the start for the Cantamasi brothers?
Yep, winning races.
Both.
And this horse, listen, he's in good form. And nice to see Manny get another win here as well, and a good aggressive ride by him.
Kunchen Bridge at 12-1. Had something left. The others, you could tell, Megan, the riders were encouraging, and Manny still had a lot of horse underneath him.
They created that separation up front, and it seemed as if though that was what was ultimately best for Kunchen Bridge, and it's been best when he's been able to do his best running. Matt Cantamasi, I don't believe he won a race at Oaklawn Park, if I'm not mistaken. He really struggled this winter, and it's nice to see him getting back into the winner's circle, and of course this horse getting back to his best form.
Complete non-effort from Lucky Dude.
Yeah.
You could see midway down the backstretch that he was giving Kendrick nothing. Kendrick was asking. He had nothing. And Principe, I guess a little bit of the Irad Ortiz factor, did little running as well.
You had him pick third, Kunchen Bridge. A solid effort from the favorite. Tiz Marcus just wasn't reeling in Kunchen Bridge on this afternoon.
I think Tiz Marcus basically came close to running his race. He just was second best today. Kunchen Bridge took a step forward. Maybe the rail's good today.
9th lifetime victory, 4-5-2-3. Matt Cantamasi, Manny Franco teaming up Kunchen Bridge in another upset in the first 2 flat races at the Spa on this Thursday afternoon. Pick 6 is next, but first, results, reaction after Kunchen Bridge takes down the third.
In the racing game, there's always a dark horse. This is Proxy. Not just a dark horse. He's a tall, dark, and handsome horse. 2 wins at 2.
Here comes Proxy!
2 turns after that. Big days, bright lights.
All class, Proxy!
His first yearlings are selling now. Move over to the dark side.
Monmouth Park's main event is Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $400,000 guaranteed pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes races. First post is 12 noon. It's all Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x. Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
What if you didn't just watch horse racing, but own the moment? With Bond Racing Stable, you can experience the thrill of ownership without the full cost or commitment. It's easy in a racing partnership with Bond Racing Stable. They do all the work while you get access to the backstretch, morning workouts, the paddock, and the winner's circle. Whether you're new to racing or a lifelong fan, Bond Racing Stable makes it easy to get in the game. Don't just bet on the race, get in the winner's circle. Contact Bond Racing Stable and ask about a racing partnership today.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live. We're proudly brought to you by Naira Betts, but any track, anywhere, anytime. Hopefully, you had Kunshin Bridge, who at 12-1 returns a nice profit. As I'm pleased to be joined here by winning trainer Matt Kantamasi. And Matt, a horse that you've gone into the claim box for 3 times. What is it about this horse that you love so much?
Before he showed us so much heart, we even tried allowance other than with this horse, and he finished second here a couple summers ago. And I think he was never $10,000 or $8,000 horse, but it depends how the race goes for him. And I believe today he's in his best shape of his life.
He looked physically fantastic. I saw you give him a little kiss in the winner's circle too. Obviously a barn favorite.
Yeah, he's favorite and he's dappled. When you look at him, you are happy. You become happy. Like even you have something else to deal with. You see healthy horses in the barn, then you forget everything else.
That is so true. As Winston Churchill said, there's something about the outside of a horse that's good for the inside of a man. What about you, your brother, total family type of business? Does it ever become a little bit of a rivalry at all? I feel like you guys are so supportive of each other, though.
Recently, whatever we run together, I beat him. I finished second, he finished fourth. I win a race, he finished fourth. So I tell him, hey, you don't get lucky against me. But of course, he's doing great. And this year, we didn't want to mix things because I just joined to New York back. I leave him alone. I do my things. A little bit smaller barn I have. And, you know, when we focus on the horses we have, this is the result we get.
Absolutely. Keep up the fantastic work. And I want to see another head-to-head matchup.
Maybe soon. Thank you.
Backhand versus Ilkay. Who gets to the winner's circle? But good for him and Kunshin Bridge. Lafitte?
Yeah, Maggie, so easy to root for. Sounds like we say it often. This time we actually mean it. Matt Kantamasi, Kunshin Bridge, and yeah, make it 72 flat races, Andy, at Saratoga in the first 8 days. 48 different trainers have saddled winners.
Exactly 2/3. We'll see what happens later today.
Kunshin Bridge, no catching him today, Megan.
Nope, but this horse is in great form, big price. Again, looking for horses that have reimagined themselves and continue to train out of maybe getting in some of their winter stagnant ways, especially on a track down south where I could really see horses doing that, kind of shuffling back, training, racing over the same surface. He's really woken up.
Like you said, pick 6 players. Probably relieved neither of the first 2 flat race results that they weren't in the sequence. This one is. It gets serious now. 21 minutes out, pick 6, $166,000 carryover. a challenging sequence, Andy. One that we have about 9 horses per race, no favorite, shorter than 5-2 on the morning line, included 4 maiden races.
Right, you've got 4 maiden races. One of them, the 5th race, are 2-year-olds going 5.5 furlongs. First time on the turf for all of the runners except for one, the 13 who gets in off the AEs. It's a very interesting horse getting in off the AEs. It even complicates it some more. And there is no heavy favorite, at least in the morning line. And we were kind of looking through it this morning, Meg, and I think we all kind of agreed maybe the horse who will be the biggest favorite in the sequence is the 7 Palacios in race number 8. Going out for Will Walden with Irad Ortiz.
And that's a favorite that I feel like my stance on it, how I would play this is I'm not leaning on the favorite in that race. I think there's many horses that can come up and beat him. I think he's going to be the horse to key in on as far as making your opinion, whether you're all in him or not, and I'm against.
Yeah, and I think another, go ahead.
No, just this competitive of a sequence, what would your what's your strategy when you're dealing with a sequence like this?
I'm not a I understand why people are always looking for the single, especially if you're making tickets on TV. You know, you need a single to keep it within budget. I get all that, but my feeling is go in with friends. You know, if you have $100 to invest or something, find 3 friends to put $100
What if you don't
each.
have any friends?
Well, even I find friends to do it with Lafitte, so maybe you could, though I am your only friend. But, you know, 25% or 20% of a winning ticket's a lot better than, you know, 100% of a losing ticket. And it's also fun to play with friends and those things, but it's hard. I mean, I think another horse people might look at heavily is Addy Girl in race number 6. Irad's riding. She'll probably be one of the bigger favorites in the sequence, but that's a wide open race as well.
It is.
This is a very, very tough sequence to narrow down. I mean, race 5, how many do you have to use there? You got half the Casa Creed Beach Life. You got the 3 who's got plenty of pedigree that's working well on the turf. You've got the 4 with plenty of pedigree for Bill Mott. You got the 6 is working well. The 7 has pedigree. The 13 gets in. I mean, that's a wildly wide open race.
I think if I were approaching this, number 1, don't go at it alone. Number 2, it's easier as far as being able and trying to put forth that kind of investment to do it and diffuse it out. And 3, I would spread in those maiden races. There are a lot of unknowns, and you have to discern your opinion on favorites that you want to either support or get up against when you're getting into those tricky races later on in the sequence.
Yeah, and I mean, that's like I advocate Steve Chris. ABC method of playing multiple tickets. He hit it the other day, I think for 17,000 with the C and 5 A's.
Yeah.
And the horse, the whole idea behind that is you are really smart in 5 races and completely wrong in the other one, you still have a chance to win, and that's the way that works out. This is a tough sequence. I wish people the best of luck, but this is a serious challenge.
Where's Steve? Get him on the broadcast as we get closer to the pick 6 here at Saratoga. That's coming up next. 18 minutes out. $166,000 carryover. And then this weekend at Monmouth Park, signature race, the Naira Betts Haskell. You're looking at the morning line favorite. Further ado, what a performance in the Bluegrass. Came up empty as the favorite in the Derby, responded well, and now the favorite for Saturday's Naira Betts Haskell.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Them Cyberknife and then Taba, they turn for home. It's Jack Christopher in front. Howling time. Taba switches to the outside, and he's now putting in a strong bid. And here comes Taba. Taba in the center of the track with good-looking strides, squares off with Cyberknife. Cyberknife takes the lead. Taba going with him. These two in a thriller. Cyberknife just in front, and Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell.
And Cyberknife has just sired his first winner, Velvet Beretta, July 9th, Ellis Park. But that was Cyberknife at his best in the Haskell Owl Gold Cyberknife, trained by Brad Cox.
Also, well, Al actually sold Napoleon Solo after. Sounds like they made him an offer he couldn't refuse. I get that.
Exactly what it
Cyberknife is
sounded
a
like.
really, really good horse. I mean, he obviously got a great ride in that race as well. I thought his Breeders' Cup Mile, where he narrowed defeat to Cody's Wish at Keeneland, was an exceptional
That was the
effort.
best race to me of his career.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought he ran super that day. He was a good horse.
Also an Arkansas Derby winner, again trained by Brad Cox. And Brad Cox has a serious player in this year's Naira Bets Haskell. As you look at the field of 7 mile and an eighth Naira Bets Haskell. Further ado, 2-1 on the morning line. Just didn't show up in the Derby. The actual post-time favorite after that blowout win in the Bluegrass. Nice bounce back at Churchill in the Mount win.
He's obviously a horse with an enormous amount of talent, but I'm starting to wonder if he's a horse that overcomes any kind of adversity. He's got a little of that to honor and serve in him. We've seen other horses like that a little bit, you know.
Fierceness until he proved us otherwise.
I think fierceness was an enormous talent. And in general, he didn't overcome adversity that well. He got a little better later in his career. But still, I mean, and he's obviously good, but I don't know about you, Meg. I don't love the inside draw. I don't want to split hairs, but it feels like that puts him a little more under the gun.
It does put him under the gun, and he's one that's going to have to prove it. We saw his brilliance showcased on Keeneland, showcased at Keeneland, and I think Iron Honor is going to run well out of that Preakness. I think he did get a perfect trip. He didn't really face as much adversity in that Preakness Stakes, but I do think that he's got to move forward in him as we obviously turn back and get to see it.
Exiting the Preakness, Iron Honor and Napoleon Solo dictating up front, Andy. They would not catch him in the middle, jewel of the Triple Crown at Laurel Park.
There's always something sort of satisfying because there was reasonable speed signed on in this race, including the first two finishers. And after the Derby, so many people were saying, oh, it's going to be another meltdown. Right. How can his speeds last? And you know that's just the way racing goes. People get a little more timid about setting their speeds that hard. And you know something else? They were the two best horses in this race. Napoleon Solo finally got a chance to train before that race and was training well for it. His Champagne as a 2-year-old, in my opinion, was the best 2-year-old race run anywhere in the country last year.
You're exactly right as far as the pace not collapsing as it did in that Haskell, but I do think that Iron Honor finds himself another trip. He's getting freshened for this out of that Preakness. He comes out of that Keywood that we obviously saw a lot of good horses come out and run from, including Napoleon Solo, and I think he trips out in the right way. We shall see. Napoleon Solo is going to face some other pace pressure, including Further Ado, and I think that's going to compromise Further Ado.
Well, I don't understand why he's underestimated given what he's done. Napoleon Solo, a Champagne winner at 2 and now a Classic winner at 3. The Puma didn't have a chance to compete on the first Saturday in May in the Kentucky Derby, but it felt like he had a lot of steam behind him going into the Derby and proved he can mix it up with the best of this generation.
His Tampa Bay Derby and his Florida Derby were exceptional performances in a short period of time. I thought he was a big-time player in the Derby. I guess the question, Meg, is if you trust him in a spot like this coming off the layoff.
Really, really tough. You've got horses with recency on him, but he's been doing really, really well down at Gulfstream, bringing him back for this race. This has been the plan since he was taken out of the Kentucky Derby. I feel like they announced very shortly after that they were pointing to this race. And he's another that he can come from further off of the pace. He can really negotiate the right kind of tactical trip.
Luis Saez takes over on the Puma. Javier Castellano healing up after being involved in that fall opening day here, hopefully back in action in the next week and a half or so.
Yeah, I hope so. I texted him last night, actually, and he said he's starting to feel a little bit better.
Excellent
We miss him. We want Avi to get back soon. It's tough. It's tough for any rider to get injured any day, any time of the year, but especially in the beginning of Saratoga.
As you look at Arabian Power, trained by Brad Cox, looking for a third win in the Haskell on Saturday, Maggie, but focusing on Chester Boy, number 6 at 4-1 from Miguel Clement. What can you tell us?
Well, Chester Boy is a horse who, when he cut back to the mile, which is the distance he belongs at, he encountered a good bit of traffic problems down the lane there at Aqueduct back on June 26th. He was slow away, which didn't do himself any favors, which seems to be his MO. But then he tried to split horses. Then he had to be steadied, and he could never really find a clear path there. And then we saw him have a pretty big gallop out as those blinkers went on for the first time in that last start. Now, I still think this is the absolute perfect spot for him, a mile on the turf. I just hope that he can, find himself a little bit more of a forward position so he doesn't have so much to do as we do see Manny Franco taking over. He looks great here yet again. A little bit more fired up than what I've seen from him in the past, as he's been kind of kicking the stall as they've been trying to get the tack on him. But I want to give him another shot with a cleaner trip, hopefully, this time around. Another horse that I think is worth another shot, who is dropping for the first time, is number 7, Mount Sopris, as he is second off of a layoff, and a horse that ran in some pretty decent maiden special weights on the NYRA circuit for Tom Proctor last year and didn't totally disgrace himself. And then last time, as he was coming in off the bench, he was sent hard from that inside post position, and then he kind of had to be taken in hand by Kendrick because there were a lot of other riders that were pretty intent on getting to the lead. It was a quick pace in what was a fairly strung out field, and the pace kind of came apart in the end. I think Mount Sopris more fit, more together, gets Lasix this time around, gets a little softer company. I think he does make a good deal of sense. Looking at him here in the paddock, a horse that from 2 to 3 has done well physically, but more importantly, mentally, as he was a little bit of a green type in those 2 efforts. Lafitte?
A more focused Mount Sopris, Maggie, to be ridden by Kendrick Carmouche. Riders marching in to the paddock. Live look. Chad Brown, Flavien Prat. Well, Brown is won 10 Dianas. Prat, a streak of his own, looking for a 4th straight Diana on Saturday. Megan, we talked about all the parity amongst the trainers saddling winners at Saratoga. Not necessarily the case with the riders up top.
No, they're getting put on the right horses. They're being able to, especially with Jose Ortiz, I've been really impressed with some of the trips he's been able to carve out. And also, it's incredibly interesting when you talk to these jockeys about how they don't always remember, oh, I won, the Belmont Stakes, the Kentucky Derby. They're going back and they're wanting to better those rides that maybe they didn't give 100% on. And I think that's the most impressive thing when you're surrounded by world-class talent like we are here in Saratoga.
World-class talent is rider Rod Ortiz says, I'm giving you guys a 6-day head start and that's it. 6 days this season and that's it. He'll ride Arabian Power. Everyone geared up for this pick 6 and the carryover starts right here, right now, 7 minutes out to the 4th race. And circling back to Chester Boy, number 6. This is what Maggie was talking about. His latest appearance, that was closing weekend Aqueduct, 3rd career start. He dropped in class, Andy. Chester Boy, far back, finds his best ride, and then runs into an absolute roadblock.
Yeah, the rider overcommitted to the inside and got himself into a big jackpot. He's in those blue silks behind horses in the 2-path now inside of 2 others. It just gets completely sort of stymied down the stretch. I didn't bet him. A couple of friends of mine did. They had a right to be furious. Gets a rider switch to Manny. Yeah, I believe he was best in this race, and I didn't like him. He was probably best in there. The problem is twofold. First of all, he was 6-1 last time, and it was a softer field. Now, I don't think there are any killers in here, but there's a lot more going on in this race than last time. I picked him, but I might be falling into a trap of taking a horse that should have won last time against weaker and now meets a tougher group. Now, the favorite, Arabian Power, I just don't trust this horse. He doesn't finish his races. And you can say a mile. Well, he's been favored 2 straight times with Irad and Brad Cox. And I also think with other potential speed. You got to think He's a Piper's going to go. And I'll tell you something about He's a Piper. He's not the most ridiculous long shot.
No,
because
I picked him.
Cleared from post 12 last time against a significantly better field and set a very fast pace. I don't think that's going to happen again today. He could be in front in a more tepid pace.
As you look at Franklin Delano, trained by Todd Pletcher, and what do you know? Starting to win races here at Saratoga.
Gee, hard to believe. I so thought his career was over. he's come up here before on a bit of a cold streak, and listen.
And then everything changes.
I don't care who you are. You're going to have bad runs in this, the best of them even. And, turned it around very quickly, as he often does. I like this horse. I don't love that he doesn't finish, but he's absolutely a player. And right now, I would say, Meg, that the 9 at 5-1, the 6 at 9-2, these horses are pretty square prices.
Absolutely, especially I agree with you on the front of going against the current favorite of Arabian Power. I'm all in on the number 4. He's a Piper. Mark likes this horse on the grass. He's got excellent numbers with those turf riders the second time around, and he does have key, which is speed.
Yeah, I didn't pick him, but I think the 4 could easily be. He's the most likely real upsetter in this race. I guess the wacky horse is the 3, Alley Oop, who has plenty of turf pedigree.
Huge.
At 17-1. Let's meet the field. Carryover gets started here in the pick 6. Arabian Power, Rat Ortiz aboard.
He's going to have to try to win this one rating in all likelihood, and he's failed twice at short prices with good trips.
Algero pictured with Flavian Pratt.
Dubious of the change in surface from this barn, but does make sense in some of his priors.
Touched on the pedigree with Alley Oop.
He's a weird throw-in with a big pedigree that kind of had an excuse first time out.
He's a Piper, flash speed, better post this time.
As I mentioned, well drawn, has the speed. Trainer does well in this spot.
Back to turf, asked and answered.
Ran against significantly better in the 2 turf races, didn't do much running. My one concern is he ran 6 days ago in the dirt. He was 5-2, and he did not run a step, but he's not impossible.
Chester Boy needs clear sailing today.
As we've mentioned, he's had that adversity. Is he going to be good enough to get it done today?
Mount Sopris, Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, this is not a trainer that has had much success in New York over the last couple of years.
Minotaur by 3-time Grade 1 winner Raging Bull.
We'll see if we can get a better trip. He has been facing some decent horses in his priors.
He needs pace, but he
does.
had a monster trip 2 back. It was very wide last time at Keeneland.
And finally, Franklin Delano, Johnny V, Todd Pletcher.
I think, Johnny's got to find the right trip. He's got to leave. Now, he's faster than Minotaur. He's, I'm looking at the horses sort of inside of him. He's probably faster than the 7. He's got to clear over and try to be the stalker in this race outside of He's a Piper to have a chance to win. You do not want to get in a disadvantageous position early. A lot of money coming in the 5, who I'm
a bit shocked by that.
I respect and understand why people like him. I was worried about his last race, and I don't know how much running he did in those turf races, but there's no denying he was running against horses in a completely different galaxy than who he's running against today.
And sometimes when horses do that and are against better horses, those speed figures can kind of float up to match those groups, and I feel like that's the case with him.
It's the nature of turf racing, and I would like to see turf figures done in a completely different manner, because a horse that gets beaten 15 lengths in the dirt would probably get beaten 5 or 6 in the turf, and your figures are so dependent on who you're running against, especially when you're an also-ran. Not if you're a horse who's doing well, but we'll see it all the time. You'll see a horse that's like an 85 sort of allowance horse, runs to the Diana and gets a 95.
Those assistant starters await the runners in this 4th race. First leg of the pick 6 at the $166,000 carryover. Another look at Arabian Power. Was not and also ran in his most recent. Was last month facing similar Churchill Downs here, Megan. Arabian Power in front throughout and does everything but win.
He's had the same story in both of his route races on the grass. He's forward, gets on the pace. He hasn't had monstrous paces that he's set. They've been pretty moderate to average, and he just hasn't been able to get it done. I don't love the horses as far as the ones that have beaten him coming back to run. They tried getting the blinkers on him too back on the 28th of May as far as trying to finish the job. Still didn't work out with him. And to me, a much weaker group last time out at Churchill.
Well, I also think, general, anytime you lose as the favorite, especially without a significant excuse, it's a knock on a horse, right? They're losing races they were supposed to win. And then when it's Brad Cox or Chad Brown or Todd Pletcher, the top trainers, I think it's an even bigger knock on him. And this guy has failed. Could he win? Sure.
But he did run well.
He ran fine, but I don't think he's worth 2-1. I think he's a massive underlay.
Inside post for Arabian Power. Maggie, the favorite, 2-1 to the outside. What are you seeing from Franklin Delano?
I tried 2 back with Franklin Delano, but I suppose maybe he just needed a start coming in off the bench, though not something you necessarily expect from Todd Pletcher's horses, but he has strengthened up a bit, not a lot, a modicum of muscle mass has been put on since that first start back to now the third, but the blinkers do go on this guy who does have a bit of early speed. You would think that he projects to sit right outside of your current favorite down on the rail, Arabian Power, whom I can't fault at all physically, but I totally heed what Meg and Andy were saying about him, and it makes sense. But at 9-2, also what Andy was saying, I think Franklin Delano makes a lot of sense here at that price. So checking all the boxes as he does get that little bit of drop in class. Now Minotaur, as Andy was saying, has had some trips in his last 2, and a horse that was kind of the one that caught my eye when he first came in the paddock. He's big, striking, big white face to him, white legs. There's a lot of things that will make a girl say, ooh, pretty pony, and he's got all of them. So, of course, my eye was kind of drawn to him. But still, I think that you can make a case for him. I don't know if less ground is necessarily the answer, only for the fact that at a mile, you generally are guaranteed a faster pace for him to hopefully close into, because he is a very kind of long, stretchy horse. You can see it there. He's kind of long from pole to tail. There is a lot of him. Really well turned out for Danny Gargan, whose horses are typically well turned out. I wouldn't just totally dismiss him at a big price, maybe one to use underneath, Lafitte.
Maggie, we've seen prices in the first couple of flat races this afternoon. Saratoga, good crowd on hand kicking off this week 3 Saratoga. Horses crossing over to the turf course, and they'll file into that gate momentarily. Andy, I get the sense that if you were playing the pick 6 and you didn't have number 3 Alley-Oop on your ticket, it'd be bugging you a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think if this thing blows up early, obviously the 2 longest shots aboard, the 3 and the 8, but I think there are things to say that maybe they're not impossible. Likely winners, probably not, but outrun their odds. Because Alley-Oop is a fold of horses that have run well on the turf. Maggie and I were talking about this horse first time out. He threw his head at the start and lost all chance. We don't know who he is.
Right.
And he's not meeting any killers in this race. We've seen, the horses we've seen are okay. And also the 8 Minotaur that we talked about. Louis Saez is going to have to work on the right trip with him, and he's slow. He's going to need the race to kind of fall apart. But his races are a little bit better than they look. He's had some trips.
Big price, 23-1 into his outside. Megan, your top selection. Gorgeous aerials and scenics on this Thursday at Saratoga. He's a piper for you, and expecting him to control right from the beginning.
Absolutely. Back on June the 5th on his debut, a disadvantageous post. He was wide. They used that good early speed. The pace fell apart. It was dominated by more tactical closing types, and then he weakened. It was a very firm course. The rails were at 0, and I just think that he takes another step forward. He does have some dirt underneath in that pedigree, but Mark Casse and turf routes, second-timers in Saratoga the past 4 years, 25%, 3 for 12, and 7 of those horses have come in the money, and he's had a $3.45 $2 ROI. So it's not as if they're getting bet insurmountably. It kind of gives a similar profile to this horse.
They're coming for this pick 6. Right now, we're just dollars short of 6 times the carryover. There's 980,000 bet today. They really came for this pick 6, and we'll see. And good luck if you're playing.
Challenging sequence.
Yes, an incredibly challenging sequence. You hit this thing today, I don't care if it chalks out. You deserve to hit it. This is a tough one.
Best of luck. Pick 6 starts here. Arabian Power, the favorite at 2-1. Game face on. Arad Ortiz, game face on aboard Arabian Power. To Frank Miramati with the load and call. Race 4 from the Spa, live on Fox Sports 2.
Thank you, Lafitte. Coming up on $1 million in new money today. There's Mount Sopris going up. He's a piper. Total pool closing in on $1.2 million. Franklin Delano for the Allen stable in those familiar silks. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Franklin Delano is hustled up from the outside to vie for the early lead, along with He's a Piper and Arabian Power. As expected, sprints through on the inside. The pace is lively. Arabian Power wants to lead and gets it from He's a Piper in second. They are followed by Franklin Delano. Chester Boy is down at the rail, a joint third. Mount Sopris is next. They're followed by Alghero. Minotaur is toward the back of the field with 2 behind Alley-oop, and Asked and Answered, 23-2 for the leader, and that leader is Arabian Power with a 2.5 length lead on He's a Piper in second. Chester Boy tucked in, turquoise colors in third. They're followed by Franklin Delano fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. Mount Sopris is next, then Alghero, the half in 47 seconds flat. In behind Alghero comes Minotaur. Alley-oop is down at the rail. Asked and Answered continues to trail. Rounding the far turn with Arabian Power, the target. He's been left alone at the rail. Chester Boy's had a good trip. He's angling out now. Mount Sopris is on the scene with the yellow cap. He's a Piper, drops out 1:10.3, top of the stretch. And Chester Boy on the outside is up to take the lead. Mount Sopris in the center of the course. Arabian Power down at the rail. And then Alghero trying to pick up some pieces and doing just that. It's Chester Boy by 3. Alghero with a late run to make it interesting. Here's the line. Chester Boy by 3/4 of a length over a hard-charging Alghero. Then it was Mount Sopris in third. And the photo for fourth involved Minotaur and Franklin Delano.
No such traffic issues on this afternoon. Clear sailing for Chester Boy at 6-1. Well done, Andy. Manny Franco, second win on the afternoon to kick off the pick 6.
I'm going to say well done, Manny.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is not a horse that figured to be as close as he was necessarily.
Yeah.
And boy, did Manny do a great job of getting that pocket trip. Your horse, you knew you were cooked when he didn't go to the lead.
Yeah.
Irad did what he's supposed to do. He just didn't have any horse. This horse was best.
This was always a horse you had to include on your ticket. He was able to obviously overcome adversity on debut. It gets the perfect trip, and Chad Brown was right to put the number 2 Alghero on the turf. So don't argue with him there.
Let me tell you something. Chad Brown not dying to put Bernardini dams, horses with Bernardini dams on the turf. But this horse ran well. But this is funny because this race kind of collapsed.
It did.
Maggie mentioned in the paddock, looking at Chester Boy, don't be surprised if he might be closer today. She said he was fired up, said he was kicking the side of the stall there, and we saw a more aggressive version of Chester Boy this afternoon.
And he was a shockingly good price at 6-1 in this race. I think a lot of people kind of outsmarted themselves. They took the approach of, you know, he lost last time. He should have won last time. I don't want him today, but he showed he should have won last time. And Manny got his second win on today's card in just 3 flat races, is riding incredibly well. I think he's got 8 wins now on the meet, which is pretty good when you consider there's 2 guys with 30.
It's very good. I think the key to this race, Lafitte, is being able to discern that this favorite was not one that, to me, was worth playing.
Well, the favorite we didn't like, and he I mean, he was. Can't blame Irad. He went. You know,
he got the perfect trip.
I mean, they went a little quick, but this horse was right off the pace. The one, Arabian Power, is just a horse that's not that good, and this horse from Miguel. You know what? If you're Miguel, you think, okay, well, it was frustrating last time, but it's nicer to get that win in Saratoga.
Yeah,
you know?
This feels okay. I'm okay with this.
Sometimes it works out. Frequently, it doesn't. When you lose when you're supposed to win, usually the next race is a debacle.
We'll see if he gets picked up. He's a
no
$100,000
such issue,
tag.
no debacle on this afternoon. Those phone calls you love to receive or make. After a win here, Miguel Clement had Chester Boy cranked up and ready to roll. The Dat Stable homebred. Good late charge from Alghero, 6-2, 7-8. Chester Boy at 6-1 here. Manny Franco in this 4th race to kick off the pick 6 at Saratoga. Results when we come back. Reaction and cross country out west. Look at that shot. Tomorrow, opening day from the Del Mar Thoroughbred Club will be on site and looking ahead to the traditional opening day feature, the Oceanside. You're watching Saratoga Live on FS2.
For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature. Trusted since 1926. Steel.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on. Running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward. It is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Off and running in the Pick Six. Welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. The Pick Six gets started with a 6-1 shot. Chester Boy, who you had on top.
Yeah, you know, just got a really nice trip, but he was close to a pace that really completely fell apart. I mean, your horse, Meg, you knew you were done in the first turn.
Oh, I sure did.
Because once he didn't clear the lead, it's just not possible for him to win that race. Arabian Power just not that good, but boy, Chester Boy paid almost $16. He was the forgotten horse.
Big.
He was the forgotten horse. Sometimes horses just get lost.
To Maggie in the winner's circle with winning trainer Miguel Clement.
That's right, Lafitte. And we were just saying, Miguel, very unlucky in the race before. Today, so much more tactical, and it paid off dividends.
Yeah, without a doubt, today he had a smooth trip, and he's got a bit of ability, so it's rather exciting.
And he finished up well. A horse that's physically kind of really built for a mile. Is this his true trip?
Yeah, I'm not sure. He ran a mile 3/8. He was unlucky with the pace that day. I think he's versatile. He's still trying to learn a little bit, and I'm not sure what his distance ideal is, but that's okay. We'll figure it out.
Now, Saturday, you're taking on the four-headed monster known as Chad Brown in the Grade 1 Diana with Ozara. What can you tell us about her? Miguel, I know up north of the border at Woodbine last time, things didn't go accordingly, but I thought her first race back of this year at Monmouth was pretty good.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's a filly she needs to be ridden forwardly. Every time you take her to the back, she doesn't quite pan out. She gets disinterested. We experienced that in the matriarch and also the other day. Just bad luck. But every time she's forwardly placed, she runs great. I think she's 3 for 3 here at Saratoga. We'll try to beat the four-headed monster, which is never easy. And I'm sure plenty of people will be supporting us.
Do you feel as though that Jamie Rodriguez is the right rider for her to get that kind of trip?
Yeah, I hope so. We're drawn on the outside, but it's a small field. There should be a little bit of speed. And I wish we were drawn inside. It's my only negative about everything. Nevertheless, you can't control that. They're doing well. You got to go for it.
Excellent. Well, best of luck with her, and congratulations here with Chester Boy.
Thank you very much.
All right, Chester Boy, Manny Franco. He is got the hot hand as he gets the win, breaking his maiden today.
Yeah, Maggie, 2 wins thus far. Miguel Clement with the win here gets to celebrate this one, and then, tackling the relay team trained by Chad Brown with Ozara in the Diana on Saturday.
Yeah, she's a nice horse, Ozara, but she's going to have her running shoes on to win that race.
And she's been, as we mentioned earlier, the beneficiary of some pretty delicious trips. We'll see if she can manage it. And Chad Brown, to me, is the only person that can really beat himself in that race. He's strong, and ultimately, we'll see if we do get a little bit of cut in the surface. Ozara could also be one of those horses that kind of makes or breaks her as well. Not makes or breaks, but I believe she's one that's been able to run well over it.
We have time. We have a couple of days. Live on Fox is a Grade 1 Duncan Diana a little bit sooner. The 5th race, Saratoga, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home to #1 sires into mischief, Omaha Beach, Vacoma, and Yaupon, the leaders of their sire classes in 2025. This pick six sequence, Andy, gets much easier in the second leg.
Yeah, right. I mean, you've got to spread to the moon in all likelihood. I'm surprised to see the 4, but there's the favorite. I really thought Beach Life would be the half to Casa Creed. And while we mentioned that, I think a lot of people would like to join me in wishing Lee Einseidler, the owner of Casa Creed, a speedy recovery. He had open heart surgery this week. I heard from him last night. And, it's rough, but he's out of he's doing well as you could be expected. And I know Lee has a lot of friends around the racetrack, so we're all rooting for you, Lee.
Get better soon, Lee. All those great moments with Casa Creed here at Saratoga, like the modern-day 4-star Dave. 7 consecutive summers here that he raced at Saratoga.
Yeah, but it's incredible. I agree. Winning the Jaipur sprint. You get a horse that wins 2 Grade 1s, a Grade 1 sprint, and then wins the 4-star Dave as well. Not a lot of horses can do that. They're such different kinds, and I miss Lee. I spent a lot of time hanging out with Lee by his box and having fun with him, and he's just an all-around great guy. And I said to him last night, nobody up here is going to miss you more than me.
Casa Creed's little sister coming up next in Beach Life, currently 5-1, but as promised, cross-country Del Mar Thoroughbred Club, where the turf meets the surf. Those gorgeous images. And tomorrow, opening day of the 2026 season, and by tradition, good big field, that Caesars Sportsbook Oceanside Handicap. 12 strong, and welcome back Mr. AP, Joel Rosario, to ride. On the grass in the Oceanside, last seen on the main track, and a solid effort, Megan, in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile at Del Mar.
Absolutely. I'm pretty interested to see how this horse does take to the green stuff, as his dam was a winner on it as well. Routing, she's actually a stakes-winning turf router, and this horse I thought was one of those that just really did some good running as the underdog type, and being able to kind of get in front of these tougher horses, the Ted Noffys and the Branson. He ran very well in his career best performance in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile, but I like the turf pivot. We'll see how he comes off of this layoff. We obviously haven't seen him since October, but he's got the pedigree to support it.
That thing's a war, Andy. Absolute war.
We've got sprinters stretching out, horses trying the turf for the first time in a big full field, and when you look at a race where the favorite's 4-1, gives you a chance, if you're smart, to make some money.
Opening day tomorrow, Del Mar. We'll have on-site coverage with Todd Schrupp, Simon Bray, Michelle Yu, as the summer meets roll on here at Saratoga. It's week 3, opening day tomorrow out west. And that was a fun moment to watch for trainer Kinnan LaRose, saddling his first winner at Saratoga. Midnight still. It all started at Keeneland. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live on FS2.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, Kingsbarns was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 2-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his 3rd start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kingsbarns, where the line of kings continues.
Kenan LaRose, you had a Keeneland sales grad win this week at a Curlin Midnight Still, $350,000. I know you were a part of the team, but Tom Amos picked this one out. Maybe we should get him on the phone, see what he thinks.
Absolutely.
Let's FaceTime Tom real quick. Hold on here. Hey, Tom.
Jonathan, how are you?
I'm good. I got Kenan here.
What's up, Tom?
Oh, hey, everything going good at the barn, Kenan?
All good, all good. Quiet day.
Tell me a little bit about this horse, Midnight Still, that you bought at Keeneland September.
He was a Curlin yearling. Curlin stands for quite a bit of money, about $250,000. We love the way he was put together. Beautiful horse. I bought it for Alex and Elsa Mitchum, who have been really wonderful, supportive clients, both to me and Kenan. They're at the sale every year. We had a great time with it.
All right, you're old news. I'm going to hang out with Kenan now.
Thanks, Tom.
All right.
Kenan, where the heck is Ogdensburg?
Ogdensburg.
Ogdensburg.
It's about 4 hours north of here, way up through the Adirondack Mountains, right on the border of Canada, about a mile away from Canada. And grew up out in God's country.
Most people will know that you had a college basketball career, a little at Siena, then at Sacred Heart.
Yeah.
Heard you had 51 in high school one time.
I did, yeah. My senior year of high school. You know, some of those days you're just hot and you got it.
Well, I saw one day you had 21 in college. You shot 80% from three.
Yeah.
60% from the free throw line?
Yeah, you know what? I liked it back further than shorter. I was a three-point shooter for sure.
You reached out to Tom because you saw him on Fox Sports. Next thing you know, you're at Keeneland. He wins 2 races. And next thing you know, you're a trainer.
Yeah, I mean, crazy story, right? I never would imagine myself being in here, but super grateful for Tom and all the owners for sticking with me and giving me a heck of an opportunity.
The Keeneland sale's obviously been very important to Tom. What has he told you to kind of get you ready to make the Keeneland sale a part of your operation?
Yeah, the Keeneland sales, it's like our draft. You know, we spend a lot of time, you know, at Keeneland going over a lot of horses in different books, and Keeneland puts on a great show. And, you know, we really specialize at the Keeneland sale, and we try to have a lot of success from there.
MJ or LeBron?
LeBron.
LeBron? Kenan, has Tom been a little bit of a helicopter parent now that he's handed over the reins to you?
I think everybody knows the answer to that question, Jonathan.
Is he here every day?
No comment.
This is my first time to come all meat. Swear.
I can't react to that the way I want to now. Tom's on the set.
You got no problem insulting him when he's staying there.
Andy, I think he can handle.
I'm thinking that Kenan played at Siena for my friend Jimmy Patsos. Probably got some good stories playing for Jimmy.
How about shooting 80, what he could do from the three-point line, and then 60-some-odd% from the free throw line? Well, we'll see that often.
Chris Dudley was worse.
Didn't count on a Chris Dudley reference on this Thursday edition of Saratoga Live as you look at Beach Life. And yeah, Big Brother, an absolute monster, a rock star here. Megan over the years, Casa Creed.
Really incredible pedigree. Also, I have to a grade 3 winning turf rider, Chess's dream, chocked full of pedigree. Sandy spoke to the versatility Casa showed, Casa Creed, and being able to have that electric turn of foot, not just sprinting, but doing so at the mile. Incredible. As Beach Life showed speed on debut, we'll see if she gets to the right surface here on the turf for the very first time.
Nada my casa. 4 starts in the 4-star Dave, and it wasn't until his 3rd he got his first win, Andy, and then the following year successfully defending his title.
It was really a remarkable horse that held his form for such a long time. Trainer Bill Mott did a great job with him. He went over to Saudi and took a tough beat over there in that 6 3/4 furlong race, coming up about a half a head short to a lone speed. And just had so much fun with Lee. And, you know, it's hard for people a lot of times to root for people at the racetrack. Not Lee. Everybody roots for Lee.
Get better soon, Lee. Those moments enjoyed with Casa Creed and a win in the 4-star Dave, 2-time 4-star Dave winner. Beach Life pictured at 5-1. To Maggie in the paddock with the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Paddock report.
And Lafitte, I'll focus in on first-time starters here in the paddock, beginning with the horse just outside of Beach Life, and that is number 2, Sweet Lisa for Linda Rice, as she comes in here, a daughter of Twirling Candy, whom I'm such a big fan of. He seems to get a horse to do anything, and she'll start this one sprinting on the turf, which I have to say, it doesn't necessarily look as though this is what she wants to do. Yes, maybe turf, as there's a little bit of turf. She's a 3/4 sister to Let It Ride, who, albeit was a bit better on the dirt, but ran some fast figures on the turf. She does have a bit of a turf of, and look, she's a big price. She's 10-1 there. There's a lot of physical maturity with this filly. I mean, she looks like she's 3, almost 4, given her size perspective, relative to the rest of the field. But it's Linda. They typically benefit from a start. I feel like this is just a jumping off point for her too, as she'll really more than likely appreciate a little bit more ground. Isn't a very sharp type either, as watching her workouts, she has been going much better later in those dirt breezes than showing any amount of speed. Number 3, All-Star Lee. They paid $40,000 for this daughter of Golden Pow, who's gotten off to a great start with his freshman crop, the Dam. She was 4 for 11 on the turf, and she's half to not far now. Another New York bred that was pretty proficient on the turf. 2 more winners from 4 to try it. Now you're checking out the work here. 2 back. She was on the inside of another unraced filly. She was hard on the bridle throughout, and I just loved how professional she was. But you can also see how big she is. This girl is nothing but legs. She is so leggy and very big. I mean, is she going to be fast enough to sprint here at 5.5 at first asking? I'm not sure. She's acting like it though. She is incredibly sharp. She has been the most aggressive filly in this paddock by a mile, and Tony is her trainer, Tony Dutrow, very dangerous with these types. I just, in my heart of hearts, feel as though she would be better with a little bit more ground to work with. Lafitte.
Maggie, All-Star Lee on the engine. Remember, this is where her sire, Golden Pow, graduated in his 3rd career start. That devastating performance in the Skidmore several years back.
Yeah, he was a pretty fast horse. Another Wesley Ward horse that ran some very, very big races. I think the interesting thing about All-Star Lee, who I picked here, is that he costs so little, or she costs so little. A filly with that pedigree to go so cheaply in there, it scares you. But she has been working very well on the turf, so maybe they got a bargain.
Speaking of breezes and works, Maggie, number 6, I'm Not Kidding, and what you notice from this breeze, July 5th, right here.
I'm at Lafitte, but she was on the inside of a horse named Cream Puff. By the way, I love that. And we saw at Gardzai's in the iron. She was hard on the bridle throughout, but you're going to see her draw away late here and put a lot of separation between her and her workmate. Now, she, as I talked about the 2 former fillies in the paddock, I feel like they want more ground. These next 2 I'll talk about look like this is what they want to do. They are small, compact, and they're big prices on the board, as she is currently 15-1. Now, truth be told, I wish she looked a little bit more tucked up, but she looks as though she could be quick. I mean, she's just built like an out-and-out turf sprinter. We saw a progeny of Colonel Liam win up here last week for Todd Pletcher in her 2nd start. So yes, maybe they need a start to get things going, but I just wanted to highlight her because I like that breeze that she comes in here off of on the turf. Another huge price is number 8, Champagne in Paris for Mel Giddings. Now, she, in her work 2 back on the turf, was on the inside of a filly that was meant to run here last week, Bittersweet Memory for Kelsey Danner, but unfortunately flipped at the gate. So she was a late scratch, but I really liked her that day. And this filly worked heads up with her. She worked 10 flat at the OBS March sale. She really wasn't asked for much, but a really efficient and professional way of going. Now, she has absolutely no pedigree, so hence the fact she only sold for $25,000. But we've seen Mel Giddings do this in the past with these horses that really don't have that much pedigree. She has been the same thing here in the paddock that I saw in those breezes. Sharp, but professional, really nice hind end on her, telling me that she should be forward in here if she catches the break. Lafitte?
Champagne in Paris, Maggie, 24-1. Andy coming to Highly Motivated's defense.
I'm going to tell you, I'm very hurt, Maggie, that you just insulted my friend, Highly Motivated, who is a half to Ways and Means, as well as Surge Capacity, who won the matriarch. So I'm a little hurt, Maggie, by that. But I agree. He doesn't have this horse. And, well, seriousness, she's right. There's a lot of turf pedigrees in here. This one does not have a huge turf pedigree. I do not disagree.
Call to post. Late pick 5 begins here in New York bred. 2-year-old fillies turf sprint. and $115,000 purse. J-Ray's Jewel, current favorite at 5-2, will meet the field. Now starting with Beach Life, 5-1. Yeah, big brother, a beast here at Saratoga. Casa Creed.
I'm surprised. The morning line maker nailed this one. I thought this one would be favored in here. It was 19 cents the dollar and stunk on the dirt, but this is the right surface.
Sweet Lisa, first of the debuting fillies.
Not a plethora of turf pedigree in the immediate family, and usually Linda does need to start with these firsters.
Live on the board, All-Star Lee.
Yeah, I like All-Star Lee in this race. We'll see if this one, if the pedigree price was right or wrong.
Favorite, lukewarm favorite, J-Ray's Jewel.
She's got some huge turf pedigree going longer. We'll see if she can get to this sprint.
By Epicenter, Seismic Activity.
There's dam side pedigree in this one, a Kitten's Joy dam.
I'm not kidding, our Sugar Bear stable, debuting filly.
Bruce Brown had a winner last week, but 0 for 7 with those 2-year-old first-time starters. We'll see if he can get a victory.
Sweet Grace, Dorico Racing, debuting homebred.
Half of the very good turf sprinter Silsby that George Weaver has.
The highly motivated first-time starter, Champagne in Paris.
Another first-time starter for a barn that usually does benefit from one.
9, 10, 11 out. There's a McCruiser who draws in.
Yeah, this horse is another first-time starter. Been kind of sharper in the mornings. McKenzie's not an overtly turf starter or turf sire.
Extravaganza draws in.
Yeah,
Look
this
out.
is a big draw in. This horse getting in. Took a lot of money in kind of a small but loaded-looking maiden race down at Keeneland. Has apparently been working very well for a trainer whose horses have been extremely live. No surprise. George Weaver has had great numbers in Saratoga over the years.
New York bred 2-year-old fillies produced chaos last weekend. What do we see today? Second leg of the pick 6, beginning of the late pick 5. Andy, circling back to your top selection, another look at All-Star Lee.
Yeah, I mean, listen, All-Star Lee just went down to 5-2 from 9-2. So I won't be betting at that price. At 9-2, I was a little more interested. Just listen, these races are really fun, and they're great races to watch for going forward. I went to the pedigree, and the horse had been working well. A 1/2 to 3 turf winners from 5 to try it. But I still, in the back of my mind, wonder what it was that this horse only sold for $40,000. But it's worked well on the turf.
Right next door for you, Megan. J-Ray's Jewel in that solid closing effort downstate in her debut.
Very impressive the way she ran on debut. The winner wired that field. She was coming from way further off of it. She really picked up her knees like a horse that wanted to get to the grass, as her pedigree does indicate. Her dam was a multiple graded stakes winning turf router, extended turf route distances, and I think Acacia Clement on the handicapping show earlier this morning had resorted to kind of her physicality, seeing her as a type that would be able to get this distance sprinting. So we'll see if she's going to be able to do that. I think she's incredibly interesting and showed promise on debut.
She has a big pedigree, but it's really to go very long on the turf. Right. Yeah, so but listen, I mean, obviously she's got a pedigree, and Bill's getting her started here. One thing I don't like is she's taking money because she finished second in her debut on the dirt.
Slower,
it was a bad race,
yes,
right?
Yes.
A lot of 31 buyers finished 8th, not second.
Maggie with more on Larry Goichman's homebred.
Yeah, I actually think this filly, J-Ray's Jewel, will show more speed. At least that's the way she warmed up today. As Acacia, obviously, as Megan just pointed out, was the one covering that first race. But she looks great. She looks very fit in here. Like I said, look for her to be more forwardly placed. Beautiful warm-up altogether. Now, I will say this, though. While there is pedigree, the dam, she's getting up there. She is 23 years old, and you wonder if that production starts to proverbially dry up a bit. So I instead have gone to another horse with experience on the outside in number 13, Extravaganza, who was disappointing in that debut, but maybe she just needed that start. It was a course that I know it's listed as firm. It had a little bit of give to it. So now she's on a really, really firm turf course. She projects to show a bit of speed. But what I loved is that she wasn't nervous or edgy at all in the paddock. In fact, she was rather laid back, but she's a big, good-looking filly, just completely dappled. So I do like what I'm seeing from her. She gets in with New York breds for the first time in her career. And I agree, she's been working well, maybe not keeping the best of company, but she's been doing it in the right kind of way. And then let's check in with number 7, Sweet Grace. Kind of made a low-key promise to my Grace that I would talk about this one. But I also think it's interesting because she is a half-sister to Silsby, and she looks so much like Silsby. From a George Weaver horse to the half sister of the George Weaver horse. And she's been sharp, especially progressively so since getting on the racetrack. She's been bouncing on her toes. She'll probably need a start. She'll benefit from this, just looking at her from fitness standpoint. But this is the right spot for her, and she's a massive number up there at 21-1.
I would shake things up in this pick 6 sequence, and to kick off this late pick 5, should she strike at a price 21-1? In terms of the wagering, jumping off the screen, the fact that Beach Life is 6-1 at post time.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see this horse this big a price with that kind of pedigree, especially they bet last time. They don't want any part of her, and you know that sometimes works out. Everybody went to the wrong wrong event. Today, maybe it'll be the wedding. We'll see.
Final thoughts, Megan?
I think this is a wide open race, and obviously I agree with Maggie. I think the number 7 Sweet Grace is going to be interesting underneath for a barn whose horses do at least run on debut.
Far outside, Extravaganza, 5-2 at post time. Frank Mirmati with the call, the 5th from Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 2.
Okay, Lafitte, here's J. Ray's Jewel. McCruiser. Seismic Activity. And the favorite, Extravaganza. In the colors of E5 Racing Thoroughbreds, going up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Extravaganza had a very quick start. On the inside, Beach Life is flying through to battle for command, and Champagne and Paris in between those two. And so it's Beach Life, Champagne and Paris 1-2. 2 lengths back, Extravaganza settles 3 lengths off the pace. J. Ray's Jewel on the rail in 4th, followed by I'm Not Kidding on the inside of McCruiser. Then it's Sweet Grace, who has about 8 lengths to make up into the far turn as Champagne in Paris is being eased. Toward the back of the field, Sweet Lisa, All-Star Lee is second to last, leaving Seismic Activity at the back. 21-1, Extravaganza pounces on Beach Life at the top of the stretch. 3 lengths back to J. Ray's Jewel in 3rd. There's 1 furlong to go. Extravaganza in a stellar display has opened up 5 at the rail. A big late run from All-Star Lee, but it's all over. Extravaganza too strong, wins by 4. All-Star Lee, a very good rally into 2nd. J. Ray's Jewel and Beach Life.
E5 Racing filly Extravaganza draws in and dominates, graduating in her 2nd career start.
Sat behind that rapid pace and just picked up and blew the field away. Would have been a lot closer maybe if All-Star Lee hadn't blown the brake, and Jose did everything right to be able to get 2nd there. Whether or not she could have beaten this horse, that's another question, as Tyler Gaffleone wins for his father-in-law.
All-Star Lead to me is the, you could argue obviously the winner ran incredibly well, but she ran very well. Being able to kind of miss the break and be able to make the ground she did. The 4 J. Ray's Jewel ran on decisively 3rd, but a very key drawing from the AE list, getting it done for George Weaver, as always, ever so dangerous.
And this horse will play better than 2-1 in a pick 6. In an open race like this, a horse like this is probably closer to 4-1.
The 3 All-Star Lee running 2nd after this start.
Yeah, just didn't get out of the gate.
Just a step slow.
Her own fault.
Just tardy.
I'm sure Tony's frustrated, but probably happy, Tony Dutcher, her trainer, that she ran as well as she did. And I thought Jose just did everything right after that, saving ground. He had a steady very briefly, but he saved so much cutting the corner the way he did. You know, it doesn't all work out perfectly. And, you know, when you're winning like he is, you're making a lot of right moves, and he did there, but there's nothing you can do about the horse getting left. That's not on him.
Crushed this field.
Yep.
Did Extravaganza. Saw those colors in a Grade 1 4-star Dave winner circle a couple of years back. Carl Spackler.
Yep. And in a very tough race, they almost ran an order of odds with the favorite winning and the 3rd choice second choice 3rd, and the 4th choice finishing 4th. So the public got this one right.
Like they knew it all along. That cat that ate the canary look on both of their faces, watching Extravaganza go out there and do her thing and win nicely.
Yep, gets it done impressively. Another win for George. 3 wins and 1 DQ, or he'd have 4. Not that anybody remembers that DQ. No controversy there.
Weeks ago.
No.
13-3, 4-1. And for Tyler Gaffleone here at Saratoga, Megan, from start to finish this year, he was banged up last year. He wasn't able to be here right at the start, and he and his agent teamed up and felt it was better off to spend the summer at Ellis Park instead of going against the grain. This year, healthy, locked in, and a terrific start to the meet.
And Tyler has had a lot of good summers here, you know. And I was talking to his agent, Matt Musiker, who, you know, is a fabulous agent, last year, and he just said, I'm going to come to Saratoga with no business.
It's too hard.
I'm going to get my butt kicked up there, and they went to Ellis. And so, you know, it's tough when you're coming back from an injury, but great to see him riding, and riding well as usual.
Last time I saw him at Monmouth aboard East Avenue and just that monster performance, he was exhausted. He rode that hard. It was incredibly hot, and he's just one that he's just been doing really well. And as you mentioned, been able to come back from adversity. And I'm excited to see. I think he's gonna leave a mark on the Flavian Pratts and the Jose Ortizes. We'll see how his summer shapes up. But this horse was decisively best. If you're still alive in this monster pick six, kudos to you, because it's gonna get even deeper from here.
Go get him. For you, and you mentioned Monmouth Park, here tomorrow.
Yes.
But then back to Monmouth for the Naira Betts Haskell and the undercard, part of the Fox broadcast on Saturday.
It's going to be a lot of fun. And then I'm going to be sure to drive back to Saratoga Saturday night, because I know Andy doesn't want to do the Sunday show without me. So I'm going to do that for him. And then I'm going to come back and see you guys immediately the next day. It's going to be great. And the Haskell undercard's really shaping up to be a fun one. We've got Knightsbridge stretching out, Splendora and the Molly Pitcher, Program Trading taking on the United Nations. So it's a monster day.
Terrific weekend of thoroughbred racing and the start of Fox Saratoga Saturday from Monmouth and here at Saratoga with the Grade 1 Diana, Duncan Diana. Extravaganza delivers as the favorite to kick off the late pick 5 with Tyler Gaffleone for George Weaver. 13-3, 4-1. We're out. Greg Wolf and the crew stepping in.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 6th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day features the Rick Violet Stakes, named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Friday, July 24th.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on Saratoga Live Extravaganza. She was brilliant today, breaking her maiden quite easily in her second career start. First time, of course, with New York breds. And I'm pleased to be joined by, well, some portion to fit, well, now it's almost 2/6 of Edwards family. You're marrying in here. Tyler Gaffleone Brown and Bob Edwards. And Bob, she debuted against Open Company down at Keeneland early on. What happened and what have we seen since then that led to this performance?
It was a 2-year-old first start Keeneland, a lot of people there. Things can happen, as we know, different kind of turf. We regrouped. George took her back, did a phenomenal job tightening her up in Florida, brought her up here. She looked great. She was dappled. She looked ready to go. I think you mentioned she was calm in the paddock. Everything looked good. And then once Tyler came out the gate, it was all showtime.
It was, and she broke on top from that far outside post, Tyler, but you kind of allowed her just to find her rhythm.
Last time we thought she got a little worked up in the post parade, wanted to kind of take it easy with her today and just take everything kind of slow with her. She broke out there alertly, but I just put my hands down. She relaxed beautifully. George done a great job with getting her to settle, and she just galloped around there when I called on her at the top lane. She hit another gear and really finished up well today.
She hit the easy button. Now, we saw your son Tatum leading you into the winner's circle, of course, with his mom Cassidy as well. But what's it like just having the whole family be a part of this?
Oh, it's amazing. It's always nice to get a winner here in Saratoga, but it's even more special with family. So we're definitely going to enjoy this one.
I heard you're playing Grandpa tomorrow.
I am. I get the GoPro front-facing baby suit and get to walk him around so he can see what I'm seeing. I'm looking forward to it.
Hopefully we can get another winner and him leading you back in the winner's circle. Guys, congratulations. Big performance.
Thank you. Take care.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Tyler and Bob teaming up. It's a family affair when it comes to E5 Extravaganza. She took all the late money as she would go off at 2-1 and be your post-time favorite. She returns at 662 for the win over All-Star Lee. Look for her next time with a better break. And J. Ray's Jewel rounding out the trifecta. Well, coming up next, we will have the 6th race, which will kick off the late pick 4. And we have a new team joining the show. Greg Wolf and the gang, they'll be back, or they'll be on the other side of this break. Thanks for tuning in. Saratoga Live.
Friday on Saratoga Live, join Todd Strupp, Simon Bray, and Michelle Yu live from Del Mar. Special Fox Sports opening day coverage from where the turf meets the surf. Join us Friday evening, Del Mar, first post 5 Eastern on FS2.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
Saratoga.
Welcome to historic Saratoga Racecourse, to the premier meet in the country. What a start to the summer it's been for Jose Ortiz. 14 wins to the first 7 days of the meet. He'll team up again today with Derby and Belmont winning trainer Cherie DeVoe. But it's Flavien Prat on top of the rider standings. Can he add to an historic start as we enter week 3 action? The pride of New Jersey and reigning champion sprinter Bookham Dano proved he hasn't lost a step. He's back in action at his home track ahead of the Haskell weekend. Speaking of, trainer Chad Summers had a career-defining win in this year's Triple Crown with Napoleon Solo. Can the Preakness champs strike again in a loaded field for Saturday's Haskell from Monmouth Park? We'll look ahead to all that. And, of course, the late pick 4 coming up in just 17 minutes on our Thursday action here in Saratoga Springs, New York, on a gorgeous Thursday afternoon. And we got a full set, packed house here, 4 of us, to bring you the rest of the way. Greg Wolf, Tom Amos, Jonathan Kinch, and Richie Migliori. Obviously underway in a huge pick 6 carryover, and we have the pick 4 to come. But part of this sequence here in race 8, one of the big questions, I guess, in this sequence for everyone, Palacios, the role that he'd been on for Will Walden.
Yeah, well, Will Walden's been on a heck of a roll, that's for sure. Maybe the best young trainer statistically that we've seen in quite a while to come along for this horse, Palacios, in the race. Look, the one vulnerability that this horse has is he's not a very good gate horse. When you're not a good gate horse, it usually causes problems in the course of the race. And when he's third here, he had a troubled trip.
And a pretty good one, too, that he was facing. Speedstorms won 3 of his last 4. It would wind up winning this race.
Yeah, I mean, look, he broke a little bit slow, and obviously that's not something you love to see. But the one thing that is encouraging, he did come running. It could be one of those races where it doesn't look like he improved since moving to Will Walden's barn, but we don't really know because he didn't get a clean start. What happens if he breaks cleanly here, second time for Will Walden, after Will got to know him a little bit?
Well, the good news for him is he's drawn completely outside now with the scratch of my canopy. So even if he's a step slow, he's not going to get pinched between 2 like he did there. Horses are like water. They flow to empty space. So when you don't break heads up, chances are you're going to get at least buffeted about.
Strong form in Maryland. Of course, that came at Churchill Downs in Louisville, so showed he could handle some of the big boys on that circuit. We'll see how he does here for Will Walden. That is race 8 out of that Wilson chute. And that 1-ish left-hand turn mile. You can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get signed up, started with the official betting app of Saratoga. The offer, there it is, $200 into your account with a deposit match new customer bonus. All you got to do is punch in that at sign-up, spot 200, and you're good to go. All summer long and beyond right there at NairaBets.com. You can get down in this wager as well, the pick 4. Maiden special weight, 1 1/8 here on the main track, and 6-5 favoritism. It is Addy Girl, Bill Mott, Arad Ortiz Jr., and a horse coming in from Churchill Downs. We'll talk more about this field when we come back. Speaking of Arad, sideline to serve a suspension to start this meet. Ready to get in on all the fun after brother Jose racked up 14 wins through the first 7 days. Can he play catch-up as he gets going here in this Saratoga summer season?
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPOT200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live, and the Pick 4 is next in this maiden special weight mile and an 8 distance. It is Addie Girl, Bill Mott, Arad Ortiz Jr., the 6-5 favorite. Just missed at this condition and distance back on May 29th at Churchill Downs. Let's check in with Acacia Clement for more.
And she is only making her 4th start on dirt and just her 3rd start with her current barn since moving to Bill Mott. Her last 2 races have been at 1 1/8 and 1 1/4 on the main track. So I think that those are the races that you really need to read into. That being said, she has already had quite a few chances now, making her 9th career start. But she is a horse I have actually seen before. I covered one of her races at Tampa, and I wrote down that day, huge, tall and leggy, wants more ground, and it actually looks like they need a bigger overgirth for her because there's a lot of her. She really physically strikes you as the type of horse where distance is her friend. She's very sharp getting the tack on. And she has worn those front wraps for all around pretty much throughout her whole career. So that's quite normal for her. And Bill Mott does saddle pretty much everything with a lip cord, trying to keep them a little bit more settled in the paddock. But she's sharp in here today. My big concern with her is that her last 2 races look pretty similar. Now, she was beaten last time by Tap to Open, who did come back to win again with an 80 Beyer speed figure, but she was kind of second best. Does she have that winning drive? But while maybe some of the others have distance questions, she absolutely does not. Now, taking a look at some other more lightly raced horses, and speaking of distance questions, that does fall into the category of the 6 Pippa Adds. On paper, I liked her, and she has pedigree to suggest that she will be able to go longer out of the talented Motion Emotion, who is a multiple graded stakes winner and very good at the 9 furlongs, and also the half-sister to grade 3 winner Accelerize, who won the Louisiana Derby. However, she is by Yopon, and looking at her, physically, I would not look at her immediately and say that she strikes me as a horse that will get better with distance. I was wondering if she might be able to stretch her speed. She was really hustled out last time out, but just purely looking at her, she does strike you more as a 7 furlong to mile type of horse. She looks sensational. I'm a touch concerned about the distance, but she is very settled and laid back, Greg, and that kind of demeanor I always take as a positive for horses stretching out.
All right, Keisha, thank you. 7-2. First time going beyond 7 furlongs for Pippa Adds. Tom, we said Pick 4 starts here. You're going to play it. Who are you going to use here?
Yeah, so I like what Acacia had to say about the 4-horse Addie Girl. She mentioned that it was only her 4th start on the dirt coming up. One of those starts was the very first start of her career, so let's take that one out. And you look at her 2 most recent starts on the dirt, and she looks like a horse that wants to go a route of ground on the dirt, and 1 1/8 shouldn't be a problem. That last race at Churchill Downs was impressive enough to me to single her here. Look, I usually keep these tickets as small as I possibly can, but this last race today, maiden 50 claim, meaning you can buy those horses out of the race for $50,000 on the grass, had so many different possibilities. I had to spread out pretty good there.
Wow, Sky Lolo, the 2 you're using. Let's get back to Addie Girl here, who you're singling to start off the Pick 4. And very good effort at 1 1/8 last time out. Chased the eventual winner, Tap to Open.
Yeah, and it actually chased her all the way from the half-mile poles when they started to ask her a little bit to run, Irad Ortiz. And sometimes they can take a little bit out of a horse coming from behind a pace setter to catch up to get in the proper position, and it cost her a little bit at the end there, but they're well clear of the 3rd horse.
Yeah, she did make a very long sustained run, though, and I think that most people are under the misnomer that horses have a 3 furlong run. Most of them have less than a 1/4 mile run.
The one thing I'll say about this race, when you look at it, there's a lot of questions, I think, for some of these horses. Do they want to go the 9 furlongs? I don't believe this is a question that she has to answer, right? She ran second going 10 furlongs. She has another good run going 9. The distance won't be why she gets beat, while it could be the excuse for some of these other horses.
6-5 favorite,
for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Next store, 1 of 2 for Miguel Clement. There's the 5 Moonlit. Let's go back to Acacia.
This is a horse that, to be honest, I have been waiting to get a chance to see her try 2 turns. She is that big, leggy, sizable physical, and she has such a long stride to her as well. She debuted going a mile, not an easy thing to do, and ran in what turned out to be a pretty good field for the end of March at Aqueduct. And then she did face a wet track last time, but to be fair, she was chasing Directive, who I believe is pointing for the Grade 1 coaching club, American Oaks. And while Directive did regress her Beyer speed figure next time out, she did win and could be a very talented filly. She was chasing that wire-to-wire winner throughout, and it was really the 2 of them and everybody else in the field. Mentally, she's come a really long way as well. She's nicely into the bridle, but settled here in the paddock, and immediately at first glance, she just strikes you as the type that distance is going to be her friend, especially the way that she covers the ground and has done well with a little bit of that freshening since the end of April. Greg?
So 1 of 2 for Miguel Clement's barn. 6 to 1 on this one. 7 to 1 on the 7. But yeah, one who more ground. Sounds like it's going to be better, JK.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's definitely a good thing. I liked that last race. I thought the horse ran well. And I do think the equalizer, and one of the things about Saratoga, you know, and even we don't use the Wilson chute that much, is that kind of jump for some horses that they kind of get thrust into the situation where if they want to go 2 turns, they got to go a mile and 1/8. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Some horses love it, some horses don't. I always start with who wants to go this far and who's going this far because there's no other way they can go.
I think Tom will agree with this. Any horse can go any distance if you give him enough time to do it.
Ain't no doubt about it. But yeah, I mean, to be successful at further distance, you've got to look at family. You know, some horses inherently through stallion and their mother as well are just built to go a distance of ground where others are pure sprinters. It's no different than we watch the Olympics on TV. You see those guys that get in the blocks for the 100-yard dash, they have a look.
Yep.
You see those marathoners in the Olympics, they also have a look. Horses, just the same.
Meanwhile, Meg, here is one stretching out for Todd Pletcher. Pippa adds Jose Ortiz will be aboard, going beyond 7 furlongs for the first time.
Well, just what Acacia addressed about being by Yaupan was my moment for pause there. But Yaupan does get 18% with his routers as opposed to 24% winners with his sprinters. The mare did win the stake going a mile and a 16th and was second in the Florida League going a mile and an 1/8. And Emotion was my and my wife Carmela's wedding song 40 years ago.
Hunch play.
The Cars?
Cars, Rico Cossack.
Well done.
Yeah.
How about you? The Cars, you pulled that one out?
There was a horse named after him that ran here at Saratoga a few years ago.
Yep.
Lead singer of the Cars.
Which was?
Rico Cossack.
No, I know. Yeah. I see how good you are. In '79, they were the hottest band going in this new wave era, in my opinion.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Old timers.
As usual.
I will say this when it comes to the 6 Pippa ads. I don't know about you guys, but when I see a horse who has some early speech, does running throughout the entire race, I trust those horses to stretch out more than a late running type. Because at least you know that these horses are getting to the bottom of themselves in their shorter races, which I think sets them up better to go a little bit longer.
Well, we talked a little bit about pedigree, and of course, Pippa Adds is a half to a horse that won a stake race going a mile and a 16th in New Orleans at the fairgrounds. So the pedigree is there.
And really, not many trainers as better than Todd Pletcher, I should say, at stretching horses out. I mean, he's pretty phenomenal when he makes them go longer distances. His record in the Belmont would bear that out.
Does that one close? Does that one control the pace? The 6 horse?
I think so.
Would seem so. 3 to 1 on that one. As you take a look at fans enjoying racing and that view down the stretch from one of the best spots to view it anywhere in this sport, the 1863 Club. As we kick off our post parade with Prairie Princess. Blinkers on, dirt debut for Chad Brown.
Yeah, Chad doesn't make this mistake too much about what surface he's got one on. I don't trust the fact that he's switching back to the dirt.
Gustavo Rodriguez, Kinder Carmouche, full of tact.
Well, she said blinkers the last 3 starts. It's helped her some. She's going to need something else to help her more here. It's the longest price in the field.
Here is the 6-5 favorite for Bill Mott.
I think she's run really well in her last 2 starts for Bill Mott, going 10 furlongs and 9 furlongs on the dirt.
Moonlit gets to go beyond a mile for Miguel Clement.
run 2 very good races in her 2 starts, and both times the winners of those races came back and won the next level allowance.
Pippa adds Todd Pletcher with Jose Ortiz.
Todd not often tricked by a horse that doesn't want to stretch out. I trust his decision here.
Jador Laniha, the other Miguel Clement runner.
Yeah, here's a horse that's going to stretch out as well to 1 mile and 1/8 and looks like he can do it on paper.
And I thought Rodba, 2 of the quickest races in this entire field, but can she do it at 1 mile and 1/8?
Yeah, she's 0 for 10, which I don't always, jump to conclusions with. But she's lost at 2-1, odds on, and 5-2. That's a little bit of a problem for me.
Pick 4 pool over $300,000. 1 of 2 right there for Todd Pletcher. And back, 4 straight, excuse me. Yeah, runner-up finishes. The last at Keeneland, and then 3 in a row prior at Aqueduct. But, a lot of these, some stretching out, some going 1 mile and 1/8 for the first time. Back to what JK said, at least you know what you're getting with the 4. You know it's a horse that was effective at 1 mile and 1/8 already.
And it's a little early to tell, but last year the horses that came in from Churchill Downs did very well at Saratoga. I'm going to lean on that stat from last year, and we'll see how it plays out this year. But that is also a plus for the 4, Addie Girl.
JK with this one, as you said, this barn usually gets it right away. Tried turf in the debut, now dirt.
Yeah, then you're putting the blinkers on. It's just a lot of changes for a guy who doesn't typically need a lot of changes to get to the bottom of what his horses want to do best.
8-1 on Prairie Princess. Back to Acacia.
And taking a look at the number 7, you may be correct with the pronunciation, Greg, around the barn. We just call her Jade. But she is getting a chance to stretch out in distance for the first time, as she is another horse that has had some experience with races at 1 mile. Debuting at 1 mile, and I know that race looks slow, as Andy Serling and I had discussed earlier, at the very end of her 2-year-old campaign, mile debut, she actually ran quite well, deceptively well in that performance. Sideline, and then she comes back and has to go 1 mile off the bench, and she ran against a pretty solid field that day as well. She was a horse that just couldn't reach the top 2, but I think really got a lot out of that last race. She is much stronger again today, 2nd off the bench, and she's also more relaxed, just nicely responding to her rider's cues as Ricardo Santana climbs aboard for the first time in here today, and he's opted to give her a big warm-up, which I like. She came into the paddock with a training saddle just as she did last time, just to kind of have less of a shock when putting the tack on, but all things normal for her. She is by Curlin, and while her dam Celestine was exceptional on the turf, this one has been very good on the main track, at least thus far. Taking a look at the 2, Prairie Princess, speaking of turf, this one debuting on the turf and faced a pretty good field that day as well. She tries the dirt for the first time, and as far as pedigree is concerned, there isn't much in the first generation. The 2nd dam was a Grade 1 winner on synthetic and more of a turf and synthetic type. As far as her sire Essential Quality, sometimes they're not the bulkiest, strongest type of builds, and she actually has good substance for that sire line, which I appreciate. It's not so much the surface switch that concerns me with her, it's her demeanor. She was really revved up back in the paddock, and you might have seen when Manny Franco took her off for a warm-up, she was a little bit all over the place. She seems to have settled a bit now. She does get shortcut blinkers on for the first time. We'll see if all of these changes do help to make a change. I just would have liked to see her a bit more settled and focused to stretch out to the 9 for a long distance, Greg.
Post time coming up. Thank you, Acacia. And Tom had brought it up, Mig. Pace in this race. It certainly looks like if she wants it, the 6 Pippa Ads could be all by herself early.
Yeah, I think she just take it the right way. Look at the pace of the races she's coming out of. Last time, 22-2, 45-1, and she's a length and a half off the lead. They're going to go considerably slower. What would you make the over-under, Tom, as far as the first half?
First half mile? I make the over and under 49. And it also helps that the 1 horse is scratched out of this race. That was the other potential speed there. Look, lone speed going 49 for a half almost says if Pippa Ads can get the distance, she's going to be tough to run down. I'll go 49.
Mig, you always say that it's you don't want to have to try to outkick the kickers. I think she would make a mistake if she was making the lead going that slow. I think she'd be better off maybe just maybe going 48-1 to get them chasing a little bit more. Now, I'm not saying she can't win from 49, but I worry that that's taking away a little bit of her weapon.
Funny you say that. The best fast-paced horse I ever had was Serengeti Empress, and if you slowed her down too much and allowed the field to come into play, it was a mistake.
Yeah.
Let her go, let her bury him right off the start.
Knicks go, the same thing.
Absolutely.
But my approach would be create that advantage. Go easy the first half, and then, because that draws everybody in the race, and you take them out of their game.
6-5 favorite, Addie Girl for Bill Mott with Rat Ortiz Jr. Sunday was his first day riding here after serving a suspension to start the meet. He got on the board with his second mount of the meeting. See what it can do here on the favorite in the 6th. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramonte, the call on our FS2 coverage.
Thank you, Greg. The last one in the Shadwell stable colors is Ragba. Ragba right up to the gate and in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Addie Girl bounces out very quickly. Pippa Adds has speed too, and on the outside of them, Jador Leniha is up and on the pace. Just in behind them comes Moonlit, who's in the 4th spot, and Prairie Princess is on the fence, racing 4 lengths off the lead. Ragba is second to last, leaving Full of Tact as the early trailer. Around the clubhouse turn, and Pippa Adds clicked off a quarter in 24 and 2. Swings onto the backstretch with a 1.5 edge on Jador Leniha in second. Then comes Addie Girl, who's tucked in on the fence, comfortable in third. Moonlit fourth, 4 lengths off the leader, followed by Prairie Princess, Ragba, and Full of Tact. Pippa Adds runs that half in 48 and 1. Leads it by 2 lengths. Jador Leniha on the outside of Addie Girl, second and third, followed by Moonlit in the pink fourth with less than a half mile to travel. Prairie Princess, Ragba, and Full of Tact. No change whatsoever into the far turn. Pippa Adds remains the target, pushed along now as Addie Girl gets a little bit of a seam off the rail. And here's Addie Girl moving to attack, coming to the quarter pole, and Moonlit races in third. Behind them, Jador Leniha has lost some ground in fourth there at the top of the stretch. Pippa Adds shaken up 2-length lead. Addie Girl is in second. They're followed by Moonlit in third. They're coming to the 8th pole, and Pippa Adds in front. On the outside, Addie Girl trying hard to go by. These two are pretty clear, and Addie Girl comes to Pippa Adds now, and Addie Girl, under a dream trip, will take care of business, pulling clear in the end to win by almost 2.5 lengths over Pippa Adds in second. Then it was Moonlit third. Jador Leniha finished fourth.
Addie Girl, Rat Ortiz Jr. for Bill Mott. Running down the lone speed, and Pippa Adds to kick off this pick 4.
Yeah, she broke really sharp, sat behind the speed. Right here, it looked like that speed horse, Pippa Adds, was going to get away from her, but this 1.8 mile distance, a lot has to do with pedigree and where they can get it, and it catches up to Pippa Adds, and it helps Addie Girl catch her at the wire.
Yeah, Addie Girl just grinded her down, but I will say this, if you like the 6, you bet the 6, you pick the 6, she ran well. She just got beat by a better horse, and I think in racing we sometimes become a little bit too results-oriented, that you made the wrong decision. You made a good decision, you just got beat by a horse that ran better on the day.
I feel a lot better about my pick right now.
You're welcome, You're welcome Mick.
Yeah, she just didn't stay out the 9 furlongs as well as the winner. Not that she didn't run well, she ran it extremely well, but you could see about the 8th pole that other filly was relentless.
And the pace was a shade more fast than we thought it would be.
Do you look at this, Tom, if you're a trainer and you're saying all props to Addie Girl, she ran a big race, Pippa Adds, maybe we want to shorten her up going forward?
I do. I look at a race like that, and I think of that mile distance here at Saratoga out the chute, out of the Wilson chute, would be perfect for the 6-horse Pippa Adds.
We knew the winds were going to start flowing often once he got back going. It took him just his second mount on Sunday, Rat Ortiz Jr. to get on the board for the first time this season after starting out serving a suspension MIG. And now on the board here, plenty more to come this summer.
Not going to keep a rider of his caliber down, even with the suspension. He'll be in the fray before too long, and we are just also lucky because we had so many talented young riders here.
4, 6, 5, 7. Arad Ortiz Jr. for Bill Mott on the favorite at 7-5 to start the late pick 4. George Weaver. Wait, Car Talk's on a boat now? JK switching things up. When we come back, stay with us.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. To give it any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com today. As you see, Addie Girl get the win for trainer Bill Mott and Irad Ortiz Jr., who joins me now. Irad, you rode this filly in her last couple of starts on dirt. Obviously, distance is no problem for her, but what do you think made the difference for her being able to seal the deal today?
Honestly, first time I rode her was mile and a quarter, and I feel like I wait too long. I told Bill after the race, I don't know her by that day, by that time, and I learned from her. Then the next time, I think I moved a little early, and I told him, I said, man, I'm sorry. Don't work out for me because I have the winner in front of me, and I tried to jump on him a little early, but he cost me the race. Then today, I finally, timed her right, and she got the job done. She's been very honest.
As she has, as she was best in here, and like I said, clearly relished the distance. As you pick up another win at Saratoga, it's great to see you back, and back in the winner's circle where you belong, right?
Thank you. We're happy to be here.
As you said, trying to make up some ground on your brother Jose, but you're going to be at Monmouth on Saturday too, riding in the Haskell with Further Ado. You rode him last time when he got back aboard in the Matt win. Tell me a little bit about this horse. It seems like he's really flourished.
He's a nice horse, fun to ride. He's been great for me, honestly. So, looking forward to ride him, and it's a nice colt, nice horse. So hopefully we have a good trip.
Is the plan to go forward with him?
Let's see, but I mean, he's been doing everything so easy, so he don't have to be on the list. So let's see.
Thanks for the time, and congratulations here.
Thank you.
Irad Ortiz picking up another one, Greg.
Second of a whole lot ahead this summer. $4.82. Never hurts to have a little experience on a horse under your belt. Said he moved a little too early last time. Timed it to perfection today.
Yeah, you know, we were watching that replay, and you could see it right then and there. The rider's communicating with his hands. He's chasing a lone speed horse. You can see him start to ask at the half-mile pole. That's pretty early to start asking a horse to get better position, but he's got no choice. It's do or die at that point. If he doesn't go, the winner's going to win by himself.
On the turf, race 7, mile and a 16th, $35,000 claiming tag, all for sale for that price. Horses who've not won 2 lifetime. And the return from a long time away for Wesley Ward's Ciro de Marzio. Hope I did that justice. That price, 6 to 1, going to come down significantly, I would think, from there. Junior Alvarado will ride. Trainer George Weaver learned from the very best, helping develop champions for D. Wayne Lucas, like Derby winners Grindstone and Thunder Gulch, and standout stars like Left Bank and more than ready for Todd Pletcher. Today, he's writing his own success story, highlighted by his first Breeders' Cup victory with Cy-Fair and our first ever boat edition of Cart Talk.
George, I don't know if you saw last week I had Dave O'Rourke on, and he said he was going to get me a new cart. It hasn't got here yet, so I figured we should probably take a boat.
Maybe he'll offer you a new boat.
You know, it's funny, back in, I want to say 2019, maybe, you were one of my first cart talks I ever did. I don't think we even had the GoPros set up yet. A lot's changed since then for you, specifically and most importantly, July 3rd, 2022, your wife Cindy had a pretty tough accident over there on the training track. How is Cindy doing now?
She's doing very well. You know, it's taken a long time. She's put a lot of work into everything she does, what she has to, and she can't come to the barn and do what she loved to do before, and that's a source of sadness for her. But you know, we're blessed and grateful that she's done as well as she has, but we miss her. Man, she was good at what she did, and we won a lot of races because of her.
Well, the good news is Cindy's doing well, but you're still winning some races. In the last 4 years, you got a positive ROI. You're winning at 23% with first-time starters. You've got 72-year-old winners. Since when did you become this 2-year-old guru?
I feel like I've always been good with 2-year-olds, but Dew Sweeper started sending me horses, and we just started getting some more forward, precocious horses. You know, we do a lot of gait education with them early, and as you know, with the baby races, gait speed is a good thing.
There's also this interesting rumor going around that you're a turf sprint trainer now. What's up with that rumor?
You know, I guess I've had a lot of success with turf sprinters, and I feel very comfortable with it, but we feel comfortable with many other types of horses. Vacoma was a dirt horse, won the Bluegrass, came back as a 4-year-old and won the Carter and the Met Mile. Dorth Vader won the Ogden Phipps last year. Some of our best horses have actually been dirt horses. I don't know, as a trainer, we just try to maximize what they can do.
Now that we've dispelled the rumor, let's talk about your first Breeders' Cup win last year with the Grade 1 winning Cy-Fair.
When she ran up here at Saratoga first time out, I was impressed. And I'm a trainer, but I'm also a racing fan. I was impressed. And I told him right after the race, I said, that race right there won the Breeders' Cup. The way she just ran, I don't know what the number's gonna be, but like just watching that, like the Breeders' Cup's in my sights like right now.
Cy-Fair's a Breeders' Cup winner.
George, talk to me a little bit about your time here in Saratoga. I mean, obviously, you got a beautiful boat here. Your house is right there on the water. Why is Saratoga as a whole so important to you and your family?
You know, my dad took me here when I was young, 1980, I think. We lived in Kentucky. He had taken me to the races when I was a kid. And so I was first exposed to Saratoga in 1980. Like, I just became a real big fan of New York racing at the time. I just love it here. I love the racing here, and on top of that, just for living, the town itself is a great town, a lot of great restaurants, a lot of great energy, atmosphere here. You know, you've got Lake George and the Adirondacks to the north. It's just a great, I feel like it's a great place to live, and it's a great place to train.
Well, before we get out of here, one of my favorite lines in racing is something you said, and I'm pretty sure it was right after Cy-Fair won. Something about getting low.
Yeah, that's what the good ones do. They get low for the dough.
I like it.
Cart Talk Boat Edition brought to you by Gainesway Power Passion Performance. I thought the most telling part of that piece was, we see a dismount here? He did not let you drive.
He's the first mate.
Check it out. Pretty good. Look at this.
It's got you tying it off, though. That's pretty good.
Austin had to help me there a little bit.
I have to see that knot, see if you did it right.
George Cleaver he's no frills, and he's become just obviously who he came up under. You would expect him to be as good as he's become, and he has.
He's a sensational horse trainer. I think that his success on the racetrack says that. But he's also like a lot of fun to be around. And, I've got to spend a lot of time with him. A lot of my friends have horses with George, so I've got to spend time with George and his family, and he's great to be around. He's fun. They tried to make me jump in at the end. My partner in crime on Car Talk, Mel, she had this whole idea I was going to jump in there, and I didn't want to do it. They would not be good for the hair.
A little chilly in those waters too.
You going to skydive in the next Car Talk? What's on deck?
I can promise you, I will not be skydiving.
Sky Fair, by the way, we're going to see back in action the Breeders' Cup juvenile turf sprint winner when she beat the boys. She's going to be in the Coronation Cup Grade 3 at 5.5 furlongs this weekend. Also back, Bookham Dano, the pride of New Jersey, reigning sprint champion. Winner Belmont at Saratoga week and his comeback tour as well. Stay with us.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick threes. Play our new $3 late pick three and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucaro.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, 12 minutes away from race 7. As Mark Twain said, rumors of my demise have been greatly exaggerated. Same could be said for Bookham Dano. Beat at odds-on Grade 2 Carter. He looked sensational, Mig, beating the reigning Breeders' Cup sprint winner Ben Tornado in the True North.
Well, you got to be a fan of this horse. She's just hickory. Shows up every single time. And his sire, Bucaro, is standing just outside of Saratoga over in Schuylerville.
It's funny, Bookham Dano sometimes, though, he'll look beat in a race.
Oh,
and then he always finds a way to win.
No, he's got the eye of the tiger. There's no other way to put it. And you say it's about very few horses. He's badass.
A race basically written for him to bring him back home to Monmouth Park here, this $200,000 Mr. Prospector. Those things can go awry sometimes, can't they?
Oh, yes, indeed they can. But Bookham Dano is as genuine as they come. And you know what? That'll bring a crowd for sure.
If he wasn't a gelding, I would like to see him and Serengeti Empress have a baby, because she found ways just the way he finds ways. That'd be one tough son of a gun there.
Yeah, look, we expect to see him in much tougher races with G1s next to them, but that's sort of bringing a hometown favorite back for the fans in appreciation.
I think that's one of the great things that Richie pointed out about him being a gelding, is you're not chasing a resume that's going to lead to his next career as a stallion. He won't be a stallion. He's a racehorse, and that's what he'll be until he's done, and then he'll be a pet. And so have fun with him, run him where you want to run him where you can win some money, and just have fun with the horse, and that's what they're able to do.
They're bringing fun to a new level, those guys.
They
I'm
are
telling
having
you.
a great time. And the first 2,000 fans get a Book 'em Dano t-shirt at Monmouth.
How about that? 10 minutes to post here in the 7th. Let's go to Acacia with a special guest.
Very pleased to be joined by Shannon Kelly, the executive director of the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation. And Shannon, the big event for the summer is coming up, but tell us a little bit about what we have to look forward to.
Yeah, we're super excited this year. The turnout is already huge. Fashionable Fillies, August 10th. It's our premier fundraising event of the summer. We're really excited to honor all the women connected with Golden Tempo's big year, and to have Cherie being interviewed by Donna Brothers. We're super excited about it.
August 10th, as you said, the Hull Springs. It's always a fun event. What are some of the things, as you mentioned, celebrating Golden Tempo, but how can people buy tickets, and what should they look forward to at the event?
Yeah, so it's our standard luncheon, but we have a lot of great additions. We have shopping, we have music, we have raffles, all of the proceeds going to the Safety Net Foundation, and the tickets are still available. There's going to be a link up on the screen, and everyone can go and buy tickets.
For those not familiar with the work that the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation does, can you give a little run through of why it's so important?
It really is. It helps all the people in the industry. Whatever occupation you have in horse racing, wherever you're located throughout the country, we're there in times of need. We provide grants, and we're really the safety net for a lot of the people that need it most, who don't have anywhere else to turn. So every dollar, whether it's just a general donation or somebody buying a ticket, can help somebody in need.
Well, thank you for all that you do, and best of luck with the event this summer. Can't wait to see what takes place.
Thank you so much.
Greg?
Terrific event, and for a good cause as well. So you get back to race 7, and the favor right now, there he is. That's English Law, Will Walden. They'll have meet leader Flavian Pratt in the irons, and been going a lot longer, Tom.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is a horse that's making a drop into a claiming race today for the first time. You know, he was hard held in second in this race, and he makes a lead early on here and just kind of falters a shade late here, but this race was a much higher level than the one he's running in today. But intent with trainers is so important. When you get into these for sale races, these claiming races, you have to ask yourself, what is the intent of the trainer? Do they just want to win? Are they thinking that the horse is beyond his prime and they want to lose it to another trainer through the claim box or the for sale price? You know, that's what makes these races tricky.
These last 2 races were at 1.5 miles. Obviously, this is much shorter, at 1.16 miles. I think there's a couple things that are working in his favor with that. One, he gets Flavian Pratt, who I would say is probably one of the most aggressive riders in the room to take advantage of position. He's drawn inside, and you have a great rider in Flavian to take advantage of that inside draw to hold that position. And if he can stay connected, he's obviously going to have the stamina to give these other horses fits down the lane.
You know, see him going a little bit longer, kind of dulls that tactical speed. Being on 1 mile in the past, he's been close as well. With more, let's go back to Acacia.
And I think you bring up a really important point, Greg, as the number 3 Bold Love, who is normally quite chatty, a little bit vocal behind me once again. But as far as the 2 English Law is concerned, the question is, do those marathon races dull the tactical speed that he had? And is he going to be better going a touch shorter? Now that I look at him, I can completely understand why they tried going longer with him. This horse is enormous. He is a typical English Channel as well. Often the progeny of English Channel get better with more distance and with age as well. And they don't tend to usually be the most substantial. They're very lightly boned types of horses. And so that's exactly what English Law is. Fits that to a T. Very lanky, very angular, lightly framed, lightly boned, but tall, leggy, very big horse. So all that to say, you would look at him and say, yeah, he looks like a horse that might want to go 1.5 miles. But clearly didn't work out. He broke on top, got a little bit eager on the lead last time out. And he is a horse that did end up fading, and he does get a drop in class at least. So I thought that he was a major player given that. But now looking at him, I do have some questions as to whether this really is going to be his preferred surface or situation, I should say. But I do think the class drop will help him as he comes into here. Now, a major wild card in this race is the number 7, Ciro DiMarzio, who comes back off of a year-plus layoff for Wesley Ward. It's not run since July of 2025 at Ellis Park, and even before that, since he came to the U.S. in 2024, he's been a tough horse to keep on the racetrack. Only ran 3 times in 2025 and had some gaps, but he was facing very good horses before the layoff. Quattrocento, who he ran second to and was chasing last time, is a speed horse and a graded stakes, multiple graded stakes winner for Fausto Gutierrez. So I think that definitely flatters him. Typically, Wesley Ward runners do carry a lot of conditioning. He just really looks like he'll need a race from the fitness perspective. He's not one that I am familiar with, but very heavy in his barrel, carrying a lot of weight and substance to him. I'll watch him warming up, but one that I would want to watch with the layoff. The number 6, Vintage Vino, I had liked a little bit last time at a price. I thought that he had a legitimate trip and excuse 2 starts back. He too gets a drop in class, and this is a horse that broke his maiden for Linda Rice for $50,000. So it's a little bit of a return to reality, perhaps. He faced Clark Brothers last time. I think the top couple horses in that race look like they're pretty impressive, and he was just chasing, not really with any sort of chance. This is a much more realistic spot for him, and he looks tremendous. He's held his weight and conditioning exceptionally well. A horse that I'm very, very intrigued by, especially seeing him in the flesh in comparison to his company, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Post-parade coming up momentarily as we get a look at Arad Ortiz Jr. for Linda Rice here, see if he can go back-to-back. Vintage Vino, certainly a major player here, JK.
Yeah, look, I thought this was a race that you could kind of lock it up with 4 horses, and Vintage Vino was one of the horses I thought you could do that with. Thought his last couple races were pretty good. I always will love a horse who is trying to close into a slow pace. It's a hidden trip for me that I think you have to look real hard to see it, because the final number can only be so fast when they go slow early. I do think Vintage Vino is one. I don't love him at 5-2, but I think if we're talking multi-race wagers, if you're alive in the pick 6, you'd be comfortable to know that the 6 is on your tickets.
Meanwhile, the layoff horse for Wesley Ward, I heard a few people mentioning this one today as a potential horse that was going to run a huge race. 5-2 morning line, and Mig being ignored right now a little bit at 5-1.
Yeah, a little bit cold on the board, but he's a horse that has so many gaps, all right? 2 starts in 23, 4 in 24, 3 in 25, and now his 26 debut today. So he's been a bit fragile.
And just as I say that, that number immediately starts to come down to 7-2 now. English Law, Will Walden, Flavian Pratt from the inside starts things off.
Well, turn back in distance, drop in class, Flavian Pratt and an inside post. There's a lot of things to like.
Back on turf for the first time in a while, Bold Love.
Yeah, new trainer, but his turf races weren't great back in the day.
Blame it on KJ, David Duggan runner.
It came from Schuylerville to break his maiden for 50. This is quite a bit tougher.
Take a stance, Michelle Nevin coming off a distant third.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of other pace in here that could be a problem for this one.
Here's Vintage Vino with Arad Ortiz Jr.
I like what Jonathan had to say about the lack of pace and that he actually closed a bit, and you're picking up Irad.
Mig can say the name one more time. Mig?
Ciro DiMarzio.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds delicious.
Wesley Ward off the bench, hasn't raced since July 25 at Ellis. Sicilian Defense, big dropper for Cherie DeVoe.
Well, there's your hunch play. Ciro DiMarzio and Sicilian Defense, and Jose Ortiz and Cherie DeVoe, pretty good combination.
Royal Brown tried to wire a field second off the bench last start.
Yeah, I worry about the pace of this race. I think that when you have a Wesley Ward horse in there, you always know you're going to get a little bit of pace.
Is the 10 not interesting? 14-1, turning the page now. First start as a 4-year-old.
If he was drawn inside, Coach Case, the 10 would have been my top selection. He's just got to work out a trip on the inner turf from that post.
And Chips and Fish, also eligible, draws in.
Yeah, I'll raise you worrying about getting a good trip for this horse.
Yeah.
I understand the 10 is at least a little bit better, has some back races. I worry about Chips and Fish, although I do like Fish and Chips.
Thank you for saying it properly.
You're welcome.
I won't get in trouble tonight.
And by the way, Ciro DiMarzio is a mobster in an Italian sitcom. And that's why I said Sicilian Defense and him would be a good.
I was going to say friend of yours.
Hunch race. No, me and
He
Chiro, we
rode
fell
for
out.
a few of them back in the day. I can assure you that.
So here is Vintage Vino for Linda Rice. This one coming out of a mile and 3/16 race against Kark Brothers, who's run some big races on the grass. That was June 26th.
Yeah, look, when you're talking about class as it pertains to races and specifically for sale claiming races, this is a horse that's dropping out of much, much tougher races. Everything, the dynamics change dramatically. I mean, all of a sudden you see horses that don't show speed when they run for a claim for the first time. All of a sudden they're in a better position. It's just a matter of, like, if you go out and you play basketball against a group of professional basketball players, and then you play with some kids that are the B team at a small high school. It's dramatically different. You can look really good when you're playing against that B team.
Tom, I remember riding horses that much tougher company and telling my agent, I don't really want to ride that horse back. Don't like the way he feels. Not crazy about him. And then they drop him down, and I'd ride the horse. Man, he felt a lot better. Suddenly he's in the bridle carrying you. Classes.
They know.
They know.
And, so much talk about this big Pick Six carryover today, JK, as we look at this great crowd on hand for first day of this Diana week of racing. But it's been very formful. We're halfway through. There's going to be some chaos, you would think, at some point.
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends. It doesn't have to happen that way. I mean, it's Saratoga, so occasionally something weird happens in the sequence like this. But, there's not been any weather. There's no, crazy, maiden race with a bunch of first-time starters. We don't know what to expect. At least the horses the rest of the way are horses that have form, and there's something to kind of latch on to.
I think this race and the last race of the day, the 9th race, have the most potential to cause chaos. Claiming races and, a hodgepodge of different horses. I really hope that doesn't come up here, but I think it has the ability to possibly do it.
Jose Ortiz teaming up with Cherie DeVoe, Golden Tempo team of the Derby and Belmont winner. 7-1 here on the 8 Sicilian Defense. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, they've been a very potent combination together with picking up those big wins, and it is a bit of a additional drop in class for the number 8 Sicilian Defense, a horse that came in looking pretty hot back in the paddock, but he actually settled really nicely once they put the tack on, which isn't always the case. Sometimes they get even sharper. It was kind of like he said, okay, I know it's game time. I have to pay attention and be a little bit more focused in here. Does come out of a good live race with a couple of next out winners, and he was pressing the pace setter, just not able to sustain that pace. So we'll see if he is able to continue moving forward off of that with the additional drop in class. He looks very strong. The number 5, Take a Stance, not one that I liked as a win candidate, but I do think a major pace player, as he's been incredibly sharp at a big price. I expect him to be forward, and he could have an outcome say in how this race is played in the outcome, Greg.
Loading up for this 7th, and the favorite throughout in a pretty wide open race has been the 2, English Law. Will Walden, no doubt part of that, the Flavian Pratt factor. Let's throw it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Fish will be the last one to load. We kick off the late pick 3. Vintage Vino. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's Ciro Di Marzio, who's flashing good early speed. Sicilian Defense is a little bit quicker, and Chips and Fish on the outside, 3 across the course. Coach Chase is in 4th. Then comes Royal Brown, 5th in the early going, followed by Take a Stance. English Law is next, went a tad wide into the first turn, 8 lengths off the lead. Then it's an unhurried Vintage Vino, comfortable toward the back of the field. The 2 trailers, Bold Love and Blame It on KJ, is at the back. They swing on to the back stretch, opening quarter, 24-1. Ciro Di Marzio is in front by half a length. Sicilian Defense trying to keep him honest in second. Then comes Coach Case. Chips and Fish is 4th, 3.5 off the lead. Royal Brown next. English Law follows him toward the half-mile pole. 6 off the lead, the half in 48 and 2/5 seconds. Now Vintage Vino starts to inch a little bit closer into the far turn. Take a Stances just outside of him. The two trailers remain Bold Love and Blame It on KJ around the turn. Ciro Di Marzio still there with Sicilian Defense in second. English Law unwinding, caught wide, but on the move in 1:12 and 4 for 6 furlongs. They're at the top of the stretch. Ciro Di Marzio with a host of pursuers, including Coach Case, who's coming through on the inside with 1 furlong to go. Out in the center, English Law continues to march forward, and in between, Chips and Fish running a big race, 16th pole. Coach Case hugs the rail. English Law on the outside. Here's the line. English Law with a sustained stellar rally to victory. Photo for second between Coach Case and Chips and Fish, and from way back, Blame It on KJ completes the superfecta.
English Law, Flavian Pratt for Will Walden. You could see him making a huge move around the turn, and he outfinishes everyone.
He moved him outside right here. That's him the furthest outside with the black cap. But he's not an easy horse to ride down the lane. You can see his head is kind of cocked to the outside. He's going to want to lay in on a couple of occasions. It's hard to get him moving forward, Mig. Finally, he straightens out, and he can get him home on top.
You know, and before this time, he had 1 win, 4 seconds, and that wanting to lean on horse a little bit has thwarted his momentum. Today, Flavian, strong finish. What about the trip and ride on the 10, Coach Case, who found his way to the inside from post 10 and did everything but win. English Law, the drop was all he needed.
He tried to get up the inside, Coach Case did with Dylan Davis. I think after the race is over, you can say it. I know there's a lot of questions. I think the 2 English Law was probably just the best horse in the race. I don't think he got the best trip in the race. He just didn't get in enough trouble to get himself beat. I'm curious to see how tight it was for Dylan down on the inside. It looked like it took him a while to actually get the horse, Coach Case, into stride.
There's Will Walden, winning trainer. English Law, first win under his carriage. We take a look at the head on here.
Yeah, watch the head carriage of the horse with the blaze and the black and yellow silks. You know, he's just going to want to lean in here, and he's just a hard horse to get going.
And I do think the 1.5 mile races dulled English Law's speed a little bit because he really didn't get great position into the first turn. Dylan looked like he wanted to head to the outside on the runner-up, Coach Case. But when he took a quick peek to his right, there were a bunch of horses there. That position was occupied.
Do you think that, like with a horse like English Law, when he finally got clear of horses, do horses want to lean on other horses when they're near them? And if you can clear away from them, it's better for those kind of horses?
Yeah, a horse like that, I wouldn't want to get right next to them because they want to marry them. They want to get on top of them. Just try to keep a path or two
Herd
between
animals.
you.
Yeah.
For the 10, this was the first start back since November. 4-year-old debut, productive return, comes up a little bit short. It's English Law cutting back in distance as the favorite as it continues to be a very formful pick 6 carryover with 2 legs remaining, maybe the most 2 wide open races of the sequence. We will see. Prices from race 7 when we come back, and we'll look ahead to the weekend. And the Haskell, the Naira Betts Haskell, can Napoleon Solo pull it off again, coming off that Preakness victory for Chad Summers? Stay with us.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. 2:10, 11-4 finish. Flavian Pratt, Will Walden, Wachtell Stables, and the favorite takes the 7th. Let's go to Acacia.
And happy to be here with Will Walden, as it's the 49th different trainer to win a race here at Saratoga thus far. Will, you've had some tough beats and some big races, but had to be nice to get that one out of the way.
Yeah, we'll take the non-2 for 35. Yeah, no, look, the horses are running well. Like as you said, a couple tough beats, but that's horse racing, and we're just glad to come out here with English Law and get the job done.
And as far as English Law, you were just telling me you weren't completely sure that they went fast enough for his closing kick, but he really just gobbles up the ground.
Yeah, no, I wasn't. And, you know, we got him over the winter at Turfway, and just in the A other than, he was just kind of always a bridesmaid. Hard trying horse, always showed up, good, trains well, and just a pleasure to be with around the barn. But I thought down the backside, for where we were positionally, I thought we were a little bit compromised when they threw up the 24 and 48, but Flavian did what Flavian does and made it happen, so.
He's so good in the ice water in his veins. But I have to ask you about Palacios in the next race, because I feel like as far as the pick 6 sequence, that was a horse that some people might have leaned on. Just his second start with you, what were your takeaways from that last race?
Yeah, so he actually threw his shoe, his front right shoe, in the post parade. The outrider alerted IRAD, which he told me after the race, and he said, you know, he told me in hindsight the horse felt so good that he just went ahead, and which credit to IRAD for giving it a shot. But it allowed, like when he broke bad, he couldn't really send him because the horse would spin his wheels without the traction of that one shoe. So he kind of had to wait till he got turned for home. There was just a little too much left to do. He's tough. I mean, he's a really poor workhorse overall. Like if he wins this race, I might work him with the golf cart next week, but.
With JK on it?
With JK on it. Yeah, it's really hard to get a read on him, but you'll see in the paddock, he's dappled head to toe. He'll be dancing and jumping around in there. And but as far as the work, you know, working every week, it's kind of tough to get a line on where he's at, but he's doing well. He should be competitive.
Well, some tremendous insight. Thank you for that, and congratulations on the win here.
Yeah, thank you.
Greg?
Nice win. English Law is the favorite, $6.30. And to give you some idea of how this pick 6 is playing out, that pick 3 for $1. $32.77.
That's 31 to 1 where I come from.
Better than a sharp stick in the eye.
$15 to start it off. And then I know the win payout is $6.62 on Extravaganza, but when you have AE horses, they always pay a little bit better in the multis.
Talk yourself into it.
No, I'm serious. They do. They pay a little bit better. And you got the big carryover. If you're alive,
it's automatically going to pay more than it should. Yeah, with that number of money in the pool. Race 8, starter optional claiming race, 1-turn mile out of the Wilson Chute, and yet Will Walden. Here we go again. Palacios, 9-5 here, Tom.
Yeah, look, here's the Achilles on Palacios. This horse is not always a good gate horse, and when you're out of position out of the gate, it can cause problems for a rider and horse. That's my worry on the 7-horse Palacios.
Well, here would be my question to you, Tom, is if Will didn't recognize that he wasn't a great workhorse leading into this, now he knows that, I feel like it's a little bit easier to get him ready knowing that you can get a good performance out of him even though he's not working great.
Yeah, sure. And they have those kind of horses. They know the difference between morning and afternoons, and in the mornings they can't outwork the maiden that can't win a race in your barn, but in the afternoons they know it's game time.
Oceana Cruises cruising to victory. Authentic back in the 2020 Haskell. And then would go on to win the Derby. Yeah, the Derby. And the Breeders' Cup Classic in that strange year of COVID in which the Belmont Stakes kicked off our Triple Crown. Spendthrift Farm Runner, of course, Spendthrift with further ado going to line up in this year's Haskell. Brilliant at Keeneland. Proven, though, he could win elsewhere, Tom, last time out.
Yeah, you know, and that was a label he had, Greg. His moniker was, oh, well, he knows how to win at Keeneland. But this was a really good race. He broke very sharp, sat right off the pace, took over at the 3/8 pole midway around the turn for home, and then came home as a good horse should.
And I should, look, he'd won it at Churchill JK before, but not sort of the rousing figure you want to see. This was more of what we're kind of used to seeing from him, was it?
Yeah, I mean, look, I liked him in the Derby. He was my pick in the Derby. He didn't run great in the Derby. He comes back and runs really well. It's hard for me not to think that we're going to get the best version of Further Ado, but the Puma is still jumping off the page at me a little bit. A horse that I was also interested in the Kentucky Derby, but he wasn't able to run in the Derby. To me, I feel very confident the winner comes from one of those two. The rest of them have never really made me feel warm and fuzzy.
Mig, is he forgetting someone, namely the Preakness winner?
Yeah, Napoleon Solo. This horse has been doing things on the Belmont training track that horses don't do. I've never seen a horse work 3/4 and 11 on the Belmont training track, 58 and change. I mean, he's just firing one bullet work after another, and that speaks to a horse that's just doing fantastic coming out of that Preakness. And oh, by the way, controversial, whether you love him, you hate him, Paco Lopez kind of knows his way around Monmouth Park pretty well.
Let me throw another by the way in. I think he's going to go straight to the front and control the pace in Napoleon Solo. When you look at this race, to me, he looks like the horse that's going to make the lead out of the gate. And we saw what he did in the Preakness right off the lead, going exceptionally fast for that first half mile. So it's going to be his race to lose in terms of pace.
Maybe Napoleon Solo is just working so well at Belmont because he's excited about the new construction.
How much you want to bet I can throw this football over them mountains? First start back since the Preakness.
Greg, you can eat those tots?
Naira Betts, Haskell coming up on Saturday. And yeah, it's obviously another big name. The Puma, we didn't get to see him in the Kentucky Derby. He was a major player coming in. And I had asked Tom this question. I'm interested to get your thoughts because you sound like you're so high on him. It's a tough spot to come off that long of a layoff, isn't it?
I mean, it is. It's a confident spot, though. I would say that. I mean, there's an easier path than this that they could take and then take another start in a bigger race. But the fact they want to show up here and do this, try that mile and an eighth, I think goes a long way. The one thing I will say about the Puma, though, is he was battle-tested when a lot of them weren't going into the Derby. He's got enough under his belt that I feel like they probably could have got him back to fitness a little bit easier than a horse that's lightly raced.
Mile and an eighth on Saturday, one of the premier grade ones in the country for 3-year-olds. The Naira Betts Haskell, 5:45 Eastern start time. We'll have undercard coverage all Saturday afternoon long from the Jersey Shore. And you can play it right there. Sponsor of the race. Now live in New Jersey as well. Hop on board and play along. New customer bonus, $200 deposit match sign up at nairabets.com/NJ. We get this too? Friday, opening day at Del Mar where the turf meets the surf. We will have live opening day coverage from Del Mar on this very program on Friday. Stay with us.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit naira.com/Big Apple bonus.
Can wait no more. 3/4, 111-3. Lion Lake attack and fixed right. Angles out for the drive behind them. Kind of a stubborn Lion Lake.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at naira.com/Saratoga. Saturday on Saratoga Live. Join us on track live from Monmouth Park for the Naira Betts Haskell Day Undercard featuring multiple stakes races from the shore's greatest stretch. Saturday, coverage begins 12:30 Eastern on FS2.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 two-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Friday night, we have opening day coverage from Del Mar, where the turf meets the surf. First post, 5 Eastern start time in the traditional opening day feature. 3-year-olds on the grass in the Caesars Sportsbook Oceanside handicap worth $150,000. What a gorgeous sight that is.
I already got the winner, Wolfie.
Do you?
I already looked at it. I was feeling like Andy Serling today, working ahead.
I'm listening. You're going to wait? You're going to wait till Friday?
That's TV. Yeah, you got to wait.
Nice tease. 4-1's your morning line favorite. That's Bust Out. Wide open race. That one from Michael McCarthy, who was a stakes winner on the lawn at Santa Anita of the Cinema back in May 17th. Cannot wait for this coverage coming up Friday night. JK and I will be here on hand for it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I wish we could go there and go to the Brigantine and hit the Pamplemousse and do all of that.
Yes.
But I'm also happy to be here. Beautiful Saratoga.
We get the best of both worlds. Tom, you're going to play Bet the Favorite, Beat the Favorite coming up, and the favorite right now for Will Walden.
Well, let's talk about this favorite in Palacios, the 7-horse. I mean, what's not to like? This horse ran against older horses last time, now back in against 3-year-olds. Had a tough trip, lost a shoe, as we just learned from Will Walden early on. So, what's not to like? It's his gate behavior and what position he can lose out of the gate. It's so important. I don't think enough attention is paid in the first 100 yards of a race to a rider or trainer's success with their horse. And with Palacios, he has a real habit of getting out of position. Out of position gets him beat in this race.
All right, so what are you going to do here?
So I like the 3, Life is Gravy, which since about April the 1st, life has been gravy for me.
That one trying to answer a distance question for the trainer Napoleon Solo, Chad Summers. Life is Gravy going beyond 6 furlongs for the first time. So there's the favorite, though. Palacios, Will Walden, Arad Ortiz Jr., the favorite. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll take a look at the number 7 Palacios starting there. And I thought Will Walden gave some really intriguing insight into this horse and what took place in his last race. When a horse loses a shoe in the paddock, then you do have the opportunity to scratch should you so choose, or try and put that shoe back on. If it happens out on track, and it actually happens more often in the running of races than many people realize, you're kind of stuck at that point. And if Irad Ortiz, who rode him that day, said that he felt good, then that was a positive. Now, I don't know what he wore last time, but looking at him in here, he does have a type of glue-on shoes, which would be affixed to his foot. Oftentimes you'll see it with horses that have a little bit of a thinner sole or more shelly feet. It uses a very, very strong type of adhesive, and there are a few different variations of them. And it can be very helpful in corrective shoeing as well. So I imagine with the addition of those shoes, it's hoping that L4 will stay on today. It could have definitely impacted him, and he was spinning his wheels, and he was off slowly, jostled around, and then just couldn't reach the top 2. As Will also said, he is completely dappled. He is a stunning horse just to look at here in the paddock, despite the fact that he is not a strong workhorse. And he has gotten sharper once they put the tack on him. So he's a horse that I am optimistic if he can break, with all things staying solid as they should, and be a little bit more into the race today. Now, taking a look at a couple of others, the number 4 Exhibition Only, I was very excited to see when they drew this race, because I feel like he's going back to doing what he wants to do, and that's going a mile on the main track. He actually ran pretty well in the Gotham a few starts back, finishing 4th behind Iron Honor, and then was just kind of thrown to the wolves and shipping over to the Lexington, then back on the turf last time. But he has been been gelded. And for me, that is perhaps the most intriguing part of this horse. He was a very energetic individual and one that did lack a bit of focus. And since being gelded, he has calmed down so much. He's also lightened up a little bit, but he's very fit and he is strong. Like I said, I just feel like this is the right kind of spot for him. The number 6, Max Money, is a New York bred that is coming in to face Open Company in here, but he has been running races and does have some efforts that would make him competitive. No luck chasing the very fast Skolko's Folly in the Mike Lee last time out. He also gets Lasix back today, which I do think that he might appreciate, and he is a big, good-looking individual that physically looks like he really should relish getting back out to the mile, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. That man right there will ride Max Money. Ricardo Santana Jr., New York bred by Maxfield, who faced a New York bred monster in Skolko's Folly last time out. Start prior, broke his maiden finally. It took him 6 starts, Mig, to do it.
Yep.
Yeah, but did it nicely and worked out a really good inside-out trip this day and certainly got pace to run at. Last race, he just got scorched chasing much better rivals.
The one thing I noticed, you look down at his past performances, his best race, his only win, there's a little L next to his figure where he means he had Lasix. He has an opportunity to run with Lasix again here today.
I think that's a good point.
Yeah.
You know, and as far as that last race goes, when he angled him out after having to wait, he did kick home very well.
Little cool on the board, though, right now at 5-1. He was 7-2 morning line. Here's the one favored again. Will Walden favored throughout. In the last race on the turf, won that race with his turf runner cutting back. And now Palacios faced, again, as we mentioned, a pretty tough one last time out, had that issue. How big of an issue is that, what we heard from Will Walden, losing a shoe in a race?
It's hard to say. To some horses, yes. When you start assuming that a horse can't grab the footing because he doesn't have a shoe, I get a little, But it can make a difference. I mean, look, maybe just as important as that race was against older horses. And now he's getting back with his age group, straight 3-year-olds. I think that has a lot to do with just how good that race was.
Here comes our post parade. We'll start things off with Into the Light. Broke through with a strong maiden win last start.
This is a horse that has improved in every start, and every one of this broodmare's foals have improved with racing.
Swiss Army knife just claimed off of Todd Pletcher, Fernando Abreu now.
Yeah, so now with the 8 scratch, this is the only horse in the field that you can buy out of the race for $75,000 if you choose.
Here's Life is Gravy.
Irish bred Life is Gravy. Certainly his race is good enough to be competitive here.
Exhibition only, ran on the Gotham.
Ran on the Gotham. He's been gelded before this past race and getting back to the dirt.
Linda Rice with Gethsemane.
Second start off the Linda Rice claim here. First one in New York and another player.
Here's the New York bred we just touched on, Max Money.
Yeah, I think he's a player in this race. I think he has a real chance.
Now Money really coming in on Palacios now for Will Walden.
That's been my beat the favorite.
Well, something that Tom said, though, this horse ran so well against older horses, and it's tough for 3-year-olds to take on elders. He is a little bit problematic at the gate, but at least he doesn't have a horse outside him, so even if he breaks a step slow, he shouldn't get shuffled out of it.
I know you can see improvement, a lot of improvement, at times with horses too. You run a 38 and 44 buyer though to start your career. Probably don't have high expectations. This horse has steadily, as Mig said, gotten better and better. And that maiden win, Tom, was very good.
That was very good. And I mean, look, he was actually a 2-5 favorite in his last start against older horses. And that just goes to show you how good his form has gotten. This is definitely class relief for this horse.
Good. I was talking about the one, Into the Light.
Oh, well, half to Grade 1 ballerina winner and By the Moon, Into the Light could easily be a horse that's going to improve.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think it's, I think Tom will agree with me. It's what the trainers get paid to do, is to take a horse that's running 34, 35 buyers and fix whatever is causing that to be the problem, and then getting them to run up to their capabilities. And it seems like Rick Dutcheros has found a way to get Into the Light to run better than he had been running.
And sometimes it's just as simple as a horse needs a light bulb to go on, right? He's just not sure of his job. And every one of this mare's foals by the light has taken 3 or 4 starts to start really finding their best. I think this horse has another forward move in him, good inside draw. And just to show you I'm not a hard-hearted guy, I did win 2 stakes on By the Light the 2 times I rode her, so I got a rooting interest here as well.
I got it.
You got to show speed from the rail, right? Doesn't this horse kind of have to go from that inside spot?
I
Sprint
think so.
speed has been shown.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Life is Gravy we're looking at for Chad Summers, Preakness winning trainer Napoleon Solo, who we'll see in the Haskell. Tom's stretching out. He'll get beyond 6.5 furlongs for the first time. What makes you confident he'll like a mile?
Well, I guess I'm going to contradict myself on one of the other shows. Just because they finish well at a short distance doesn't mean they're going to like longer, but he sure looks like it to me. He is a first foal. The mom didn't run, so there's nothing to really go by on pedigree there. But I think we get some pace in this race, which Life is Gravy, the 3-horse, will certainly appreciate. And I like Tyler Gaffleone in this horse.
7:01 right now. Let's go to Acacia.
And he's such an interesting horse, Life is Gravy, being that he's an Irish bred, was purchased at Tattersall's as a foal in December for just $2,000 out of a Japanese mare and by Mind Your Biscuits. So really kind of a fascinating pedigree, I always think very interesting. But his name, kind of a continuation of the song that his sire was named for, Mind Your Biscuits and Life is Gravy. He is a horse that when you watch him run, he has a very interesting way of going. He runs with a lot of knee action, almost like a turf horse would, but he's one that sometimes maybe has a little bit more suspension up in the air instead of reaching forward. And I wonder too, as he broke slowly last time out, to Tom's point, he kind of got run off his feet when sprinting. He's very sharp, but there's a lot of length to his frame. I'm optimistic about him getting the mile with the stretch out and distance here today. Now the number 5, Get the Message. I knew I was going to have a trouble with that name. He is the horse that just first catches your attention when you watch him in the paddock. He's second off the claim for Linda Rice, and he's been in very good barns prior, which definitely is the question, as he's been a little bit more of a bridesmaid with those 3 seconds to his 1 win. But last time out, he was second best, and he never switched his leads throughout the running of that race. I think he's best when he can be a little bit more forward, but physically, I think that he is a horse that really stamps himself as a contender and second time in Linda's barn, Greg.
See what happens here. Start number 2 comes in from Churchill and Linda Rice. She changed the game with what she did claiming horses, Tom, in Louisville. And here's another Louisville claim.
Yeah, another Louisville claim. Blinkers on in the last 2 starts for the 5-horse have improved the finish. We'll see if that continues to happen.
Favorite, Tom playing beat the favorite here. Going with Life is Gravy, stretching out, but the one to beat, Palacios from that outside post. Will Walden looking to go back-to-back on this Thursday card in this Pick 6 carryover. We send it upstairs on our Fox Sports 2 coverage to Frank Miramati.
Here's Life is Gravy going in. Very similar silks to the rail horse into the light. Exhibition only. Gethsemane. Max Money second to last. And the favorite Palacios will complete the line. Big day for this ownership group. They're looking for their 3rd. They're in the gate. And they're off into the light. Flashing sharp early foot from the inside, but it is Max Money who's quicker, and Max Money takes over, gets over to the rail and opens up 2 lengths into the light second. Exhibition Only is running in 3rd. It's another 3 back to Swiss Army Knife on the inside of Gethsemane. The 2 trailers, Life is Gravy and Palacios. 7 lengths covers the field. Max Money is the boss. Running down the backstretch, leading by 1.5 lengths into the light second, the quarter in 24 seconds flat. Exhibition Only is in 3rd. Swiss Army Knife at the rail, just 3 off the pace in 4th. And then it's Gethsemane in 5th. 1.5 lengths, Life is Gravy and Palacios. They move past the half-mile pole. Max Money hustled along on the front end. The half in 47 3, rounding the far turn. Leads it by 1 length. Into the light came to him, Ben is doing so once again in second. Exhibition only, white blinkers in third. Palacios underway, and there goes Palacios making his move to take third, and matching strides with him is Gethsemane. Gethsemane in with a fighting chance, one from the outside as they reach the top of the stretch. 6 furlongs in, 1:13. Max Money has the lead by 2, has been chased by Into the Light. They are followed by Palacios, who after that big bid, flattening out just a touch. Gethsemane is next. They're coming to the 16th pole, and Max Money is gone on the front end. Max Money strong throughout, reports home 4 lengths clear of Into the Light. Palacios third, and Gethsemane was fourth.
It's the New York bred Max Money, Ricardo Santana Jr., Mike Maker, 3 Diamonds Farm at 3-1.
Showed the way early in this race and had plenty left for the stretch. Look, we say it all the time. The international sign, I got horse, is when that rider peeks over one of his shoulders and looks back and asks where everybody is. When Santana does that on Max Money, it's game over.
If you don't already look at this, you got to pay attention to the Lasix on, Lasix off that we've seen in this country over the last few years with some changes in those medication rules where they're not able to run in stakes with them, then they come off, they're back on. Sometimes you can find a horse that runs better with it. I want to give Max Money a lot of credit, but I also want to give Ricardo Santana a lot of credit. That is my favorite version of Ricardo, the aggressive, go to the front version that we just saw there.
Post 6 and able to get to the front early on here.
Well, he broke out a step, the 6, the winner, as did the 7, your favorite. The 7 continued out a little further before Irad was able to kind of rectify the situation. But Ricardo Santana's at his best when he allows horses to run freely. And when he made the lead as comfortably as he did, he was going to be tough to run down.
And, you know, you talked about the 7 breaking outward, and that horse has put himself in bad positions over and over again. When he broke outward like that, he had to get redirected. He's last. He's last down the backside. He's got a lot to do, and the best he can do is catch up to be third.
But especially, too, Mig, on this configuration, right? How it's set up on the Wilson chute.
Yeah, you're already taking a little bit the worst of it from that 1 mile chute if you got an outside draw. But Max Money, Ricardo Santana overcame that by being aggressive and going forward with a horse that has speed. Irad didn't have that luxury, but Palacio, and again, like Tom said, he kind of creates his own trouble early by not breaking as sharply as he needs to.
Max Money with the victory here. Second choice on the board here in the 8th with our nightcap to come. 6-1, 7-5 finish. Ricardo Santana Jr. for the slim, trim Mike Maker and 3 Diamonds Farm. We'll have this story when we come back. They have the ultimate mentor and dad, won over 3,300 races in his career. And now Dylan, Katie, and Jackie following in his footsteps.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun, all in for Mohegan. As I'm pleased to be joined by Kirk Wyckoff of Three Diamonds Farm, winning owner here with Max Money. And Kirk, he's been such a cool New York bred. It has to be really fun to see him winning against Open Company today.
Yeah, he is. He was a horse we bought out of the yearling sale here. He was a Maxfield before Maxfield was Maxfield. And Mike's got him where he needs to be. To be honest with you, we thought he's a closer. He's always won from behind. But you probably heard Ricardo say, when you're in front, don't look back. And he didn't.
I was going to ask you about that. And Ricardo is riding really well, and he was aggressive. And there wasn't too much movement in the race. It was the right call.
100%. Sometimes the best laid plans don't work. So we're very happy to be in the winner's circle. Good start to the meet.
Oh, absolutely. And you said you and your wife just got in town. You timed it perfectly.
Well, we have a nice 2-year-old tomorrow, and then we have the grade 3 on Saturday. So I got my two of my best trainers facing off. We'll see how that works out.
Not a bad weekend. Congratulations on the win.
Very much. Appreciate it.
Greg?
Thank you, Acacia. It's Max Money in the 8th in our Fasig-Tifton Winner Circle lead-in, brought to you by the 105th Saratoga sale of selected yearlings, August 10th and 11th. Where will you be? Max Money, second career win. Stakes placed against New York breds in the past, but now another W on the resume. $8.12 for the victory. Last leg of a pick 6 carryover. And here we go. Mile and a 16th on the lawn. This is how it began. Chester Boy, the only real price in the sequence. Who I had thought, let me go back and check. Yeah, he was 3-1 morning line. Somehow he paid $15.64. Still, these returns are not bad.
No, I mean, it's, I think Palacios is probably the most singled horse in the sequence. When you beat the most singled horse in the sequence, you pick up a lot of equity, right? Because tickets can get expensive, especially on days like this, and I think that's why you're seeing the payouts be what they are. Last I checked, the lowest one was $5,475 for the pick 6, and that's to the 6 horse.
Wow. So, New York bred $50,000 maiden claiming race, mile and a 16th. It's on the Mellon turf course, and a very mild favorite in the one into the wilderness. Arad Ortiz Jr. from the rail for Charlie Baker. Second start back off the bench of the 3-year-old campaign. More on this field coming up. Racing runs deep in the Davis family. Dylan, Katie, and Jackie following in the footsteps of their father, Robbie, went over 3,300 races over the course of his career and carrying on one of the sport's most recognizable family legacies.
So happy. Take care of this old man. You had to have a very understanding woman that is behind you and will support you 110%. And I prayed, God, please, there's got to be one out there. And she was at the roller skating rink. She said she climbed the tree in 1973 and watched Secretariat win in her backyard at the quarter pole at Belmont. I was like, wow, you climbed a tree? We got married and we had 2 little girls. And I said, I don't care if you have a dozen. We had 3 boys and 3 girls.
I have an older sister with 3 lovely little girls, and my sister Jackie that rides here at Finger Lakes. I have a brother, Robbie Jr., and then Eddie, then it's me, and then my little brother Dylan. Big family.
I'm the oldest of everybody that's on the track.
The younger daughter says, wow, she can do it, I can do it, I know I can.
I'm the youngest in the family. I was second one. It was a pretty easy choice, because knowing that Dad rode, and I had my own little personal coach to teach me along the way.
My dad wasn't exactly thrilled about me being racing.
Jackie, you're 99-1. You'll never make it. You're this big.
So he was really, really hard on me.
She went to McCarran's jockey school. I said, Chris, look, it's just a whim she's on. She'll fall off once or twice. So he calls me at Christmas, says, Rob, she's good. She's really good. I said, Chris, come on. He's like, no, Rob, she can ride. I'm going, oh, brother.
We're very competitive, so we tease a lot.
There was bragging rights, and sometimes some people don't take it better than others.
All of us have ridden in a race before, and I've won most of them.
We will do anything to beat each other for any any position we're in. It doesn't matter if it's last.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know who to root for, you know? I'm just like, get across there and say, the winning is everything.
If I can't win the race, I want to beat my siblings.
It's kind of like they're in the backyard, but they just moved over here. And this is their backyard.
I look over, I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like, I never thought that we would actually be here together, you know, enjoying the moment.
We want to beat each other, but we wanted to see each other do well.
It's always tough competition when we're out there, and we have a lot of fun.
They are having a great time. They are absolutely love every bit of what they're doing. They absolutely love it.
I think my dad is proud.
To be able to follow in his footsteps, he's really proud. He kind of paved the way for us, and he knows that we love doing this sport.
It's beyond proud. It's just beyond it. They have outshined me and everything that I ever dreamed of. It's grateful, you know, I'm grateful.
Quite a trio, an incredibly proud dad. Mig, you of course rode against Robbie throughout your career. And what is it? I mean, you have children of your own that are in this sport as well. What does that got to feel like for Robbie?
Yeah, just incredible. And you could see how emotional he got when he's saying, you know, beyond proud. And he should be. I mean, the three of them are good riders. They work hard. You know, what Dylan's been able to do. I really have enjoyed watching their evolution. I knew them as babies. And me and Robbie were, you know, tough competitors. We didn't get along great when we rode together, and we're friends now. But
how can you not get along with probably the nicest? I've never seen a nicer person in the feature we've shown.
I'm a different person now than the guy that rode. Okay.
Do you want to?
It's on me. I'm not putting it on Robbie. It was on me. I was son of a gun in the room. I wasn't the nicest guy, but I also was living on about 750 calories a day, which will change your perspectives a little bit.
Well, Dylan, he'll be aboard, one of 4 in this race for Chad Brown, who has more than half the field in the Diana. We've grown accustomed to seeing this in Diana from Chad Brown, who's won 4 straight runnings of this race, 9 of the last 10 runnings of one of the most prestigious turf races for fillies and mares in the country, and that'll be Sagesta with Dylan aboard.
Hey, look, I actually think that's the best of Chad's 4 horses. I think this horse can position well, a multiple Grade 1 winner at that. To me, this is a horse that fights hard at the finish, as you're seeing right here.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can't argue with Sagesta. I think that, you know, this one has some tactical speed. I think she needs less to kind of go her way than some of Chad's other runners in here. So that's always a comforting thing. You get Dylan in here, you know, doesn't typically ride these kind of A-teamers for Chad. He does ride for Chad, but not these A-teamers, so you know you're going to get Dylan's full attention for an opportunity like this. So Sagesta's the one I would probably trust the most. Kathy and Marissa's probably the one that I think is the more likely winner if the pace sets up.
Be cautious, too. He's done this a few times. It was a few years ago, too. Before In Italian was In Italian, Chad Brown won this race with In Italian, the biggest price of the 4 he sent out in the race.
Well, look, he's not going to – he knows the 2 favorites better than anyone else. So if he thinks he has one that could be the 3rd or 4th choice and he puts him in, he knows the other 2 because they're standing right over there. And I think that's why sometimes the 3rd and 4th stringers for Chad that show up, they fit so well because he knows they fit.
This guy knows how to win this race, too.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. But
Heritage
we're going way
Gold,
back in time.
1999.
My first Grade 1 winner.
Wow.
Yeah.
We're going to take a timeout. That's coming up over the weekend. Race 5, 2:46 Eastern on our Fox Saturday coverage. Grade 1 Diana, presented by Duncan. We have the finale coming up. On the turf, mile and a 16th to close it out. New York breds in a $50,000 maiden claiming event. We're 13 minutes to post.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement
of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure!
Has opened up a 5-length advantage. It's a 1-horse race.
National Treasure, the key to quality.
The crown jewel of American yearling sales, where world-class bloodlines meet glamour, grace, and grandeur. America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners has produced recent stars Clico, Commandment, Hope Road, Journalism, Shred the Gnar, and Sierra Leone. For 105 years, success starts at Saratoga. The 105th Saratoga sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance, and maybe the most wide open race of this Pick 6 carryover, fittingly to close things out. And the board would certainly reflect that. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, to all of those that are still alive in the Pick 6, wishing you all the best, because this is a tricky one. We'll start with a new face who has clicked over to favoritism in the number 7, Zelina, for trainer Michelle Nevin. Typically for this barn, I do like to see them have a start, but I thought that this horse, at least as I said, was a new face, and she was dropping in class for the first time. She only had 1 start where she debuted last summer as a 2-year-old here at Saratoga, and she just was a bit green. She was not really clued in. She was off slowly that day, and then was sidelined and does come back here. Now, she is the daughter of Kitten's Joy, whose progeny typically are good doers and carry a lot of substance, a little bit more of the stuffier type of build. Looking at her, I do think that she will benefit from a start just to get a little bit more defined, particularly in her barrel, kind of where those ab muscles are. But like I said, I think maybe has a touch of class and is unexposed against this maiden claiming company. Now we'll take a look at a few coming out of that June 11th race at Belmont at the Big A, as there are several that participated in there, beginning with the 6 Roasted Reds. Arguably the one that you might want out of that race, because she was a first-time starter in there, and I had written down in my notes that she was very well spotted, acted well, just maybe not the most athletic type of build. Well, she looks much stronger today. She's not the biggest, but she definitely is put on some muscle mass, super coat on her, and she was wide throughout last time out as well, and I think a horse that has every right to improve in her second start for Jorge Abreu. And Flavien Prat does stay aboard, hopefully gets a chance to save a little bit more ground today. Also out of that race is the number 1 Into the Wilderness, who was actually the favorite, coming back off the layoff and moving into the Charlie Baker barn. She did no running that day. She was chasing behind, just had nothing to offer, but she was off of a layoff, stretching, I should say, had stretched out earlier in her career. She gets blinkers on today and now second off the bench. A pretty significant blinker cup going on, a 3/4 cup, and she just looks so much better than she did last time out. More refined. She's a big, kind of rough type of built horse. And sometimes with horses like that, the best thing that you can do is get a race into them. You just can't achieve the level of fitness that's needed just from workouts alone. She definitely looks like a horse that wants to go long. I think this is the right spot for her, and I'd be willing to give her another chance second off the bench and picking up Irad Ortiz Jr.
Thanks, Acacia. We'll get to the post parade in a moment. Tom just pointed out off camera here, 3 horses, 9-2, sharing favoritism. Tells you how difficult this race is, and you went for a lot of coverage in your pick 4.
I think you have to. Even though you got 7 horses coming out of the same race back in this race, it's just, they're so evenly matched in terms of speed figures, specifically Ragusan speed figures, that this is where I did my spreading out, and come on, something's good's got to happen. I got 7 horses in here.
And looking at the payouts, you're at least alive to double your money, right? $42 ticket. I guess your lowest payout is with the one's $97, the six $83. So you're right there to double your investment.
Give me one of those long shots.
Nothing wrong with that.
I want to know
Well,
what
it's just
I'm
nice to
rooting
know.
for.
Yeah. Oh, the big ones. There's some big ones in there.
Good.
16 wins and counting for Flavian Pratt, who just left our picture. Continuing to lead the way. An outstanding first couple of weeks, but of course, increased competition, Mig, now with Arad Ortiz Jr. showing up.
Yeah, we had 4 or 5 riders, Luis Saez included, as well as Irad, Kendrick, that were suspended to begin the meet. So yeah, the waters are going to get deeper, but boy, they got all the momentum and they've kind of set the tone, haven't they, Tom?
I mean, Irad Ortiz thinks he can win this meet.
Sure.
Does anybody in this desk doubt that Irad Ortiz can win this meet? I don't.
First of all, let's keep in mind too, this is a longer meet. We still have how many days left? We haven't hit the 40-day mark yet.
A long way to go. A long way to go.
And I know that there's a head start, and they have those days as well. If there's anyone that can do it, a guy that has that Mamba mentality, just never quits no matter what the race is.
I wouldn't bet against it.
Yeah, and I think that the other thing about Irad is he's one of those guys that is gonna he's gonna get a win a day. He's gonna have a lot of 2-win days, but he's also the guy that can jump up and grab a 5-day win too. Not that Jose and Flavian can't do the same, but it feels like Irad's just a tad bit more likely for that.
How about Irad's won at least 300 races a year for the last 10 years in a row?
So you're talking about almost winning a race a day on the calendar. Now, they don't race every day on the calendar, but that's freakish.
It's amazing the numbers he's compiled, the career he's put together. There he is. And just so incredibly highly motivated, Mig. Who does he remind you of who you rode with back in your day?
The most, and it's glaring to me, is Angel Cordero Jr. And there's no higher praise because Angel is arguably the greatest rider that I ever competed with and maybe ever saw. I mean, he's in that conversation, right? And Irad has that same kind of intensity, that same kind of desire, and it didn't matter if it was a 5-claimer or a grade 1, they are on their belly.
Would you say that when it comes to Cordero, because I got to ride towards the end of his career when I was up here working, would you say that he would ride more than one horse in the race? Nobody even knows what that means, except you got to explain it.
Yeah, no, he would know where everybody was going to be before they knew where they were going to be.
And they knew their strengths and weaknesses.
Absolutely. And when you say riding multiple horses in a race, he was on his horse, obviously, but he was forcing other horses to play his game.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right.
Well, this man right here, so much hardware already collected, still pretty young, and a lot of wins still ahead of him. It's kind of scary to think what he can accomplish in the sport.
He's going to break all these records. He's going to break them all, and his brother Jose is right there with him.
This man back as well. Luis Saez had to start this Saratoga meeting on a suspension. Former meet winner here, JK, a few years ago.
A little foreshadowing, Wolfie, for our night tomorrow night. LRF with the little red feather silks. You'll see a lot of those at Del Mar throughout the summer meet. You don't see them out here that often in New York.
No, you don't. And we'll, of course, see Saez on the Puma in the Haskell, who JK is incredibly high on, who we've not seen since the Florida Derby.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think this is, what's fun about the Haskell and the Travers is it's another opportunity for some horses that maybe got sidelined before the Kentucky Derby to show up and get involved and get in the mix with the Triple Crown type horses. It's also an opportunity for horses to grow up and improve a little bit, right? With Further Ado, who disappointed in the Kentucky Derby, and maybe he's improved, grown up, has become a little bit more reliable. So it's what's fun about the Haskell and the Travers.
Call to post for the finale.
2 members of 10 Most Wanted. Those guys have a band off the track, by the way.
Do they really?
They do, and they're good. They got a nice horn section.
Here is Arad Ortiz Jr. into the wilderness.
Into the wilderness, change of equipment, blinkers on, was a beaten favorite last time. They're searching for an answer.
Oh, we just showed you that Davis family feature, Katie Davis on Sky Lolo.
Yeah, this one has no early speed.
Valiant Diva for Tom Worley.
I think this horse has improved with the addition of blinkers in the last 2. might show some finish.
Tank Girl didn't show a lot on the turf, but drops in class.
Yeah, has run 4 times, has been beaten over 100 links in those 4 starts.
Rider change on the 5. It's Omar Hernandez Moreno.
Yeah, I think we need to see some improvement here for world-famous trainer Nick Zito to get to the winner's circle with this horse.
Roasted Reds major player Jorge Abreu.
I think this horse could improve. Took money first time out for TT and is now going to show up in this spot.
Dropping class for Zelena for the second start.
Dropping class off of only 1 start, getting Lasix for the first time, both positives.
Blinkers on Miss Nikki D.
Yeah, hasn't taken any money in the first 2 starts. Stretch out sprinter, sprinted last time.
David Dugganbarn, and what a weekend, tried to wire the field off the bench last start, got a little tired late.
Yeah, that race might actually help a lot. It was first time Lasix. Jonathan mentioned the improvement with Lasix. Gets it again today and will certainly be closer on the lead.
2 clicks, saved a lot of ground in that race, but did hit the board.
87-1 last time. That's hard to do.
Mia Sofia has Ricardo Santana Jr.
Has Ricardo Santana Jr. We just saw a win earlier today, and going to need some improvement here, though.
And Island Charm, tough post here, but Manny Franco with 2 wins on the day already.
This is where I'm going to land. I don't love the draw being far outside, but the horse has enough tactical speed, should be able to at least, and you know with Manny, he's going to get his position forward. And then if everything kind of unfolds perfectly, I'm hoping this horse could end up in the 2 path, and at the worst case scenario, the 3 path.
Yeah, I mean, with that speed that the 12 horse has, I think you're right on the mark there. I think this horse can still save ground, which we often say on those outside posts is so difficult to do.
Horse got a perfect trip, though, last start. Did not get it done. Where are you guys going to wind up?
I'm going to wind up on What a Weekend, the 9 horse. I think that's the most likely winner here. I like that last race. I mentioned there's 7 horses in this field coming out of the same race. What a Weekend was the best finisher of those 7, ran second.
Do you like this? Look at the 12 real quick, just since this one's on the screen. What are you seeing on the screen here from this warm-up?
I'm seeing an aggressive warm-up. I'm seeing a rider that's thinking I'm going to go from the gate based on that strong warm-up away from the pony we're watching.
JK, where are you going to wind up?
12. I mean, I think it's a wide open race. I mean, I think the 1's very interesting. I think the horses that are taking money in here, I think one of them likely shows up. I'll go with the 12 outside, but I wouldn't be shocked if any of the single-digit price horses win.
Mig?
I'm on your favorite, the 6 Roasted Reds. I thought it was just a very useful debut and a race that a horse can build on by War Dancer. He's just been a tremendous sire here in the state of New York.
Second turf start for this one was a lot different than a debut. Debuted sprinting, was near the back of the pack early, and then stretched out, was on the front end off the layoff here, and today will be second off the bench. Runner-up finish in this comeback effort.
We're talking about What a Weekend?
Yes.
Yeah, so on the front end there, and as I said, many of the horses in this race are running again today. You know, the most impressive, believe it or not, was the longest price of the board that day, 2 Clicks, who kind of got stuck behind horses and made a good finish when she got clear.
One of my favorite things to do, there's a lot of horses exiting a race, is I try not to know who's who in the race. I watch the replay, I know the numbers, and then when the race is over, I say right immediately the number that I thought ran the best race, not knowing who the name was. And when I did that this morning, it was the 5 in that race, which is the 9 in this one.
See if this one can improve here. Second off the layoff for the 3-year-old campaign. Let's go back to Acacia.
Taking a look at that number 9, What a Weekend. To Jonathan's point, this is a horse that tried to wire the field and off the layoff as well, getting back to the turf. And sometimes you will see horses, especially fillies, that are just a little bit fresh coming back off the bench. And given that she is by Weekend Hideaway, I think there was a little bit of concern as to whether she could see out the distance. And while she was second best, I thought she ran very well. And she is sharp. She got much sharper out on track as well. Jamie Rodriguez gave her a spirited warm-up, but I thought both she and 2 Clicks, the 10 at a price, coming out of that race were horses that could potentially make a little bit of noise in here, but especially the speed of What a Weekend, quite dangerous, Greg.
Yeah, we'll see if this one can lead them every step of the way here to close things out. Final leg of a big pick 6 carryover, 7-2 favorite, the 6. Roasted Reds. Start number 2 for the Jorge Abreu barn, with Flavian Pratt looking for his second win on this Thursday card, leading rider at the meet. We send it upstairs to close out this Thursday action. Frank Miramati with the call.
What a Weekend going in. Roasted Reds. Two Clicks. Mia Sophia and Island Charm. Island Charm goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Slight bobble for a very quick Ready Rosie Jane in the center, but it's What a Weekend who's up to take the lead. Mia Sophia flashing good early foot. Island Charm comes away in third, and Roasted Reds, they're moving right along in the opening stages. Into the Wilderness, Hugs the Hedge in fifth. A very tough trip for that Ready Rosie Jane. She's having some problems and will be probably pulled up very, very shortly as the field rounds the clubhouse turn. And it is Two Clicks in front, opening up 2 lengths. What a Weekend is racing in the second spot through that opening quarter mile. Mia Sophia's in third, opening quarter 24 and 2. Heavy restraint for What a Weekend, who's now in between horses. In the meantime, Tank Girl goes after them 4 wide. Lots of activity early on. Island Charm is next. Roasted Reds is behind this group, racing 3 lengths clear of Into the Wilderness, who is right next to Sky Low Low. Zelena with that group as well. Passing horses is Valiant Diva. Valiant Diva through a half in 49 and 2 is starting to pick up momentum. Miss Nikki D is second to last as they round the far turn. 2 Clicks is the leader. What a Weekend, 3/4 back in second. Island Charm is a joint third at the quarter pole. A continued rally from Valiant Diva, who will swing to the far outside as the field straightens up for home. It's 2 Clicks in front, chased intently by Island Charm. Island Charm is getting to her as they pass the 16th pole. 4 lengths back Into the Wilderness, Sky Low Low and Valiant Diva. They're coming toward the wire. Island Charm, late run, Sky Low Low. It will be Valiant Charm holding on by half a length. Sky Low Low almost pulled off a huge upset behind them. Into the Wilderness and Valiant Diva.
Island Charm, 3-win Thursday. Manny Franco and this barn. Ilkay Cantermachi continues to be hot.
What a ride from the 12 hole. He found himself in the 2 path going into the first turn. Then he ended up on the fence from the 12 pack, sitting back from the 12 path, 12 hole, sitting in behind these horses. There was a bunch of middle moves in the race to help the race fall apart. It's nice to be right once in a while.
But this race was running waves. Horses making middle moves, a lot going on.
Yeah, I mean, really, wasn't it all started down the backside by the 10-horse 2 Clicks? I mean, everybody settled into stride. You had a pace set up, and then all of a sudden, here comes 2 Clicks making this premature middle move, and it just changes the whole complexion of the race.
It really did change, and it hurt the horse, the 9-horse, What a Weekend, the most, because that horse had just gotten really comfortable and settled in the lead.
And he committed to the lead, so what do you do then as a rider?
Now you're kind of stuck, right?
Yeah.
But the first turn was a little bit messy. The 5-horse was checking under Omar Moreno Hernandez, and everybody kind of got jammed up a bit.
But yeah, it was strange, this move from the 10 2 Clicks. I mean, initially Mia Sophia, the 11, trying to press things. And Ricardo Santana Jr. having a tough time there. And then Raylo Gutierrez on 2 Clicks decides to make a run for the front.
I mean, you're the rider of the 9-horse, and you finally gotten your horse to settle and come back to you, and then that happens. I can't imagine what that talk is going to be like when he gets back to the room.
One day here in the Saratoga Cup, went to the lead, just got comfortable. My horse threw his ears up, settling down, and all of a sudden there's a horse's head on my boot, making my horse rank, and I turned like, what the bleep are you doing? And Mike Smith had come off at the start. It was a loose horse.
Well, that one ran like a loose horse at 10.
Yeah, he did.
12-2-1-3. This was a lot going on in this finish to close out this pick 6.
Yeah, look, I hit the pick 4, but that 2-horse was also in my ticket. That would have been nice. She was fine at the end.
She was trying to lug in a little bit too, the 2 Sky Low Low, Tom, and maybe if she had been a little more cooperative with Katie Davis, she might have gotten up.
In the end, though, it is Island Charm. Manny Franco with a 3-win afternoon. And this 3-year-old filly, by improbable career start number 9, gets her first victory, 4-1 to close things out. We'll tell you what the pick 6 paid when we come back on our Thursday coverage on FS2.
Friday on Saratoga Live, join Todd Strupp, Simon Bray, and Michelle Yu live from Del Mar. Special Fox Sports opening day coverage from where the turf meets the surf. Join us Friday evening, Del Mar, first post 5 Eastern on FS2.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
We're back on Saratoga Live. As we said, the nightcap was a tough one. Turns out he just had to go for Manny Franco, who has a 3-win day and gets the victory here on Island Charm. Manny, first of all, you won for both Cantramassy brothers, winning for Matt earlier and Ilkay in the nightcap. It was a good afternoon for you.
No, definitely, yeah. They are biggest. They support me a lot during all year in New York, so I'm happy to get the W for both of them. And yeah, this filly, I rode her last time on the grass, and she ran really good. I told Ilkay to let me ride her back because I felt like she had enough to get it done.
She is better on the turf, too, it does seem. How key was it getting the good trip that you got today, being able to save some ground from that post?
Definitely. That was one thing that I was a little worried about because I got the 12 hole. But I break running and going to the first turn. I put my filly behind those 2 horses in front. Then start everybody move outside. So I end up in the best position after that, going to the 5A. I was inside, so I was happy where I was, and it was a matter of time.
And she held on at the end. Well, congratulations on the win and a very good, what day is it? Thursday. Very good Thursday at Saratoga, Manny.
Thank you, Acacia.
Greg?
3 wins on the program for Manny. And yeah, doing a lot of damage for this barn. Ilkay Cantramassy. Outside post, not a problem here. $10.44 for the maiden score.
When he found that coveted pocket position, that was just really a masterful ride by Manny, and he's such a strong finisher.
and avoided a lot of that trouble by being in that exact spot.
One mistake, and he ends up being 3 wide, you know, or he ends up being 2 wide on the second turn, and it's the difference it made. I mean, from that outside position to get that position he got throughout that race was masterful.
We're going to reveal the numbers. Here we go on a big pick 6 carryover day. Pick 4.
How about it?
$127. Well done.
Thank you.
Pick 6 carryover.
Hey, you wish.
Returns. No, the carryover today. Sorry, returns $10,270. So congrats if you put that together. Yeah, this should not pay that, but we had so much money in the pool, it does.
It does. So, I mean, I'll stand by the carryover is the best wager that you can have. You know, obviously, if we ever have a pick 5 carryover, that's the absolute best. You got the 50-cent minimum. That's great, but right there behind it is this dollar pick 6 we have in New York.
So well done, whoever was able to put that together. We have so much great action coming up the rest of this week. Obviously, we talked about in the program, we have opening day where the turf meets the Surf Del Mar Friday night. JK and I will be on desk here, but we have an entire crew out at Del Mar. We have Bookham Dano back in action tomorrow at Monmouth. Is he, in your eyes right now, he beat the reigning Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, Ben Pornato, last start, pretty convincingly too. Is he the best sprinter still around right now?
He is right now, but here's the thing about sprinters, and it doesn't really apply to Bookham Dano because he's been good for so long, but sprinters get good and they usually fall off a little bit. He's been good for a long time. He's got a great fan club. I'm a member.
And then, of course, Duncan Diana coming up on Saturday, 4 of the 7 for Chad Brown. He's won 4 in a row.
You know who I like in there?
Chad Brown.
Yeah. So you only won once, Tom? You only won the Diana one time?
I think I might have won it more than once. I have to go back and look.
It was a great 2 when you won it, by the way.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Manny Franco, 3-win day.
Up alongside of Knightsbridge, and now these two will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. Tio Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he has taken the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at Tio Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. He meant business today. Japan's Tio Elvis crushed them.
Elvis is in the building.
Yes, he is.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Untouched by the passage of time, Clare Court is nestled in the southern corner of Saratoga Racecourse. Constructed by August Belmont II around 1901, Clare Court, originally known as the Surcingle, was built as a private training center. Named after former track superintendent Thomas Clare, Clare Court was first recognized by its new name in the Saratogian after his death in 1940. Equipped with its own training track, The area's barns stabled such equine greats as Man o' War, Equipoise, Citation, and Whirlaway. Known for its beauty and privacy, Clare Court is also the final resting place for 4 horses that were near and dear to the Saratoga faithful. 4-Star Dave, Quick Call, A Phenomenon, and Morjane. 4-Star Dave, or the Sultan of Saratoga, won at least one race at the Spa for 8 consecutive seasons. In 1996, the Darrell's Joy Stakes, which the gelding won twice, was renamed in his honor. The race is now a Grade 1. Quick Call won 9 of 17 starts at Saratoga, including the Forgo twice. Morjane and A Phenomenon were multiple graded stakes winners on the New York racing circuit. Morjane won the 1986 Darrell's Joy and 1985 Kelso Handicap. A Phenomenon won the Jim Dandy Stakes and the Vosburg in 1983. The backstretch is a side of the track many people never see, but a trip to Clare Court provides a unique perspective of America's most historic sports venue.
I believe we're back on.
Seems like we are.
Hello, everyone.
I almost took a nap.
We're going to look ahead to tomorrow. Della Rose is the feature, race 9 on the card. I think we're not hearing anyone. Mile on the turf in this stakes race for fillies and mares 4 and up. And Sand Trap for Chad Brown, State's debut. It was a convincing victory. Tried Grade 1 company. Pretty tough spot against Classic Q and Sagesta, for that matter. A little bit of a drop in class here tomorrow.
Yeah, this is, although it's a stakes race, it is restricted. You're going to watch her here. She actually didn't break very well that day. She was a little bit moving around the gate. She's going to come around here, and this is a big finish, and I can understand why any trainer, when you're running this good at the end, would think big things and go for the Grade 1 that they did.
For all the Caddyshack fans out there, well-named horse Sand Trap is a full to Carl Spackler.
The assistant track superintendent in Caddyshack.
I love how they're keeping that theme together. So 3-1 morning line. Deep Satin looks like a potential player in here too. Proctor Street,
like
we've
that
gotten to know
horse.
pretty well. What do you like about Deep Satin?
I like Deep Satin just because I think that this horse has some very good speed. And when you watch her best races, which would be last year's Della Rose, to me, that race was one of her best, finishing very strongly.
It's coming up, race 9, 5:45 Eastern on our Friday coverage. Do not forget, again, going into the evening, we have Del Mar, Oceanside, that traditional opening day feature. I believe you're gonna come firing out of the gate, right, with selections?
Oh yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to rock.
You already told us you know who's going to win the Oceanside.
I don't know if I said that. I said
you did say that.
I did.
Yep.
Yeah, you
You said it. I mean, we can roll the tape.
What I meant to say was, I know who's going to win the Oceanside. That's fine. I'll stick with it. I think. I hope.
Is Joel Rosario the rider?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Maybe.
Just wonder.
Got to tune in tomorrow night to find out, Tom.
Damn. It's past my bedtime.
Yep.
Not anymore. Used to be.
Used to be.
This weekend, obviously, a lot to look forward to. But, you know, Diana is such a prestigious race. It feels like these are the races we start getting into. I want to get your guys' thoughts, though, where we start seeing horses that you say, that's a horse I want to use in the Breeders' Cup.
I think the Duncan Diana is really the start of serious grass racing in this country, and I put a lot of emphasis on the outcome of this race later in the year when we get to the Breeders' Cup.
I think it's a good point, Wolfie. I mean, this is the time of the summer where you start seeing performances that can influence decisions from a wagering standpoint as far away as the Breeders' Cup. I've found horses in the middle of July at Saratoga that I've fallen in love with that have paid off when you get to November.
Moira in this race in a defeat.
Well, for years,
liked her because of that performance in the Breeders' Cup. Yeah.
For years, the two best female turf races, Grade 1s, were the Beverly D and the Diana, and now the Diana's stand alone.
I agree with that.
We're going to have it for you live. Again, Chad Brown, he's won it 4 years in a row. He will send out 4 of the 7 lining up at the starting gate. We don't offer a wager where you can bet on the trainer? Be about 1 to 100.
He would.
We'll see you tomorrow. Our coverage begins at 1 Eastern, Fox Sports 2. That is when we'll see you on our Friday coverage. Max Money, the New York bred, getting going in the 8th. It was Ricardo Santana Jr. for Mike Maker. Bookham Dano back in action, the reigning sprint champ. For Atlantic 6 Racing, we'll line up with the Mr. Prospector on tomorrow's card at the Jersey Shore. An opening day where the turf meets the surf from Del Mar tomorrow night on the program.